Long before the heroes of classical Greece, and long before the knights of medieval legend, there was the Bronze Age, and it gave rise to some of the first epic heroes in human literature. These early heroes, mighty warriors, wise kings, and sometimes even demigods, captured the imagination of their people, immortalized in poems and tales inscribed on clay tablets. Their stories are not simple fairy tales, however. They are complex narratives. They blend history, mythology, and even a few moral lessons. They speak of battles with monsters and men, journeys across uncharted lands, friendship, betrayal, and of the eternal human quest for meaning and even immortality. And so, from the bustling cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the shores of the Aegean Sea, the Bronze Age world teemed with larger-than-life figures like Gilgamesh and Achilles, and those are names that still resonate with us today. So let's take a journey back to the Bronze Age, and we can meet some of the heroes that defined that period. Before we do, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers. And allow me to remind you that we are 100% ad-free due to the support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations through PayPal and Super Thanks, and also those who choose to visit the merch store. But short of that, the best way that you can help us out is just by spreading the word. Let people know about that ad-free history channel. It's not a bad deal. And do all the algorithm stuff, like, comment, subscribe. You know what to do, I don't have to tell you. Well, now that you have done the deed, let us begin. And I suppose we better begin by defining this heroic tradition of the Bronze Age, because it's a little bit different. You see, the Bronze Age lasted from roughly 3300 to 1200 BCE, and it was a formative era for civilization. The period saw the rise and fall of the first cities, the invention of writing, and the formation of kingdoms and empires in regions like Mesopotamia, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Aegean. It is against this backdrop that the earliest recorded hero tales emerge. The development of writing was crucial. It allowed myths and stories to be preserved in a fixed form. In Mesopotamia, scribes pressed cuneiform characters into clay tablets, while in Egypt, scribes inked hieroglyphs and hieratic scripts into papyrus. These records mean that some Bronze Age heroes have actually come down to us in direct textual form. And that's pretty amazing considering we're talking 3,000, 4,000, even up to 5,000 years ago. Quite an achievement, that's for sure. But it is important to understand what a hero means in the context of the Bronze Age. Now, often heroes were not simply do-gooders or moral exemplars. They were rather figures of extraordinary ability or significance, sometimes with one foot in the divine realm and one foot in the human realm. Many Bronze Age heroes were kings or warriors whose deeds were believed to have shaped society, slaying monsters, winning battles, even bringing back knowledge from the gods. Crucially, a hero story in this era often had a dual purpose: entertaining the audience with adventure and imparting cultural or religious values. And another hallmark of the Bronze Age hero narrative is their close intertwining with mythology and religion. The line between history and myth in these times is pretty blurry. Anyone who's looked at Greek history will know that. Some heroes were probably inspired by real individuals whose deeds became legendary over time, while others might have been just purely made up, mythological figures in their own right. In either case, the gods played an intimate role in their tales. The pantheons of ancient civilizations, whether the Sumerian gods, the Egyptian deities, or the Greek Olympians, frequently intervene in hero stories, guiding or thwarting human protagonists. This reflects how Bronze Age people saw their world: human destiny, subject to divine will, and only a truly exceptional person, a hero, might earn divine favor or challenge fate. Of course, the Bronze Age also had a concept of a heroic age in later memory. For instance, let's look at the much later Greek tradition in Hesiod's works. It spoke of an age of heroes who lived in a bygone era, often corresponding to the Bronze Age, of course. It is with this nostalgia that even in antiquity, people looked back on the Bronze Age as a time when giants of courage and strength walked the earth. The great wars and journeys described in epic poems were often set in that remote past, lending them an air of grand significance. And nowhere is this more evident than in our first story, the quintessential Bronze Age hero, and often considered the earliest epic hero narrative in the world. That is, of course, if you've not guessed it by now, the tale of Gilgamesh of Uruk. And that's where our journey begins, right here with Gilgamesh, the legendary hero king. Gilgamesh's story is told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is often cited as the oldest surviving epic in world literature. The epic, written on clay tablets in cuneiform, took shape during the Bronze Age, and it evolved over many centuries. Earlier Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh date back to around 2100 to 2000 BCE, and they were later woven into a unified Akkadian epic around the second millennium. By about 1200, a Babylonian scholar named Sin-Leki Unini had compiled the standard version of the epic that we know today, preserving a tale that had already been told for 1,000 years. And what a tale it was. I did a full reading of it a while back. You can find it in the readings playlist. But who exactly was Gilgamesh? Well, in the epic he's described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, the son of the goddess Ninsun and the mortal king Lugalbanda. This unusual lineage immediately marks him as somebody that is quite extraordinary, a demigod with superhuman strength. Historically, there may have indeed been a King Gilgamesh of Uruk around 2700. His name actually appears in the Sumerian king list as a monarch of Uruk, renowned for building its great walls. Over time, however, the figure of Gilgamesh was exalted and mythologized. He was even worshipped as a divine ancestor in later periods. By the Bronze Age, when scribes recorded his epic, Gilgamesh had become a cultural hero symbolizing the ideals and perhaps also the anxieties of Mesopotamian civilization. So what happens in the story? Well, it opens by portraying Gilgamesh as a mighty but tyrannical young king. He lorded over Uruk with a heavy hand, so much that the people begged the gods for relief. The god's response was to create Enkidu, a wild man of the wilderness, as a counterbalance to Gilgamesh's power. At first, Enkidu lived among the animals, knowing nothing about the city life. But after being civilized, in part through a transformative encounter with a temple courtesan named Shamat, Enkidu came to Uruk to confront Gilgamesh. The two fought fiercely, shaking the city's walls, but neither one of them could win the fight. In the end, Gilgamesh and Enkidu recognized each other as equals and became devoted friends, which is, well, not what the gods wanted, but that's what happened. In any case, this friendship is one of the epic's emotional centers. The arrogant king found in the wild man a true companion, one who could temper his excesses and guide his courage. And so together, Gilgamesh and Enkidu set out on heroic adventures that have a mythic quality to them. They decided to journey to the far-off cedar forest, likely the distant forests of Lebanon, to slay the giant guardian Humbaba and cut down the sacred cedar trees. This quest was daring. Humbaba was a fearsome monster, appointed by the god Enlil to protect the forest. The very act of confronting him was a challenge to the divine order. Yet Gilgamesh was eager for glory. Added to that, he was restless for action, and he convinced Enkidu to join him. In their journey, we see a motif common in hero myths. The hero seeks to carve his name into eternity by accomplishing a perilous feat. Gilgamesh declares that he will set up his name where the names of famous men are written, a clear expression of the Bronze Age heroic ideal, to win immortal fame through great deeds. And so, when the favor of the sun god Shamash, thanks to prayers from Gilgamesh's mother and the goddess Ninsun, the heroes entered the cedar forest, braved terrors, and confronted Humbaba. In a dramatic battle, Gilgamesh and Enkidu managed to slay the giant. The victory was not without moral complexity, though. Humbaba actually begged for his life, and at one point Enkidu had to stiffen Gilgamesh's resolve to finish the deed. Ultimately, they beheaded the monster and offered the giant's head to the gods. Now this scene shows a Bronze Age narrative pattern, the slaying of a chaotic monster by heroes working with divine aid, akin to other myths in which gods or heroes establish order by vanquishing monstrous beings. Gilgamesh's triumph over Humbaba brought him fame, but it also subtly foreshadows consequences. By upsetting the guardian put in place by the gods, the heroes had overstepped a boundary. But returning to Uruk, they were celebrated as champions, and Gilgamesh next drew the ire of the goddess Ishtar, also called Inanna. The love goddess was attracted to Gilgamesh's strength and offered to marry him. But Gilgamesh, well, he didn't want anything of that. He spurned Ishtar's proposal, and not in a gentle way either. He rather harshly rebuked her, listing the unfortunate fates of all of her previous boyfriends. Now this insult to a goddess had immediate repercussions. A furious Ishtar convinced her father, Anu, the sky god, to send the bull of heaven to punish Gilgamesh's kingdom with drought and devastation. True to their heroic form, Gilgamesh and Enkidu together faced this new threat. In a titanic struggle, they killed the celestial bull as well, further asserting their prowess. But they also sealed their own doom. And this was a critical turning point. The slaying of the bull of heaven was sacrilege, and the gods could not let it go unpunished. Soon after, tragedy strikes our heroes. The gods decree that for these transgressions, one of the pair must die, and they choose Enkidu. Gilgamesh's dear friend falls ill and suffers for days. Enkidu's deathbed scene is heart-rending. The wild hero curses the door he constructed from the cedar wood, a reminder of their exploit, and initially curses the priestess who brought him from the wild. But he later retracts that curse, accepting his fate. When Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh is devastated. The epic reveals an intense exploration of grief and mortality. Gilgamesh weeps bitterly for 7 days and 7 nights over Enkidu's body and refuses to bury him until a maggot falls from the corpse's nose. That gruesome detail shocks Gilgamesh into recognizing the finality of death. He's overcome with the horror that if mighty Enkidu could die, well then he too, despite being part divine, will one day face the same fate. This realization triggers Gilgamesh's greatest journey, not one for conquest or for glory, but one in the search of immortality. In mourning, Gilgamesh abandons his kingly duties and roams the wilderness dressed in animal skins. His objective becomes finding Utnapishtim, a legendary figure whom the gods have granted eternal life. Utnapishtim, as the epic relates, was the survivor of a great flood in ages past, an episode that notably parallels the later biblical Noah story. He lives in a faraway place at the mouth of the rivers beyond the known world. The path to get there is understandably quite treacherous. Gilgamesh must pass through a tunnel of total darkness beneath a mountain and cross the waters of death, which, well, you sort of know what you're in for when they call them that, don't you? In any case, all of this vividly describes Gilgamesh's determination as he overcomes each and every obstacle, driven by fear of his own mortality. So when Gilgamesh finally meets Utnapishtim, the immortal man shares the story of the flood, and he imparts a sobering lesson. Life, which you look for, you will never find. For when the gods created man, they let death be his share, and life they withheld in their own hands. In other words, mortality is the fate of humankind, and even a hero, even one as strong as Gilgamesh, cannot escape it. But still, Gilgamesh desperately hopes for a remedy. Utnapishtim challenges him to prove himself worthy of immortality by conquering sleep, a brother of death. But Gilgamesh fails, dozing off for days. In a gesture of compassion, Utnapishtim finally reveals a herb of rejuvenation, a plant at the bottom of the sea that can restore youth. Gilgamesh miraculously obtains this plant by diving deep and binding stones to his feet. Here, perhaps, a glimmer of hope. Has he found a way to renew life? Maybe. Yet, the epic delivers one final twist of fate that just underscores its message. Gilgamesh is exhausted from his quest, and he stops to bathe on his journey home. Well, while he's not watching, a snake comes along and steals the precious plant, carrying off the secret of rejuvenation and shedding its skin as it slithers away. Thus the snake becomes young again, but humankind loses its chance forever. This symbolic moment shows that immortality slips out from Gilgamesh's grasp. Heartbroken, but perhaps a little wiser, Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed, accompanied only by the ferryman who guided him. When he arrives, however, the sight of Uruk's great city walls, which he once built and proudly maintained, brings him a kind of epiphany. You see, Gilgamesh comes to accept that although he cannot live forever, human achievements, like the city's enduring walls or the story of his own exploits, can give him a form of immortality. By inscribing his tale on tablets, as the epic itself suggests, Gilgamesh ensures that his name will indeed live on, even though his flesh will not. Now, it's a very interesting story, and it's profoundly human in its introspection. Despite the presence of monsters and gods, it grapples with the question that must have weighed on the Bronze Age people's minds, as it still does today. An almost juvenile question, I think, but a fair one to ask. Why do we have to die? And how do we live, knowing that we will die? And here's another one. What gives life meaning? when it's all going to end anyway. Think about them, Well, in the end, as for Gilgamesh, he transforms from a brash young warrior king to a wiser ruler who understands his place in the order of things. His quest for literal immortality fails, sure, but he gains immortal wisdom, the understanding that one should embrace life, perform one's duties well, and cherish human companionship and achievements, since those, at the end of the day, are our real lasting legacies. So let's now shift from Mesopotamia to the Aegean world, where we meet another pretty popular name, Achilles, the paramount hero of Greek myth during the Bronze Age, and the central character of Homer's Iliad, an epic poem that, although written down in the 8th century BCE, draws on oral traditions about Mycenaean Bronze Age Greece, particularly the legend of the Trojan War, dated around 1200 BCE, the traditional fall of the Bronze Age. In Greek cultural memory, the Trojan War was a defining campaign at the end of the Bronze Age where coalitions of Greek kings, the Achaeans, besieged the city of Troy. Within that grand saga, Achilles was celebrated as the greatest of Greek warriors, peerless in battle, yet fated to die young. The story exemplifies the Greek heroic ideal of kleos, glory or renown, obtained through valor even at the expense of one's own mortality. And just like Gilgamesh, Achilles had a kind of semi-divine pedigree. His father was King Peleus of Phthia, a mortal, but his mother was Thetis, a sea nymph, a goddess of the sea. Thetis tried to make her infant son invincible. In a later myth from the Roman era, it was said that she dipped Achilles in the sacred river Styx, rendering him invulnerable, except for the heel by which she held him. This is the origin of the term Achilles' heel, of course, meaning a single fatal weakness, though interestingly, Homer's Iliad itself does not mention this detail. What the Iliad does emphasize is that Achilles' extraordinary prowess and his close relationship with the gods, especially his mother, was pretty important. From youth, Achilles was destined for greatness. He was even tutored by the wise centaur Chiron in some legends, learning arts of war, medicine, things like that. By the time of the Trojan War, Achilles was said to be a young man of unmatched martial skill, and also stunningly handsome, apparently. Often called swift-footed for his speed as well. Really had it all, a venerable Chad of the Bronze Age. Yet Achilles' heroism is marked as much by its inner conflict and emotions as by its battlefield exploits. You see, at the outset of the Iliad, we meet Achilles not in triumph, but in a moment of fury and wounded pride. During the siege of Troy, the Greek commander Agamemnon offends Achilles by seizing Briseis, a captive woman whom Achilles regards as a war prize, and in a way, a symbol of honor. Feeling dishonored and enraged, Achilles withdraws from the fighting, refusing to fight for the Greeks any longer. Well, this is kind of a big deal because the act has huge consequences, with their champion sulking in his tent, one hand on both cheeks sort of thing, He's definitely not in that good mood to support anyone, really. The Achaeans also begin to falter against the Trojan onslaught led by Prince Hector, right when they need the champion with them. Achilles is often described as wrathful or angered. In fact, the very first line of the Iliad invokes the wrath of Achilles. His anger at Agamemnon is personal, but it carries a cosmic weight in the story, leading to a chain of events that will test Achilles' character. Now at this point, Achilles embodies the Bronze Age warrior ethos to its extreme. He is extremely concerned with honor and glory. To Achilles, Agamemnon's slight is intolerable because it undermines his honor. Thus Achilles chooses to abstain from battle, even though it means his compatriots are going to suffer and die. In doing so, he puts his personal honor above collective duty, a striking choice that paints him as prideful and stubborn. However, it is also during this absence from battle that Achilles faces a profound decision about his fate. In one of the Iliad's most famous passages, Achilles reflects on a prophecy told by his mother Thetis, that he has two possible fates. If he continues to fight at Troy, he is doomed to die young, but his name will be immortal, and his glory eternal. If he leaves Troy and returns home, he will live a long, good, and peaceful life. But he will be forgotten, with no legacy. No one will remember his name. It's quite a dilemma, isn't it? And it gets to the heart of Achilles' story and, well, indeed, a core theme of heroic literature. That choice between a short life of eternal glory versus a long life of obscurity. At first, Achilles leans toward the latter, valuing his life over the abstract concept of glory, and thus prepares to sail home. He even tells Agamemnon's envoys that nothing is worth his life, expressing a surprisingly sober perspective on mortality for a hero. Quote, "Cattle and fat sheep can be had for the raiding, but a man's life's breath cannot come back again." In that moment, Achilles seems to value life itself over the warrior's code, promise of fame. The turning point comes eventually, though, and it comes with a tragedy that echoes the story of Gilgamesh, the death of a beloved companion. Achilles' closest friend is Patroclus, his dear comrade. Some later interpreters would say lover as well, but, well, the text only emphasizes brotherly camaraderie. Well, when Achilles withdraws from battle, Patroclus cannot bear to watch the Greeks lose. Patroclus dons Achilles' distinctive armor and leads the Myrmidon warriors into battle to hearten the Greeks. He fights brilliantly, but eventually he encounters Hector, Troy's greatest champion, and is slain by him. Patroclus' death is a heart-rending moment, and it shatters Achilles' resolve. The grief and guilt Achilles experiences are overwhelming. His rage shifts now to focus. No longer is he angry at Agamemnon. No, now his wrath is directed at Hector and the Trojans, and even at himself for allowing Patroclus to go. Achilles realizes that by staying out of the fight, he indirectly caused his friend's demise. In a scene of intense pathos, Achilles mourns Patroclus much as Gilgamesh mourned Enkidu. He weeps, he beats the ground, he refuses to eat or wash. Achilles is even visited by his mother Thetis, who laments that she will soon lose her son to his fated death. Achilles' sorrow transformed into a renewed sense of purpose. He will avenge Patroclus. He will kill Hector, even though by doing so he ensures his own fate. And here, Achilles decisively chooses glory and loyalty to his friend's memory over his own longevity. It's as if Patroclus' death reminds Achilles of what truly matters to him. The warrior's code and personal affection merge. Achilles can only make Patroclus' sacrifice meaningful by rejoining the war and achieving the heroic destiny he had contemplated abandoning. And so, Achilles returns to the battlefield. First he receives new armor, forged by the god Hephaestus at Thetis' request. including the famous shield of Achilles, richly described with scenes of human life and cosmic imagery. Armed and filled with a terrible resolve, Achilles cuts through the Trojan ranks with merciless efficiency. The climax comes with his duel with Hector, the prince of Troy, who had killed Patroclus. The Iliad presents Hector as a noble and honorable warrior, in many ways a mirror image of Achilles, just on the opposing side, but with perhaps a more relatable human side. Hector is shown saying farewell to his wife and infant son in a poignant scene. When Achilles and Hector finally face off outside the walls of Troy, it is a meeting of two heroic ideals. Achilles represents the unstoppable martial prowess and the pursuit of eternal glory, whereas Hector stands for duty, honor, and the defense of one's home. The outcome, driven by Achilles' nearly inhuman fury and aided by the goddess Athena's trickery, is that Achilles kills Hector. His victory over Hector is brutal. In his grief-fueled rage, he does not afford Hector the dignity that heroes usually grant a worthy foe. Instead of handing over Hector's body for burial, as the Trojan royal family desperately pleads for, Achilles rather ties Hector's corpse to his chariot and drags it around the walls of Troy. This horrifying act, born of pain and anger, actually serves to highlight Achilles' humanity, ironically. It shows how deeply wounded he is by Patroclus' loss, that he momentarily loses that noble restraint which is expected of a hero. And so, for days, Achilles continues to abuse Hector's lifeless body, and it seems like his heart is just turning to stone. However, the Iliad concludes with a moment of emotional catharsis and regained compassion. King Priam of Troy, an old man and Hector's father, sneaks into the Greek camp by night, and he finds Achilles. Priam humbles himself, kneeling and begging Achilles to return Hector's body, appealing to Achilles' memory of his own father. He asks Achilles to pity a father's grief. And this encounter is profoundly moving. Achilles is struck by Priam's bravery and sorrow, and he finally lets go of his rage. He weeps with Priam, recognizing the shared pain of loss that even enemies can feel. And in that instance, Achilles becomes more than an engine of war. He becomes empathetic again. He agrees to release Hector's body for a proper funeral, and even pauses the war to allow the Trojans time to mourn their hero. The Iliad ends not with the fall of Troy, but with Hector's funeral, and Achilles' wrath at last abated. Achilles himself does not die within the poem, but it is understood from prophecy that his end is near. Later myths detail that Paris, with Apollo's help, shoots Achilles with an arrow, often said to strike his vulnerable heel and kill him. In any case, Achilles' tale, especially as portrayed by Homer, is thus an exploration of the costs and meaning of heroism. Achilles is unequaled in strength, but he is not invincible in the face of fate. He achieves the immortal glory he desired. Thousands of years later, we are still speaking of his deeds, of course, but at the ultimate price of his life. Moreover, Achilles' character arc shows a movement from prideful isolation to passionate engagement, from rejecting the war out of spite to avenging Patroclus, and ultimately to a tempered, sorrowful wisdom, showing mercy to the old man King Priam. In this way, Achilles kind of embodies this tragic beauty of the heroic ideal. He shines brightly, but he is flawed and capable of deep feeling, and he leaves a legacy that endures long after the Bronze Age had ended. So thus far we've looked at Mesopotamian and Greek heroes. But over in Egypt they had their own characters, albeit somewhat with a different flavor. Egyptian narratives about individual protagonists often blended adventure with moral or didactic themes. One of the most famous examples is the tale of Sinuhe, sometimes called the story of Sinuhe if you want to look it up. It dates to the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which is around 1900, so squarely within the Bronze Age era. Sinuhe's story is not really an epic of gods or monsters, but rather it's a personal saga of exile and return, and it offers an insight into what heroism meant in the Egyptian cultural context. Sinuhe is not a royal or a demigod, but rather an official, an attendant in the royal harem, serving under Pharaoh Amenemhat I. And the tale begins quite dramatically. Amenemhat dies unexpectedly. Now, the circumstances are mysterious, possibly an assassination, and Sinuhe, who overhears news of the king's death while abroad with the king's son, begins to panic. Fearing the chaos that might ensue, or perhaps implications in court intrigues, Sinuhe decides to get out of Egypt. His flight is frantic and unplanned. He traverses the desert by himself, nearly perishing of thirst. Eventually, Sinuhe crosses into what the Egyptians called Regennu, the Levant, roughly modern Syria-Palestine. He is discovered and rescued by a chieftain of a Bedouin tribe, who recognizes Sinuhe as an Egyptian. And thus, Sinuhe's life in exile begins. He is welcomed by a local ruler, Amunenshi, who gives Sinuhe a position of honor. Sinuhe then marries the chieftain's daughter and adapts to nomadic life, and becomes a respected figure among these Asiatic people. Over time he thrives. He says, "Wealth came to me. Cattle on cattle were given to me." Importantly, Sinuhe also demonstrates his valor in this foreign land. At one point, a formidable challenger, described as a strong man of Regennu, issues a single combat challenge to him, likely to test the famous Egyptian who's risen in their society. Maybe there was a little bit of a jealous streak of that, I don't know, maybe. In any case, Sinuhe is not a coward, and he accepts the duel. In a scene that establishes his heroism, Sinuhe cleverly and swiftly fells the challenger. In some translations, he looses an arrow into the man's neck at the moment of attack, which is usually pretty effective. This victory echoes the motive of champion combat. It's common in many hero tales. Think of David and Goliath in the biblical tradition, various duels in Homeric poems, and it cements Sinuhe's reputation. He says, in effect, that he gave strength to the weak, implying he protected the tribe, much as a hero should. Excuse me, just clearing my throat. Now, despite his success abroad, Sinuhe's heart remains squarely in Egypt. The tale emphasizes his longing for home and the cultural identity that he can never quite shed. Even as he prospers, Sinuhe describes gazing toward Egypt and feeling a deep nostalgia. This reflects a powerful Egyptian value: the homeland, especially being buried in Egyptian soil, that was central to one's afterlife hopes. Sinuhe fears that if he dies abroad, he will not receive proper mummification or burial rites, a terrible prospect for an Egyptian of status. And so he prays that the king will have mercy and allow him to return. In a stroke of narrative providence, Pharaoh Senseret I, the new king, the son of Amenemhat, does indeed invite Sinuhe to return, and this is after many years. The pharaoh's letter to Sinuhe is a highlight of the story. Sensuret, now secure on the throne, pardons Sinue and assures him that he is forgiven and that the palace is not angry with him. Overjoyed and also a little bit anxious, Sinue leaves behind his foreign family and riches and journeys back to Egypt. Upon arrival, he prostrates himself before the king. Sensuret treats him graciously, calling him father and giving him a place at court. And so, just like that, Sinue is reinstated into Egyptian high society, given fine clothing, and, notably, the king orders that a grand tomb be built for Sinue, complete with all the honors due to a dignitary. The tale ends with Sinue addressing the visitors of his tomb, and the tale returns to its originary funerary text stylization. So, why do we consider Sinue a hero of the Bronze Age? He certainly didn't kill any monsters, he certainly didn't win any huge battles. But I think that, while it may lack supernatural feats, the tale exemplifies heroic qualities prized by Egyptians. That is, loyalty. Despite his flight, he remains loyal in his heart to the Egyptian crown. Bravery, in the duel where he proves his courage. And wisdom and modesty. He ultimately attributes his return to the king's mercy and divine providence, not just his own merit. Sinue's adventures in foreign lands made him a kind of culture hero in literature, showing that an Egyptian could go abroad, live with foreigners, and remain virtuous and come home to tell the tale. But the story also served a political purpose. It shows the benevolence of the king. Sensuret I appears as a forgiving and almost godlike figure who restores order and justice by bringing Sinue home. And in that sense, the hero's journey in Egyptian terms is often about leaving the ordered realm. Egypt was seen as order and civilization, and then getting to the foreign lands being chaos, and then returning to order, a cycle that reinforces how splendid and comforting one's own civilization is. So we can sum it up like this. Sinue's tale enriches the panorama of Bronze Age heroes by showing a different kind of heroism, peaceful kind, one of reconciliation and personal honor. The inclusion of a duel, though, does show that even Egyptians enjoyed a good scrap every now and then, but the resolution is uniquely Egyptian. The hero's greatest triumph is just to go home, welcomed by the pharaohs, and getting a proper burial. Through Sinue, we can learn that even outside the famous epics, Bronze Age cultures were telling stories about individuals who faced trials and displayed courage and character. And, well, I don't know about you, but I think that is the essence of what makes a hero. So let's move on to Canaan and Anatolia, because the Near East had its own rich hero legends too, particularly in the modern Syria, Levant area and modern Turkey. Now, unlike the famous individual heroes of Greece, these tales often emphasize family, fate, and ultimately divine will. Two of the longest Ugaritic poems from the Bronze Age Syria illustrate this quite well. The stories of King Keret and Akkad. Now let's start with Keret. He is a Canaanite king whose epic from around the 14th century BCE begins with a personal tragedy. He's lost his family. His wife is gone. All his children have perished, leaving him without an heir. In the context of the ancient Near East, a king without a dynasty is in crisis, both personally and for his kingdom's future. The high god El, the chief deity of the Canaanite pantheon, appears to Keret in a dream and guides him on what to do. Under El's direction, Keret sets out an expedition to a distant city to win a new wife and thus restore his lineage. The journey includes a military campaign. Geret marches an army to the city of Udum and besieges it. But rather than sacking it, he negotiates for the hand of the Princess Hurriya. Some versions of the story's fragments suggest an emphasis on wooing rather than pure conquest. But of course, nothing's going to impress a woman more than destroying her hometown. I suppose the Bronze Age was a different time, I guess. Now, the plan actually succeeds, and Geret gains a new wife. He eventually has children too, reviving the hopes of a dynasty. However, it's not all happy endings. No daylights nor heel taps, I'm afraid. After these successes, King Geret fails to fulfill a vow he made to the goddess Asherah. Perhaps he had promised a tribute or offering in exchange for divine help. You gotta fulfill your end of the bargain. And subsequently, Geret falls gravely ill, seemingly as divine punishment. His kingdom falters, and one of his sons even tries to seize the throne while Geret lies sick. The surviving tablets break off before the conclusion, but the message is pretty clear. The hero king's fate depends on respecting the gods and keeping oaths. Geret's story portrays a hero whose success and suffering come directly from divine intervention, and that's a reminder too that in Canaanite belief, a king's strength must be coupled with piety, or else, well, you're in for a bad time. Well, then we have the tale of Akat, also from Ugarit, and that carries a more tragic tone of its own. Danel, a righteous man, prays to the gods for a son. The gods grant the wish. A son, Akat, is born, and the divine craftsman god gives Akas a marvelous bow as a gift. That's pretty cool, isn't it? As Akat grows, the goddess Anat, that is, by the way, the patroness of war and hunting, well, she desires the bow. She offers Akat gold, and eventually even immortality in exchange for it. Akat, however, refuses her, bluntly stating that immortality is the lot of gods, not humans. Insulted and enraged, Anat arranges Akat's murder. A divine assassin strikes him down, and as for the precious bow, it's lost. Akat's death leaves Danel and his daughter Pagat in grief. Pagat vows to avenge her brother. The tale ends fragmentarily, but its themes are quite striking. A mortal youth is destroyed, not by lack of valor, but by the whim of a god, after asserting the reality that all humans must die. The Akat story shows the fragile line that Bronze Age heroes walked. One little misstep, one offense to a deity, could doom even the bravest. Now, interestingly, Akat's refusal of immortality, and his fate of dying young, invites comparison to heroes like Gilgamesh and Achilles. But in Akat's case, the narrative allows no triumph, only a somber recognition of mortality and divine power. The theme of heroic struggle against overwhelming divine forces also appears in the mythology of Anatolia. In the Hittite song of Ulikumi, for example, the weather god Teshub battles a monstrous stone giant set against him by an older god, essentially a tale of a storm god hero fighting a chaos creature. Similarly, the Ugaritic Baal cycle portrays the god Baal as a hero vanquishing Yam, the sea, and Mot, death, to secure the natural order. In these stories, the heroes are gods themselves, but they behave like Bronze Age warrior heroes, engaging in combat to protect the community of believers. This blur between deity and hero shows a key aspect of Near Eastern heroism. The gods were the ultimate heroes who guaranteed cosmic stability. and human heroes often acted with divine sanction, or were even semi-divine in their own right. What unites the Canaanite and Anatolian hero tales is the idea that mortals are deeply subject to the will of the gods. Courage and strength don't alone guarantee a happy ending. A hero's fortunes can be reversed by divine anger or caprice. The stories carry a more cautionary and sometimes pessimistic tone when compared to Greek epics. The king's greatness can crumble if he offends heaven, as with Keret, and a young warrior's life can be cut short, despite his righteousness, as with Akkad. But the heroes of these tales illustrate virtues like devotion to family, endurance of suffering, and faithfulness to vows. But they also serve as reminders that human heroes cannot control destiny. And so, we may say that in the Bronze Age Levant, being a hero meant upholding one's duties and honoring the divine order, for only by doing so, one might earn the god's protection and achieve lasting glory, or at least a peaceful end. So there are a few common threads, aren't there? One is the close relationship between the heroes and the divine. In every culture, heroes either carry divine blood or rely on a god's aid, yet they must also beware of divine anger. A Bronze Age hero's success or failure often hinges on the will of the gods. For example, Gilgamesh relies on Shamash's favor in battle but cannot defy the god's decree of mortality. And this shows a key point, that piety and humility before higher powers are often just as important as bravery. Another universal theme is the hero's confrontation with mortality. These stories are frank about the limits of human life. Gilgamesh's entire journey is driven by fear of death. Achilles faces a stark choice between long life or eternal fame. And Akkad's refusal of immortality, well, that leads to his demise, somewhat ironically. But no Bronze Age hero, not even a demigod, can ultimately escape death. But how they face mortality is what makes them heroic. In fact, the quest for lasting renown or life's meaning in the face of death unites heroes across cultures. Sometimes this quest is literal, as when Gilgamesh seeks immortality, and sometimes it's about securing one's legacy, as Achilles does by choosing glory. And so we see the powerful motive of friendship and loyalty. Heroes are often defined by their relationships. Gilgamesh is transformed by his friendship with Enkidu. Achilles' story pivots on his love for Patroclus, and Sinuhe remains devoted to his Egyptian king, even when in foreign exile. The deep bonds between comrades, or between a hero and his people, give emotional depth to these tales and often spur the hero's greatest actions, such as Achilles avenging Patroclus or Gilgamesh lamenting Enkidu. And it reminds us that even in antiquity, the hero's human connections were seen as a source of strength and motivation. Moreover, all Bronze Age heroes engage in epic battles or at least challenges to prove their valor. Whether it's slaying a monster, besting a mighty warrior, or just outsmarting adversaries, as Odysseus does in the later Greek myth, the hero's journey involves testing their courage and skill. Victory in combat brings glory. But these narratives also warn against excessive cruelty, and of course, pride in victory. Achilles must learn compassion after defeating Hector, and Gilgamesh incurs divine punishment after killing the bull of heaven. And so in this way the Bronze Age epics often celebrate martial heroism, but try to backpedal a little bit, temper it with a few lessons about honor and moderation. And finally, the hero's journey itself is a common thread. Many heroes go on long voyages or exiles, venturing beyond the known world, and then returning changed. Gilgamesh travels to the ends of the earth. Achilles leaves home for Troy, and Odysseus in the post-war epic wanders for 10 years at sea. And then there's Sinuhe, who was abroad for 10 years before coming home. It's during these times that the heroes gain wisdom, or achieve a mission that benefits their people. The return, or in some cases like Achilles, the hero's death far from home, brings closure that often restores order, or inspires their society. The notion of the hero who leaves, suffers trials, and either returns or leaves a legacy was already firmly established in the Bronze Age. And it has been ever since. I don't think it's going away anytime soon. In popular memory, the Hittites are those mighty warriors, the foes of the pharaohs. But behind all of the grand battles, and the treaties that we have left hanging up in the UN to this very day, were the ordinary people of the Hittite Empire, the ones who lived out their daily routines in the towns and villages of Anatolia. What was life like for them? What did they do all day? What did they believe? What did they eat? What did they wear? That's what we're here to talk about today. Very normal matters of very normal people. Hello and welcome. I hope you are enjoying the daily life series as much as we are enjoying doing it for you. And thank you once again to those supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations, and the merch store, keeping everything ad-free. Links are in the description. Otherwise, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Boosts us up in the algorithm. Really does help. Any case, with all that being said and done, let's waste no more time and get straight into it. First off, like in a lot of other places, Hittite Anatolia's daily life was shaped by the geography and climate. Look at it like this. The Hittite heartland in central Anatolia is a bit unique. It's a high plateau ringed by mountains. The summers, hot and dry, but the winters brought biting cold and a bit of snow from time to time, conditions mentioned in Hittite texts and still familiar in modern Turkey. Now, these extremes meant that the agricultural cycles and daily routines had to adjust to seasonal rhythms. When spring came, the melting snow swelled the streams, and farmers raced to plow and sow the fields. In autumn, communities gathered to harvest before the winter's onset. The landscape itself was a mix of forests, rocky highlands, and fertile river valleys. Scattered across this terrain were villages and towns built of mud brick and stone, with Hattusa, the great city, as the bustling royal capital. Now, we did another video specifically on Hattusa. If you want to see that, you can just search it up. You'll find it. Now, most Hittites lived in small agrarian villages rather than cities. Traveling between settlements, though, that could be quite arduous. Dirt roads, where there were roads, winding down mountain passes. Not ideal. Life for many was locally centered because of this, in tight-knit communities, often bound by kinship. Ethnically and linguistically, the Hittite world was also quite diverse. The ruling class spoke Hittite, the language, an Indo-European branch of languages, but they coexisted with many other groups. Names in use suggest that people of Luwian and Hurrian heritage lived among the Hittite stock. The empire had grown by conquest and diplomacy, absorbing the older Hattian people of Anatolia, and later ruling over Hurrians, Luwians, and others. Thus, a typical Hittite town might have a mix of traditions, a reflection of centuries of cultural blending. Despite this diversity, inhabitants shared a strong identity as people of Hatti, loyal to the great king in Hattusa. In fact, One could be Hittite by allegiance, even if you weren't by blood. A person in the late Bronze Age Anatolian region might call the storm god Tarhunna in Hittite, Teshub in Hurrian, or if you were in a little local village, you might have a different name. But it's all for the same deity, and all in the same prayer. What really bound people together was the imperial administration and the Hittite state laws and institutions that applied to everyone. What this managed to do was foster a sense of order across the land, well, as much as can be in realistic terms for the time. Socially, Hittite society was hierarchical, but not rigidly caste-bound. At the top, there was the king. He was titled in Hittite Tabarna or Labarna, who was not only the head of the state, but also chief priest of the realm. You'll find this in many other Bronze Age cultures. The king's extended family and the nobility formed an elite class, living in palaces or large estates. Just below them were the officials and regional governors, for example, the chief of the royal bodyguards, the chief of scribes, and the chief of wine stewards, each with different duties. These positions show that governance was somewhat decentralized. You see, even a great king like Suppiluliuma I or Hattusili III relied on bureaucracy of literate administrators and skilled professionals. Common free citizens did form the bulk of the population, of course, that goes without saying. The farmers, herders, craftsmen, soldiers, and merchants who sustained the economy. They were the foundation of Hittite society. And they were typically bound by duty to the king. But they could also own land or businesses, as long as they paid their taxes and did their proper military service, that is. But below that were the bottom of the social ladder, the slaves and the war captives. Hittite slaves were often prisoners taken in foreign campaigns, or their descendants. However, Hittite laws granted slaves some protections and freedoms that might surprise us today. For instance, slaves in Hatti could marry whom they chose. They could even own property. And if they managed to save up enough money, they could purchase their freedom. This relatively humane treatment, noted by scholars, reflects the practical, family-centered outlook of Hittite law. It was a society stratified by rank and wealth, yet one where even those of low status had certain rights under the law. The population density of Hittite Anatolia was not high, at least by modern standards. Villages might consist of a few dozen families. Towns, perhaps a few thousand people. The capital, Hattusa, in its heyday around the 13th century BCE, covered a vast area behind its defensive walls. Archaeologists have traced a circuit of over 8 kilometers of fortifications, but much of the enclosed space was taken up by temples, palaces, storerooms, and open ground. Scholars estimate Hattusa's population may have been in the tens of thousands at most. And that means that even the big city of the Hittite Empire would feel more like a modest town by modern comparison. Of course, we're not going to be judging it by that, aren't we? Streets were winding and unpaved, lined with mud brick dwellings. Livestock roamed the outskirts. Nevertheless, Hattusa impressed visitors with its massive stone walls and gates carved with lions and sphinxes. Monumental gates like the famous Lion Gate, flanked by snarling sculptures, and King's Gate, showed the might of the state. But just inside these gates lay the ordinary city quarters where bakers, potters, and scribes went about their daily business. Life in the countryside, however, revolved around the village. A typical Hittite village consisted of mud brick homes with courtyards, clustered on a hillside or near a stream. Each household might have a small garden or orchard and keep a few animals, goats, sheep, that is the plural, maybe a cow or two. Cows, of course, were They were a little bit more valuable than the smaller livestock. The surrounding fields, collectively worked, produced the staples: emmer wheat and barley for bread and beer, flax for linen and fodder for animals. The Hittites were indeed primarily farmers and herders, and they knew the uncertainties of their environment. Droughts, crop blights, or early frosts could bring hardship. One Hittite prayer text dramatically describes a plague that ravaged the land for 20 years in the reign of King Mursili II, a grim reminder of how vulnerable even a great kingdom was to disease and famine. No one gets away with that. But in normal times, villagers were largely self-sufficient. Neighbors would help each other with big tasks like harvesting or building, and bartering. Let's have the evening on my mind. Bartering of goods was common. So in these close communities, everyone knew everybody else, and social life often centered on extended families and seasonal festivals. But all this being said, it's important to note that much of what we know about Hittite daily life is reconstructed from pretty scant evidence. We just have to do our best with what we have. But, everyone is doing their best, so lucky for us. The Hittites left behind tens of thousands of clay tablets, sure, but most of them are royal archives. Treaties, laws, religious rituals, oracle reports. No one was really writing down the personal diaries or letters about daily chores. We do catch occasional glimpses, though. A letter complaining about a shortage of beer, an inventory in a noble's household, or a king's instructions to his farmers. As for the other details, archaeology needs to fill those in. The remains of houses, tools, pottery, and even the bones of meals. Now, from these pieces we assemble the mosaic of everyday Hittite existence. So, with that background of land and society in mind, let's walk through the facets of daily lives, and we'll see if we can get a little picture in our mind. The typical Hittite home was modest by modern standards, usually a single-story structure of mud brick walls on stone foundations. Roofs were flat and made of timber beams covered with reeds and clay. Well, you didn't really have windows, but you did have small openings, designed to keep out the winter cold and summer heat. Floors were often packed earth, though there were a few wealthier homes that might have stone paving. Furnishings were pretty few. Woven mats or low wooden stools, a couple clay jars for storage, and maybe a wooden chest. Most people slept on mats or blankets laid on the floor, or on simple wooden bedsteads, if they could afford them. A Hittite household was usually extended family in structure. Several generations might live under one roof, or in adjacent houses around a shared courtyard. Maybe Granddad was living there who had cleared the land earlier, his grown sons and wives with him, and a gaggle of children that could easily number up to 10 to 15 people, plus a dependent relative or a hired servant. It wasn't uncommon for 10 or 20 more people to share a household compound, especially if the family was prosperous and had farm laborers or slaves living in. In the evenings, such a household would gather for the main meal, seated in a circle if space allowed, sharing food from common bowls. And Hittites valued highly family bonds too, Sons and daughters were both cherished. One Hittite instruction text advises the head of the household to treat children well and raise them to be honorable, showing an expectation that each generation would have to care for the next. Childhood could be pretty precarious. Infant mortality was high, as in, all ancient societies, so surviving past the age of 5 was a cause for a quiet celebration. By the age of 6 or 7, children were expected to start learning the skills they would need as adults. A boy might accompany his father to the fields or workshop, gradually taking on chores like fetching water, herding sheep, or kneading clay for pottery. As for a girl, she might shadow her mother in domestic tasks, learning to spin wool or weave cloth on the upright loom, not to mention cooking basic meals. And speaking of education, in its formal sense was quite reserved for a select few. Only a minority of Hittites, mostly the children of elite families or professional scribes, became literate. For those lucky enough to attend a scribal school, the curriculum was pretty harsh. They had to master not only Hittite language, but also Akkadian and Sumerian, and the complex cuneiform writing system. Royal edicts mention chief of the scribes as an important official, which implies a whole scribal apparatus of trainers and apprentices. A literate boy might start as a trainee around, 7 or 8 years old. He'd spend years copying tablets, and only in his late teens or 20s would he become a full-fledged scribe. And that was a big deal, of course. Literacy truly was a specialized career path, often hereditary. For the average child, however, education was practical and on the job. The family profession, that was the classroom. If your dad was a farmer, you were a farmer. But women played vital roles too within the family and beyond. A Hittite woman typically married in her teens, and upon marriage she donned a veil if she was of the free class. Veiling signified her married status, a custom also seen in some neighboring cultures. Women usually took charge of running the household. They cooked, cleaned, fetched water, and cared for children. And they also managed the storage of food, which of course is, well, if you starve to death, it's all over, isn't it? So of course it's very important. They were also often involved in the family's economic activity. For example, women were the primary weavers and cloth makers, a central industry in Hatti. In farm families, women milked animals, made butter and cheese, and tended vegetable gardens. Despite a clear patriarchal structure, the father, husband, was typically the head of the household. Hittite laws indicate that women had significant rights of their own. For example, a wife could own dowry property and maintain control over it, and widows could inherit their husband's estate. That's if there were no adult sons. We even have one text that implies daughters could inherit if a man had no sons, that is, which was not unheard of in the ancient Near East. There's a few other cultures, Akkadian culture as well as one of them, which has this kind of rule. Furthermore, some women served in official or semi-official capacities. There were priestesses, prophetesses, and in the royal court, you had the queen, of course, and she wielded considerable power, the top job for any woman of Hittite society. She'd also act as a high priestess, and sometimes a co-regent with the king, especially if the king was young, a little bit too young before his coming of age to be considered wise enough to make good decisions. Now, notably, Queen Pudaipa in the 13th century BCE corresponded as an equal with Pharaoh Ramesses II and took part in state treaties, evidence that elite women could be very influential. While the average Hittite woman led a life centered on home and family, she was far from powerless. In daily life, the partnership of husband and wife was crucial for survival. The inscription suggests mutual respect. A husband was expected to provide and protect for the wife, and in turn, the wives are described as running the house diligently. Now, the next part we're going to talk about is a bit of clothing and appearance standards. How do you spot a Hittite among the crowd? Their clothing reflected both their practical needs but also social customs. Surviving art and texts give us a fairly detailed idea of how they dressed. As for the men, They typically wore a kilt or a tunic as the basic garment. A common style was a knee-length tunic with short sleeves, belted at the waist with a strip of cloth or leather. In warm weather, a simple wraparound kilt, a bit like a skirt made of a rectangle of fabric, might be worn instead. The fabric was usually wool for cooler seasons, perhaps flax linen for summer. Women wore longer dresses, generally reaching the ankles. A woman's dress could be a wraparound garment, a sewn gown with sleeves perhaps. One typical depiction shows women in a kind of long tunic dress cinched with a belt, sometimes with a short cape or shawl over their shoulders. Importantly, a married woman veiled her hair in public. One Hittite word for a married woman was even synonymous with veiled one. As for this veil, it might have been a light cloth draped over the head and tied or simply left hanging, serving to signify her marital status, but also her modesty. As for the unmarried girls, they probably didn't cover their heads fully, but they might wear headscarves or headbands. Both men and women might don cloaks in colder weather, heavy woolen cloaks or mantles that could be pinned at the shoulder. There's evidence of colorful dyes being used as well. Hittite texts mention red, yellow, blue, green, black, and white garments. The wealthy could afford bright dyes, and even imported the coveted purple cloth from the region of Lesbos or the Levant, a luxury item in that era. And indeed it was. Actually, it was the most expensive. It's very difficult to get purple dye. Well, not these days. But back in those days it certainly was. The Hittites certainly had their own distinctive flair in dress. One famous item noted by historians is the shoe with the upturned toes. Hittite shoes or boots often had a curled-up tip, almost like think of it like a small horn at the toe. It could be seen on statues and carvings. These upturned shoes might have helped keep the toes from snagging on uneven ground. Or they might have simply just been a fashion statement of the time. I suppose we'll never know. Later, Greek legend even attributed such shoes to Trojan style, which likely derived from Hittite-influenced Anatolia. For practical daily use, footwear would be sturdy leather, or kind of low boots. The upturned feature perhaps more pronounced in the formal or elite attire, but the day-to-day was pretty much a sandal-type shoe. As for the men, they were usually clean-shaven, or they had short beards, according to Egyptian depictions of the Hittites and Hittite seal images. By the 13th century BCE, Hittite kings are shown with no beard at all, unlike many Mesopotamian kings, a trend that suggests clean-shavenness was preferred for a more dignified look. As for the hair, they kept that around shoulder length, sometimes with a ribbon or a band. Hittite women are shown with their hair very long, often reaching past the shoulders, either braided or gathered under a veil or scarf. Jewelry and adornment were pretty popular among most social classes. Everyone liked to display a bit of finery if they could afford it. Common people might wear simple strings of beads or copper bangles, whereas the upper class had access to things like gold, silver, precious stones. Excavations in Hittite levels have uncovered lots of faience and glass beads, carnelian and agate stones, and also bronze pins and earrings. The variety is pretty impressive. A typical Hittite woman of means might wear a necklace of beads, large hoop earrings, and pins to fasten her clothing, sometimes with decorative heads, etc., shaped like, flowers or animals, things like this. As for the men of higher status, they wore seal rings or pendants. The cylinder seal or stamp used to sign documents often hung on a cord round the neck or wrist. Hittite seals were beautifully engraved,
and served as both identification and jewelry. But clothing also denoted profession or role at times. For example, Hittite priests and priestesses wore distinctive garb during ceremonies, often long white robes, sometimes with peculiar hats too. There's also one famous Hittite image from a rock sanctuary that shows gods and goddesses, and by extension the priests representing them. And they've all got these tall, kind of conical hats and long robes. It's quite cool. Now, in daily life, a farmer might throw on a broad-brimmed hat of felt against the sun, or a soldier might don a leather helmet or a cloak before a journey. Practical concerns. A striking point is, however, how purely decorative clothing we see. Almost everything had a purpose. The layers of wool, the headscarves, the stout belts and shoes, they were all suited to a land of harsh weather, and for the majority of people, harsh work. So let's get away from that now and talk about the Hittite diet. And at the core of that was bread. So central, in fact, that the Hittite word for bread, ninda, simply meant food in general. Every Hittite household, all the way from the farmstead to the palace, was baking bread regularly. The grain of choice was wheat, especially emmer wheat. But if you couldn't get that, you'd make it out of barley. Dough was often leavened and baked in dome-shaped clay ovens. Flatbreads were also made on griddles and hot stones. There were many varieties of bread, as ancient Hittite texts do tell us. Sometimes mentioned include sour bread, perhaps made with a sourdough starter, flatbread, honey bread, and others with intriguing names like moon bread or spear bread. These last names hint at shapes. You can imagine spear bread, I suppose, as a kind of like a baguette, and moon bread as like a crescent-shaped roll, like a croissant, which actually means crescent, by the way. Well, another reminder too that even back then the bakers were getting creative. Bread could also be made from lentils or beans mixed into flour, yielding a different kind of loaf with a bit of extra nutrition. Such innovations might have been especially useful in years when grain was scarce, but legumes were plentiful. To accompany the bread, they also had a wide range of fruits and vegetables. From tablets, and archaeobotanical, that's a big word, archaeobotanical remains, we know that they had olives, grapes, figs, and pomegranates, Mediterranean staples that flourished in Anatolia's climate. They grew pulses like lentils, chickpeas, peas, and beans, which were crucial sources of nutrition. You could also put them into porridges and stews. Vegetables mentioned in records include cucumbers, leeks, onions, and garlic. A Hittite farmer's garden likely had leafy greens and herbs as well, though specifics are pretty scarce. One text refers to giant carrots, which might actually mean a type of thick parsnip or root. True orange carrots were a later development, by the way, but some root vegetables akin to carrots were present. These vegetables would be eaten in season to preserve them. Hittites could dry fruits like figs and grapes, making raisins, or store onions and garlic for months. Olives were pressed for their oil. Olive oil served for cooking, lamp fuel, and also ritual anointing. A pretty valuable commodity. Tablets list oil rations for workers or offerings to gods. Animal products rounded out the diet. The Hittites raised livestock such as cattle, goats, pigs, and sheep. From cows and goats they got milk, which they churned into butter, and likely made into cheese, though few specific descriptions of cheese survive. The ubiquity of dairying implies cheese or yogurt was a staple for storage of milk. Sheep and goats also provided meat, but meat was not an everyday fare for commoners. More often, Animals were kept for their secondary products: wool, milk. Well, you'd only slaughter them occasionally for festivals, sacrifices, or if they got too old. Still, when meat was on the menu, it could be mutton, goat, beef, or pork, as well as any wild game. Hunting supplemented the diet. The forests were filled with deer, boar, and wild fowl. The Hittites enjoyed hunting, and their nobility organized hunts for sport, for example, chasing deer or lions with spears. Common folk might set simple traps for birds or rabbits. There's evidence that even fish from rivers and lakes were consumed, though fish is rarely mentioned in texts. The region's rivers had carp and trout, which could be caught regularly too. With these ingredients, grains, vegetables, dairy, and meat, Hittite cooking created simple but pretty nourishing dishes. And then there was another thing too: the spices and the flavorings. In Hittite cuisine they had coriander and cumin as two notable examples. And one other example, of course, is honey. That played a special role as a sweetener. Honey was abundant enough in Hatti that it was not an overtly expensive thing. Indeed, an Old Kingdom law notes that honey bread sold for the same price as a portion of butter or lard, indicating that honey was readily available. The Hittites were skilled beekeepers too, so much that they have the earliest known laws for beekeeping. One law sternly decrees that if anyone steals a beehive, in former times the punishment was to expose the thief to bee stings, but now the penalty is a fine. A colorful law, that's for sure. Wouldn't want to be on the end of that one. Not only a quirky old punishment, but, also a later reform to a monetary fine. Perhaps a little bit of social progress. Still, it's pretty consistent with the Hittite tendency to replace these capital punishment with more fines and gentler ways of correcting people's unlawful behavior. For drinks, the Hittites had several options. Water was the default, drawn from wells or springs, but it was often unsafe or unpalatable alone, so people turned to brewed beverages. And like many of their Mesopotamians, beer was chief among them. They'd brew this from barley and emmer wheat. But the beer wasn't like our normal beer in modern times. This was pretty thick, almost like a porridge, sometimes drunk with a pretty thick straw, perhaps lightly fermented, a nourished beverage that could even children could consume in a diluted form, and the alcohol content wasn't really enough to affect anybody unless you really drank the whole thing, but your stomach could usually get full before you felt that. And then there was wine, too. That was common especially in the later period, when the Hittites controlled vineyards in Syria and Anatolia's Mediterranean coast. The Hittite word for wine, wiana, even entered other languages. They made red wine from grapes and stored it in large pottery jars. The average villager might only taste wine on special occasions, whereas the palace and temple stored vast quantities of it for feasts. Now, interestingly, texts refer to something called beer wine, which sounds like a bit of a mix between the two, or perhaps a stage of fermentation. Scholars aren't entirely sure what it was. It could have been a barley beer, brewed with a bit of grapes for flavor, or a term for mead or a cereal ale that had wine-like qualities. In any case, both beer and wine were beloved. A sober society the Hittites were not. Drinking to a bit of excess with wine was part of hospitality and ritual. There is evidence that they also drank milk, especially goat or sheep milk, and made it into yogurt-like drinks. For the more affluent, imported luxuries like oil of sesame for flavoring food or date syrup from Mesopotamia might be added to the pantry for a little bit of more exciting flavors. But you would tend to stick to the local stuff. Next, let's consider a few work occupations. Most Hittites, as we've seen, were farmers by necessity, but there were a few other occupations too. Let's start right at the top of that with the farmer. He, and often she as well, since women did labor in the fields, would rise at dawn. The cows need milking. The sheep need to be let out to graze early. Hittite farmers typically managed mixed farms, fields of grain or orchards plus herds of livestock. After the morning chores of feeding animals, a farmer might spend the day plowing if it's spring, weeding or irrigating in summer, harvesting in the late summer, or repairing tools or tending to vineyards in autumn. Seasonal rhythms dictated tasks: plow and sow by March, harvest by August, thresh by September. If he was fortunate to have hired help or slaves, those extra hands would join the work. In some cases, groups of farmers pooled labor. Well, they'd work in decent cooperation, much that is seen in a lot of traditional villages to this day. The Hittite farmer's toolkit included wooden plows, flint-bladed sickles, and axes for woodcutting. But he also had to be wary of pests too. Birds descending on ripened grain, or locust swarms. That could be quite the onion in the ointment, as we say. In any case, it was a tough life, but a respected one. One text calls farmers the backbone of the realm. And well, that's still true to this modern day. Next we have the weaver. In Hittite society, weaving and textile production were predominantly women's work, but crucial to the economy. A Hittite weaver, perhaps a housewife with her daughters or a group of women in a palace workshop, would spend hours each day spinning fibers and working the loom. The main fibers were wool from sheep and linen from flax. Spindle whorls, that is, small weights for a spinning thread, and loom weights for tension on upright looms, are among the most common artifacts you can find in Hittite ruins, showing just how ubiquitous this activity really was. A skilled weaver could produce fine cloth for garments or blankets, and maybe even more elaborate textiles for trade or temple offerings, things like that. Women might dye the yarn using natural dyes, madder root for red, indigo or woad for blue, onion skins or safflower for yellow, etc. Since texts do mention colored clothes, we know that they were doing this. In a typical day, a weaver could spin a few spools of thread and weave a few inches of fabric on a loom. Progress was pretty slow, so large orders, say for a new tapestry or a tent, would take weeks or months. Some women weavers worked under palace supervision, turning out standardized textiles as a form of tax obligation or labor service, kind of like how you'd give away a portion of your crop as a tax. Yet even in a small village, a woman's woven cloth could be a trade item. Surplus textiles might be bartered for food or metal tools. Notably, weaving was considered the quintessential female craft, and even mythology shows us the Hittite goddess Hanahana, perhaps analogous to the mother goddess, associated with weaving. It gave women a sphere of economic power. They ran what were essentially small businesses from their homes. Hittite laws fixed the prices of certain quality textiles, so as not to cheat weavers or customers. The existence of price controls showed that textiles were significant commodities, and Hittite weavers were skilled enough to produce surplus for market. So next we have the scribe, and only a few could proudly wear that title. A scribe's daily work depended on whom he served. In the town administration, a scribe might sit in the local governor's office and record grain deliveries, write letters about tax collection or troop movements, even draft legal contracts. Scribes were also vital in temples, documenting ritual events and managing inventories of offerings. So imagine a scribe at a desk, which in those days likely meant a board on his lap or a floor, with a lump of fresh clay and a stylus, often a trimmed reed in hand. He's composing an official letter to a neighboring town, inscribing cuneiform signs, line by line. Another tablet awaits him that might contain a marriage agreement or a court deposition that needs copying. The Hittite scribes wrote in several languages. They used Akkadian cuneiform for international letters, Hittite for domestic records, and even kept Sumerian logograms alive for certain religious or legal terms. This multilingual juggling was their expertise, but it was also quite a burden. The scribe's toolkit included clay tablets and a container of water to moisten the clay, as well as a wooden case, with waxed writing boards for quick notes, or accounts, that is. Indeed, Hittites also wrote on wooden tablets coated with wax, which haven't survived, unfortunately, but we've got mentions of them in texts. These might have been used for ephemeral records or teaching, since they could be erased and reused. The life of a scribe could be relatively comfortable. They were literate, thus somewhat elite, and might receive rations from the state. But it was also a life of meticulous labor and sometimes tedium. As far as we know from a charming detail, scribes, after exchanging many letters, would sometimes scribble personal greetings to each other at the bottom of official correspondence, asking about each other's health, things like that. Kind of an ancient pen pal phenomenon. It does show that the scribes formed a community across distances, injecting moments of humanity into their clay documents. The best scribes could rise pretty high, too. For instance, the chief scribe at the capital oversaw the royal archives and was thus pretty close to the king. But even an ordinary scribe in a provincial town held status. Villagers would seek him out or to read or write on their behalf. Whether it be a contract for land or an omen for the gods, everything was important. And very luckily for us, we have the scribes to thank for much of our insights into Hittite culture. Next we have the artisan and merchant. Hittite Anatolia had a range of craftspeople: potters, metal workers, carpenters, leather workers, etc. A potter would dig clay from riverbanks, refine it, and shape vessels on a simple turntable or wheel. And yes, the fast potter's wheel was known and used for finer wares. We found a few of them in archaeological digs. Then came the drying and firing of the pots in a kiln. Pottery found at Hittite sites range from plain cooking pots to beautifully burnished and painted ware. One common product was the pithos, a large storage jar which every household needed. So potters were never idle. There were always more orders coming in. Metal workers were also crucial. Bronze was the main metal, an alloy of copper and tin. It was used for weapons, tools, and jewelry. The Hittites are famous for early iron working as well. Although in the Bronze Age iron was still rare and mostly for prestigious objects. In a workshop in Hattusa's lower city, a bronzesmith, might spend his day casting axe heads or forging a new sword for a noble. Small workshops likely dotted the city, seal engravers carving delicate designs onto stones, woodworkers building wagon wheels or furniture, things like that. And then there was trade, too. That was part of daily life. The goods had to go somewhere, right? Merchants organized caravans that carried goods between cities and beyond the kingdom's borders. The Hittites conducted commerce via barter and weighted metals. Silver was a common medium of exchange. Also, ingots or rings were used to measure it out. A merchant in Hittite Anatolia could deal in anything from textiles to copper ore. Caravans of donkeys and ox carts laden with goods trudged along the roads, stopping at way stations, one of the earlier chapters of Anatolian history, the Old Assyrian colony period, around about 19th century BCE, had seen Assyrian merchants living in Kanesh, trading tin and textiles for Anatolian silver. By the Hittite Empire period, those trade networks evolved, but continued. Hittites imported tin for bronze, luxury goods, and exported wine, olive oil. They all started flowing in, perhaps a few fine crafted items as well. So a day in the life of a Hittite trader might involve haggling in a market, supervising pack animals, and carefully recording debts on clay tablets. And indeed, merchants could be literate, at least to a certain extent, practicalities concerned. Sometimes they'd hire scribes if they needed big jobs done. They might use metal weights, or coin-like chunks of silver by weight for transactions, since coinage was not quite around yet. Next up we have the soldier. Now, we gotta say with this that there wasn't really a permanent standing army in a modern sense, but there were professional corps troops and a feudal levy system. A Hittite soldier could be a commoner called up from his lands to fight for a season. If he was infantry, his daily life when not campaigning was similar to any farmer's. But when the campaign season was on, he trained and marched with his unit. If he was part of the chariot corps, well, he was an elite warrior, possibly from the noble class or specially trained. Training to be a charioteer involved learning to handle horses. There was a remarkable Hittite text by a horse trainer named Kikuli that details the 184-day training regimen for war horses. Indirectly, it also tells us about the rider's discipline. On a campaign, a soldier's day might start before dawn, packing gear, and marching off with bow, spear, or sword in hand. When not active in war, soldiers participated in royal hunts, or served as laborers on building projects. The Hittites placed great emphasis on order and obedience in their military ranks. One tablet of instructions to the royal bodyguard, for example, specifies their duties at night, likely to patrol and keep watch in shifts. Off the battlefield, the warrior's life included guarding border garrisons, perhaps escorting caravans to protect against bandits. It was a duty to the state that many took pride in. Hittite rulers praised loyal soldiers in records. But there was also a spiritual aspect. Before battle, soldiers partook in rituals to secure the gods' favor. And after the battle, they observed the purification, if exposed to bloodshed. That is, Hittites were very concerned about ritual purity. Thus, the soldier's daily regimen blended the physical and the ritual together. And next is a rather unique one, just to finish off this section. The wise woman, or the old woman, Munusugu in Hittite tablets as they call it, who was essentially a professional ritual practitioner and healer. Now, despite the name, she didn't have to be elderly. It was a title for a woman skilled in magic and divination. Her day might be called into action when a household had a misfortune, or when someone fell ill in a way thought to be caused by a curse or an evil spell. An old woman would arrive with a kit of ritual paraphernalia, maybe figurines, knotted cords, herbs, and sacrificial animals. She would perform ceremonies. For example, to cure a sick child, she might cut symbolic strings, recite incantations, and transfer the illness into a surrogate object, like a wax figure or a sacrificed animal. If a family was haunted by bad luck, she could conduct a ritual to banish witchcraft, which might involve burning certain, ingredients or hiding protective amulets around the house, this kind of thing. Old women also played major roles in state rituals. They were present at royal funerals and oaths, and kings consulted them for oracles. It is recorded that these old women could, quote, lift the spell from a bewitched army, or ensure that a plague would end by appeasing the gods. Thus, while on an average day, an old woman might be helping quarreling spouses with a domestic charm, on another day she could be leading a purification ritual for the king himself. These women had high status. They were learned in traditions, often literate in ritual texts, and highly respected. Essentially, they formed a guild of female clergy alongside the male priests. A day in their life was far removed from field labor. It was more about mental and spiritual labor. They fasted, they prayed, and they prepared elaborate rites. It just goes to show how work in Hittite society wasn't all manual or commercial. There were other spiritual concerns. Well, I think from these snapshots, we can see that Hittite occupations were quite diverse. Now, but one other interesting aspect is the use of forced or corvée labor for state projects. Hittite kings would draft the villagers to help build fortifications or roads. For example, constructing the great walls of Hattusa or digging ditches required thousands of hands. Tax records showed that communities were expected to send a certain number of laborers periodically. While this was a burden on daily life, it was normalized as part of the duty to the crown. And in exchange, everyone would get fed, so you give a little, you get a little. Alright, just before we go, let's talk a bit more about Hittite religion. We'll do a full video on it, but we can't really go past daily life without that. It's kind of a big deal. Now, the Hittites famously called their land the realm of 1,000 gods. It's kind of going to give you a bit of a hint as to whether or not they were polytheistic. Religion pervaded every aspect of life, not in a separate and pious compartment, but really woven into everyday routines, seasonal activities, and state affairs. To a Hittite, the natural world was alive with divinity. Every river, mountain, forest, and even every household hearth had a spirit or minor god, and they all deserved respect. At the popular level, the Hittites maintained household shrines, or at least sacred objects at home. Excavations in domestic areas have found small clay idols and libation vessels, which were likely used in private worship. A typical family might have a figurine of the storm god, since he was the one who brought the rain for the crops, or the sun goddess, perhaps an ancestral god also called the gods of the father or the mother. These would be honored with small offerings, a bit of beer poured out, a piece of bread, especially at mealtimes or on special occasions, the passage of a loved one from sickness to health, or the birth of a child, or even the completion of a house might prompt a family to sacrifice a small animal like a chicken or a pigeon in thanks, though the text more often mentioned larger state sacrifices. It's logical that in villages minor sacrifices happened too. And then there were dreams. You see, dreams were taken quite seriously. If you had a troubling dream, you might seek a ritual to avert whatever ill it portended. Might go back to that old woman we talked about. Pretty good job for her. Well, conversely, a good dream could be a direct message from the gods, and that's all good news. There's no need to panic in that case. Public worship centered on temples and festivals. Every city and town had temples. Hattusa boasted over 30 of them at its peak, including the huge temple of the storm god in the lower city. These temples were not just religious centers, but also hubs for economic matters. They were the ones who stored the grain and the oil, but they also employed the scribes, the musicians, the craftsmen, and, of course, the priests. Now, speaking of priests, a priest's daily life in a temple involved numerous rituals: morning and evening libations to the deity, care for a cult statue, and tending the sacred fire and oil lamps. Hittite religion was very ritualistic. They believed that properly performed rituals maintained cosmic order and the favor of the gods. There was improperly ones, well, you know what that's like. For example, each day at the temple of the storm god, priests would pour out libations of beer and wine, present bread and meat on the altar, and recite hymns or prayers written on clay tablets. The gods were thought to consume the essence of these offerings, after which the priests and temple staff often got to eat the remaining food. So the temple doubled as kind of a communal kitchen, I suppose, especially during big festivals. Now, what about the pantheon? Well, that was a rich tapestry of Hittite, Hurrian, Hattian, and even Mesopotamian deities. The chief deity was traditionally the storm god of Hatti and his consort, the sun goddess of Arina. But there were literally hundreds more. Gods of the underworld, agricultural gods, war gods, love goddesses, tutelary deities of gates, mountains. You name it, they had it. A common person probably didn't worship all 1,000 individually. That would, well, time would not permit it. But they would focus on a few local and personal patron deities. For instance, a farmer might be particularly devoted to Telepinu, a god of farming and fertility, praying to him for good crops. A soldier might favor the storm god of battle, for victory in war. That was a Teshub or Tarunt. Mothers revered Hanahana, when we had mentioned the mother goddess for protection of children, and so forth. But religion was not exclusive. The same person might make an offering to a river god before a journey, and then sacrifice to a household god at home, and also attend the city festival for the storm god. The Hittites were remarkably inclusive, even syncretistic. They identified foreign gods with their own and often adopted new gods from other cultures, earning them that moniker of the people of 1,000 gods. Well, next up we got festivals. They were quite the highlight of the religious calendar, and indeed, the highlight of the year for most citizens. The Hittite calendar had numerous festival days. Texts refer to 165 festivals in a year. Some big, most kind of small. Some were local village festivals. Others were empire-wide. Among the grandest were these spring festivals, one called Antasum, possibly the Crocus or Spring Festival, and the Puruli Festival, to celebrate spring's triumph over winter. In the fall, they had a harvest or festival of haste, which they likely gave thanks for the crops. And there was a gatehouse festival in autumn as well, whose details are obscure, but might have marked the year's end or purification of the city gates. During these major festivals, normal work stopped or was reduced. People prepared special foods. The gold statues of gods were paraded outside their temples in lavish processions. For example, during a storm god festival, the statue of the deity, a golden or wooden idol, would be taken out on a chariot, accompanied by priests, musicians playing lyres and drums, and perhaps dancers in costume. The whole community gathered to watch and participate. Great feasts were held. Oxen, sheep, and goats were sacrificed in numbers, and everyone got to eat a little bit of protein. Barrels of beer and wine were opened freely. The texts mention music, dance, and even sports contests at these festivals. One can imagine a lively scene, youths competing in foot races or wrestling matches to entertain the crowd and honor the gods, while families picnic on the grassy fields outside the city. For many commoners, the festivals were not only sacred events, but rare opportunities for leisure and celebration. And finally, magic and divination. They were another part of daily life. When confronted with uncertainty, the Hittites turned to oracular methods. They had professional augurs and diviners who could read omens from the flight of birds or the entrails of sacred animals. A clay liver model found in Hattusa shows how priests would inspect a sheep's liver for odd marks, interpreting them as messages from the gods.
For commoners, perhaps a simpler form of divination was used, tossing bread or observing the behavior of sacred birds kept at temples. The outcome of such divinations could directly affect the daily plans, i.e. someone would say, well, the omens say it's unlucky to plant today, so I suppose we'll just wait until tomorrow. It's a very interesting way of getting yourself out of work for the day, isn't it? Well, the Hittite belief in dreams as omens we mentioned meant that if a person had a vivid or disturbing one, they might go to a temple and report it to get a priest's interpretation. In some recorded cases, kings had dreams that they thought were communications from gods and adjusted their policies accordingly. We can be sure villagers likewise paid heed to such things, attributing a nightmare perhaps to an angry ancestor or a god requiring just that little bit more attention. In any case, I think that's all we're going to talk about today for daily life in Hittite Anatolia. So what do you think? Would you like to be a Hittite? Well, maybe we're a little bit past that now. You can go to Hattusa, though. At least, what's left of it. It could be a fun time. There's also Gobekli Tepe, Catalhoyo, a few other sites. In any case, I'm going to go to bed, because I'm tired. Gonna go have a little sleep. Thank you for listening. Do the like, comment, subscribe thing, and have a look at this list of lovely people we've got here who are keeping everything ad-free. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and I will see you whenever you come back. Lots of love to you all. Good night. In the ancient land of Sumer, over 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia's fertile river valleys, the institution of kingship was infused with a divine mystique. The Sumerians believed that when kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was first in Eridu. What does that mean? Effectively, it means that royal authority itself originated as a gift of the gods. Thus, to be a Lugal, a king in Sumer, was to be chosen as the steward of the patron deities, not just a human political figure. And thus life as a Sumerian king straddled the boundary between the mortal and the divine. These earliest kings of city-states like Uruk, Ur, Kish, and Lagash lived in a world just emerging from prehistory, a world of the first cities, the first writing, and eventually the first empires. It was a life filled with lavish ceremony, weighty responsibility, and occasionally a little bit of drama. A story that needs to be told. Luckily for us, we have enough written records and archaeology to get a pretty good idea of what the life of a Sumerian king would have been like. So, spend the next hour or so with me, and we can get a good understanding as we travel back in time. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what time it is in your part of the world and where you're listening from. And we should as well acknowledge that this channel is 100% ad-free due to the contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional visit to the merch store, and of course the occasional donation. All links can be found in the pinned comment and the video and channel description, if you are inclined to find them. But if you are not, well, just enjoy the video and give it a like and subscribe. You know the drill. Anyway, let's begin. Well, what exactly was life like in general back then? I mean, we're talking 3000 to 2000 BCE, as the world of Sumer, which is, southern Mesopotamia in what is now Iraq. It wasn't a unified place, more a patchwork of city-states, and each one of them had their own patron deity and ruling dynasty. It wasn't until later times when things would get a little bit more unified. Now we got cities such as Eridu, Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Nippur, and Kish that rose from those marshy floodplains between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. They are often called the cradle of civilization, and for quite good reason. They were the ones who really took on the new technologies of writing, law, and urban life. Now, in Sumerian belief, rulership was not arbitrary human assent, but a divine institution. Kingship descended from heaven. The Sumerian king list, an ancient chronicle compiled around 1800 BCE, opens with gods granting kingship to the first cities before a great flood. It then catalogues generations of kings, some with implausibly long reigns of hundreds or even thousands of years, blurring myth with a bit of history, which, to be honest with you, is my favorite kind. That's why I like ancient Greece and Sumer and all of that. It's walks a bit of a thin line, you know? Well, for example, the kings list names Etana of Kish, quote, the one who ascended to heaven on an eagle. It then goes on to name Gilgamesh of Uruk, the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, both of these as rulers who reigned in the early dynastic period. These legendary accounts convey the idea that Sumer's first kings were culture heroes ordained by the gods. Historically, by around 2500, the Sumerian city-states were ruled by mortal kings, who left archaeological footprints of their own. Early inscriptions mention kings such as Mebaragesi of Kish, who, quote, carried away the weapons of Elam in victory, and of course again Gilgamesh of Uruk, credited with building Uruk's walls, which were famously formidable. While each city-state had its own king, there was fierce competition for supremacy. The king list often says hegemony passed from one city to another. For instance, after a flood, it notes kingship re-established at Kish and then later transferred to Uruk, and so on and so forth. This hints at periods when one city's king dominated a region. In fact, the king of Kish became a coveted designation implying leadership over all Sumer, even if it was primarily symbolic. Sumerian kings were thus aware of existing in a lineage of rulers stretching back to mythical times, and they sought divine sanction to legitimize their rule among peers. Crucially, kingship was also entwined with religion. One cannot go without the other. The king was often considered chosen by the chief deity of the city, through omens or divine favor. One text describes the gods Enlil and An, the chief Sumerian gods of earth and sky, decreeing a great destiny for King Ur-Nammu of Ur, effectively beaming at him approvingly and selecting him as a king. Aspiring kings sometimes claimed the gods physically chose them. Ur-Nammu says Enlil picked him by extipacy, on an auspicious day, that is by reading a sacrificial liver. Now this divine mandate was the bedrock of the king's authority. The politics of Sumer could be unstable to say the least, and a king's life was often marked by wars and alliances with neighboring cities. For example, around 2500 BCE, Einatum of Lagash led his armies to victory over the rival city of Umma in a conflict over the fertile borderland. His triumph is recorded on the famous Stele of the Vultures, a stone carving showing vultures plucking at the corpses of Umma's soldiers as Einatum marches ahead of his phalanx. The inscription, which is fragmentary today, I know, it's a shame, right, suggests that Einatum credited the god Ningirsu for the victory and claimed kingship over the land. Such events illustrate that a Sumerian king's life could pivot from ritual to battlefield, and back again. In peacetime, He was the pious shepherd leading his people. In war, the ferocious warrior hero. This dual identity was encapsulated in the common royal epithet, shepherd of the black-headed people. The Sumerians called themselves black-headed, by the way, and implies that the king's protective pastoral care was there as well as his leadership. It was said that the gods expected a king to defend his flock like a shepherd defending a sheep from lions. And indeed, early kings even staged ritual lion hunts to demonstrate bravery and divine favor. A tradition began by the priest-kings of Uruk and continued by Mesopotamian rulers for a millennia. And as we see at the dawn of our history, the Sumerian king stood as an extraordinary figure, sanctified by myth, yet governing real cities and people. He resided in palaces, i.e. the Sumerian gal means big house, by the way, which emerged alongside temples as power centers. He was surrounded by attendants, advisors, generals, and priests, but unlike later absolute monarchs, early Sumerian rulers had to consult with city assemblies or noble councils at times, as hinted in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which portrays Gilgamesh seeking counsel of Uruk's elders. We see in the record that some kings boasted of uniting these often fractious city-states into a broader realm. Ur-Nammu of Ur, for instance, around 2100, claimed the title King of Sumer and Akkad, heralding a brief Sumerian empire. But whether reigning over one city or many, the king's legitimacy always rested on fulfilling the sacred and practical duties expected of that good shepherd appointed by the gods. After all, you wouldn't want to disappoint them, wouldn't you? Alright, so we know the general situation. Let's get into the most, well, perhaps one of the foremost roles of the Sumerian king, and that is that of the high priest and chief servant of the gods. It wasn't all sitting around and eating wine or eating grapes and drinking wine like the movies, not at all. They had things to do. You see, in Sumerian culture, each city was believed to belong to its patron deity. The city's temple was the god's house, quite in a literal sense in spiritual terms, and the king was essentially the estate manager on the deity's behalf. Kings often bore religious titles too. For example, the ruler of Lagash might be called Ensi, meaning governor or priestly ruler under the city god. Early on, kingship likely evolved from priestly leadership. The king was expected to lead or at least sponsor all major religious rituals and festivals. This meant performing temple sacrifices, libations, and prayers to ensure the gods' favor upon the land. We've even got royal inscriptions that we've found where kings present themselves as the beloved of the gods. For example, I am Shulgi, beloved of Ninlil, endowed with strength by Ninurta, showing that their right to rule was indeed divinely sanctioned. One Sumerian king even has King Shulgi of Ur declare himself the man whose fate was decided by Enlil, and a faithful provider of lavish offerings to all the gods. The king was basically the religious figurehead of the state, responsible for maintaining Meh, the divine order or cosmic balance. Think about it kind of like Ma'at in the Egyptian sense. Now, temple building was thus a sacred duty and a lifelong preoccupation of Sumerian kings. Almost every king's year annals and inscriptions proudly record construction or renovation of temples for gods. Archaeologically, we find that city temples like the White Temple of Uruk or the Ziggurat of Ur were often built in stages by successive kings. A remarkable artifact, the foundation figure of King Ur-Nammu of Ur from around 2100 BCE, quite literally illustrates this pious duty. It is a small bronze statue of the king, carrying a basket of earth or bricks on his head, dressed in a humble loincloth. In the inscription on its base, Ur-Nammu proclaims that he built and restored the temple of Inanna in Uruk, quote, for his lady, the goddess. Now it's a pretty powerful image, I think. A mighty king, depicted not in this classy light, but just as a laborer heaving around construction materials. It's perhaps not what was happening in reality, but more of a pious metaphor. The king taking on the work of the building of the god's house. Well, many kings placed such figures in or inscribed clay cones into the foundation of temples, and by doing so, they left their name for all eternity in these sacred structures. For the Sumerians, building a temple was not an act of vanity, but of devotion. Kings often claimed the god ordered them to build it, sometimes in a dream. King Gudea of Lagash, from around 2125 BCE, famously recorded that the god Ningirsu appeared to him and instructed the design of the great temple. Gudea describes consulting omens, bringing special wood, stone, and precious materials from distant lands, and employing the whole city in the temple's construction. Upon completion, Gudea held days of feasting and led a procession to invite the deity's spirit to dwell in the new sanctuary. Such projects were at the core of a king's sacred obligation. The king also acted as the chief officiant in seasonal festivals. In Uruk, the Akitu New Year festival likely involved the king in rituals of sacred marriage, symbolically ensuring fertility of the land by ritually marrying the goddess, often represented by a high priestess. And while details from Sumer are scant, later Mesopotamian traditions, which built on Sumerian ones, suggest that the king and the priestess would often enact the union of the god Dumuzi, a dying and rising fertility god or deified king, with the goddess Inanna. We know that Sumerian rulers took titles connecting them to deities. Gilgamesh was called brother of the sun god Utu, and later kings like Shulgi were even declared divine in their own right. By the third dynasty of Ur, 2100 to 2000 BCE, kings such as Shulgi and his successors were openly venerated in temples, with cult statues and offerings effectively establishing a royal cult during their lifetime. And this was a significant development. Earlier Sumerian kings were not typically worshipped as gods. They were divinely chosen, but not incarnations. However, Shulgi, after decades of prosperous reign, assumed the status of a god-king. One text refers to offerings for the divine Shulgi. Now that being said, even divine kingship was framed as being a servant of greater gods. In royal inscriptions, Shulgi, Urnamu, and others frequently call themselves, quote, the beloved shepherd of goddess Ninhursag, or trustworthy farmer of Enlil. The king's divine right was always conditional on honoring deities through prayers, offerings, and, don't forget, just rule. It is hard to overstate the time and resources that a king devoted to spiritual upkeep of his realm. The king sponsored temple economies, providing endowments of land, livestock, and workers to the temple. By doing so, he ensured the god's statues were clothed and fed with regular offerings, an expensive but vital duty, since a hungry god could abandon the city. And, well, then you've got all sorts of problems on your hands, don't you? We find administrative tablets recording deliveries of grain, beer, and sheep to temple storerooms, all offerings in the king's name. Kings also took part or supervised rituals to avoid disasters, for example, performing exorcisms or lamentations if the land was struck by drought or eclipse, seen as a divine displeasure. In one instance, when the city of Uruk was threatened, the king, possibly Utu Hengal of Uruk, is said to have led the populace in reciting the great hymn to Inanna seeking her aid. The blending of the roles is pretty clear. The Sumerian king was both priest and monarch, and he expected to maintain what they called meh, the right order of the universe, by satisfying the gods. But if he failed, the gods could withdraw their mandate, often evidenced by misfortunes befalling the kingdom. But beyond his temple duties, a Sumerian king was the supreme authority in matters of law and justice. Kings derived part of their legitimacy from being seen as protectors of justice, bringing order to human society, just as they brought divine order. In fact, some of the earliest law codes in history come from the Sumerian kings. The oldest known is the Code of Ur-Nammu, which predates Hammurabi's laws by centuries. In fact, the Code of Ur-Nammu is around 2100 BCE. King Ur-Nammu's legal code, portions of which still survive on clay tablets, proclaims in its prologue that he, quote, established equity in the land, he banished malediction, violence, and strife. It sets forth laws and their corresponding punishments, notably favoring fines over brutal retaliation. For example, if a man caused another man's eye to be lost, the code ordained a payment of silver, rather than the old eye for an eye, vengeance seen in later Semitic law. Similarly, Ur-Nammu's code fixed monetary compensation for injuries, and even for a case of divorce or adultery. This approach suggests the king's aim was to standardize justice and reduce blood feuds by placing legal authority into the hands of the state and not the aggrieved families. It is notable, too, that one of Ur-Nammu's year names was titled Year Ur-Nammu Made Justice in the Land, indicating how central this was to his royal reputation. And yes, by the way, you'll find on documents like the King's List that many of the years are actually not so much named in numerical terms, but more about the events that happened in that year, which I think makes it quite interesting. In any case, kings were often depicted as judges of their people. In art and texts, the king sits on a throne presiding over cases or pronouncing verdicts. One hymn of Shulgi describes him as the knowledgeable judge who strikes down the wicked, claiming that under his watch wickedness cannot pass unnoticed. While such language is probably propagandistic, there is evidence of a real royal judicial activity. Excavated tablets from city archives include reports of lawsuits and verdicts, sometimes invoking the king's name. Kings appointed official judges or governors to handle routine cases, but the toughest of disputes or any crime involving the temple or state property might be escalated all the way up to the palace. One illustration of that comes from the letters of the Ur-3 kings. One letter from King Shulgi to a governor sternly orders him to reopen a case of stolen silver, because the initial handling was unjust. In another, Shulgi warns an official against harboring fugitives or showing leniency to rebels. The king reminds him that only the king can pardon such offenses. These letters, part of the royal correspondence archives, reveal a king actively supervising the administration of justice and demanding accountability from his subordinates. And they close with formulas like, "Now my king is informed," or the king writing, "It is urgent," showing again that royal orders in justice were expected to be executed at haste. Now, importantly, Sumerian kings portrayed their laws not as arbitrary edicts, but as the fulfillment of divine will. In the prologue to the later Code of Lipit Ishtar from 1930 BCE, but in the Sumerian tradition, the king says the gods tasked him to, quote, bring well-being to the Sumerians and Akkadians, and establish justice in the land. This tradition likely harks back to earlier kings like Uruk of Lagash from around 2350, who is known for instituting social reforms described in his inscriptions. Uruk Reform Decree, often hailed as the first recorded attempt at social justice, complains of abuses by officials and priests against the poor, and lists measures to curb corruption. Uruk claims that he, quote, dismissed corrupt officials, established fair prices and taxes, and decreed that the widow and orphan would no longer be at the mercy of the powerful. One evocative line from his Liberty Cone inscription says he acted so that, quote, the orphan or widow to the powerful will not be subjugated. Earlier, Enmetana of Lagash, that was Uruk predecessor, by the way, had a similarly freed citizens from debts and obligations that forced some of them into servitude. Enmetana's tablet records, quote, a remission of obligations in Lagash. He returned the child to its mother, and the mother to her child. Well, this basically means that he cancelled debt slavery and allowed families to reunite. Tellingly, the Sumerian word amargi, which was used for obligations, meaning return to mother, came to signify freedom or manumission. Now, this concept of royal debt forgiveness became a periodic policy by Mesopotamian kings. Later Babylonian and Assyrian rulers too would declare debt cancellations in time of crisis, but the Sumerians appear to have pioneered it as a royal prerogative to restore the social equilibrium. But what drove these kings to act as reformers? Partly genuine concern for order, and partly savvy politics. You see, by protecting commoners from excessive exploitation, a king could strengthen loyalty to the throne and undercut his aristocratic rivals. Sumerian kings uniquely cast themselves as the champions of the people against the greedy elite. And this was extraordinary, in a time when power usually aligned strictly with the wealthy and noble classes. Yet the king himself relied on those same elites. Temple priests, wealthy merchants, nobles. He had to have them somewhat in his pocket for support. So royal rhetoric about defending the poor might have been a double-edged sword. It projected the king as a ruler upholding divine justice, while subtly reminding the elites that their privilege was not absolute. In practice, a Sumerian king's court likely heard petitions from all levels of society. Subjects might appeal to the king in the case of unjust treatment by officials or creditors. For example, if a man's field was seized unlawfully by a governor, he might travel to the palace gate in Ur or Lagash and loudly petition the king, or the crown prince or vizier for redress. Kings also periodically toured their realm to dispense justice. Shulgi claims to have traversed Sumer to inspect canals and hear disputes personally. The imagery of the king as the ultimate judge is vividly seen in art. Stelae show kings like Ur-Nammu depicted larger than others, often with one hand raised, possibly in a gesture of giving verdict or assurance of order. But in daily life, the king delegated much of the legal administration to others. There were scribes and judges in each city's tribunal, but the laws in force were royal laws, and significant legal decisions were issued as royal decrees, often commemorated in year names, etc. The year Shu Sin abolished the tax on fishery. By the way, Shu Sin was Ur-Nammu's son. A name like that might be one of a year. Just an example. While a king's reign was remembered as just or unjust, depending on how well he lived up to the idea of maintaining the straight paths of the land, a Sumerian phrase for just governance. Tablets from the Ur-3 period refer to the king's responsibility to not let the strong oppress the weak, echoing the standard royal ideology. And indeed, later Mesopotamian monarchs from Hammurabi to the Persian kings would continue to invoke this Sumerian ideal in their own inscriptions. So, to sum all that up, life as a Sumerian king meant carrying on one's shoulders the supreme duty of both lawgiver and judge, to create the semblance of fairness in a world that could easily fall into complete chaos. This was seen as part of the king's sacred compact. As the sun god Udu granted light and justice, the king was his agent on earth to shine light on injustice and ultimately rectify it. But then there is that metaphor of the king as a shepherd. It's not only spiritual, but in terms it's kind of economic. You see, the king was expected to ensure that prosperity and sustenance of their people would keep going, quite literally to keep the flock fed, watered, and safe. So in practical terms, this meant overseeing agriculture, water management, and the redistribution of resources. Sumer's bounty depended on irrigation canals channeling the Tigris-Euphrates waters to the fields of barley, dates, and vegetables. One of the king's primary tasks was to build and maintain these canals and reservoirs. All Sumerian kings built canals for irrigation and transportation, and by doing so, they turned barren plains into fertile croplands. For instance, King Ur-Nammu records in an inscription, quote, "I drained the marshes and controlled the waters. I straightened the road from north to south," boasting that under his rule the fields yielded good crops, with barley so tall, quote, "it rises to the chest of the farmer." And once again, using that Sumerian saying, the straight roads. These are probably propagandistic flourishes, kind of like at the end of the year where the president or the prime minister will get up and spruik their achievements and everyone rolls their eyes. But in this case they are supported by the fact that Ur-Nammu did actually sponsor major canal projects. In any case, another king, Lipit Ishtar, was praised in a hymn as the one who, quote, "made the grasses abundant and the grain plentiful." The king's epithet, farmer of the land, was as important as mighty warrior. Because irrigation was vital and also collective, a king had to coordinate large labor forces for digging and dredging canals. Sumerian society had a system of corvée labor. Citizens owed a certain amount of labor to the state each year for digging canals, building city walls, etc. And the king's administrators oversaw this workforce. One royal letter from Shulgi to an official admonishes him to ensure that workers are diligently cleaning the canals and not shirking their duties. Very serious how canal maintenance was taken. Now, if an irrigation canal became clogged with silt, it could ruin the harvest of multiple villages. Kings sometimes named years after the opening of a new canal. And these projects were celebrated because they literally brought life. Water equals life, right? Sumerian art sometimes depicts the king with streams or flowing water. Notably, statues of Gudea show water gushing from a vase he holds, symbolizing bringing fertility. One inscription says, "Gudea made the waters of Lagash flow like the Tigris." And in a sense, the king acted like a chief engineer of the early state. Hand in hand with irrigation was the duty to ensure ample food supply and prevent famine. Sumerian kings took pride in stockpiling grain in state granaries for lean times and organizing distribution when necessary. The archives from Shulgi's reign reveal a well-run economy. Standard weights and measures were implemented, and royal granaries kept track of harvests and disbursements. There's an old hymn, too, that put it in a more poetic way. Because of me, the king, the fields of barley are resplendent. The people eat splendid food. The king's name was associated with plenty. We also see that kings tried to keep key prices and wages stable. Uruk reforms, for instance, set limits on what temple priests could charge for religious services like funerals and weddings, and regulated the fees for hiring oxen or boats. And this suggests that kings paid attention to the everyday economy, not just the grand infrastructure. The Sumerian king had to also be a manager of the state's resources. Large estates of land, including fields, orchards, and herds of livestock, were considered the property of the crown or temple, and the king allocated these to officials or used them to support craftsmen and soldiers. In many cases, the palace and temple were intertwined economic units. The king often acted through the temple to redistribute food and goods as offerings or rations. Tablets from Ur-3 show monthly rations of barley, oil, and wool being given out to laborers and craftsmen. Essentially an early form of state ration systems, with the king as the ultimate guarantor that laborers would be well fed. Royal decrees sometimes even cancelled debts or grain loans to relieve burdens on farmers, as we noted with Etmatana and Urakagina, which in turn kept the agricultural workforce stable but also loyal. Sumerian kings even took credit for ensuring some of the more enjoyable staples of life, beer and bread. A colorful bit of text claims that Sumerian kings, quote, built breweries, guaranteeing their subjects a steady supply of beer. And beer was indeed the daily drink of Sumer, brewed from barley and safer than water at the best of times. A king who ensured abundant beer was truly taking care of his people. But don't think it was one of those things that people drank to get drunk. It had a very low alcohol content, maybe like 0.5 to 1%. You're barely going to get much out of that, aren't you? It was more about the drinking something cleaner. In any case, the standard of Ur from around 2600 BCE, a famous mosaic artifact, has a peace panel. It shows a royal banquet. Rows of servants bring fish, animals, jugs of drink, while the king and elites toast to their prosperity. This scene likely reflects a ritual feast celebrating a successful harvest or victory. On the standard's lower register, common folk carry provisions and lead animals, symbolizing the land's productivity. And on the top, register the king, a figure larger than others, drinking with a lyre-playing musician behind him. Well, in essence, the message is that under a good king's guidance, the land yields bounty, and everyone, all the way from the king down to the peasant, can enjoy that. The king's duty was to make this ideal a reality. Now, trade and commerce were also in the king's purview. Sumer lacked many raw materials, no forests for timber, no large stone quarries. They had a few metal ones, but, pretty scarce. Thus, the kings organized long-distance trade to acquire luxuries and essentials. They sent merchants or emissaries via caravans and boats to places like Dilmun in Bahrain, Magan in Oman, Meluha in the Indus Valley, all in search of copper, gold, carnelian, lapis, and fine woods. Cuneiform records from the city of Ur mention royal agents arranging shipments of copper from Magan and trading textiles or grain in return. One letter from the last Ur-3 king, that is Ibi-Sin, to a general, Ishbi-Era, famously invokes purchasing huge quantities of grain from abroad to alleviate a famine, showing a king grappling with supply chain issues during the crises. The king thus could be seen as a chief trader. negotiating tribute or trade agreements. In some cases, foreign lands sent gifts, really diplomatic trade, to Sumerian kings, like timber from Lebanon or diorite stone from Arabia, which kings like Gudea used to carve their statues. Gudea, in his inscriptions, thanks the gods that, quote, the foreign lands brought him their resources for building the temple, listing wood from Amanus, stone from Magan, etc. But perhaps the most human aspect of a king's economic role was responding to hardships like famine or flood. A clay tablet from Lagash records how a king distributed emergency grain rations during a bad year. And in mythic poetry, kings are remembered for saving their people from starvation. Gilgamesh in one poem is said to have opened his storehouse during a famine. Conversely, if a king mismanaged land, the consequences were dire. Crops failed, hunger spread, and the people might blame the king for angering the gods. Give you an example. The fate of King Ibisin of Ur, 2028 BCE. Under his reign, Ur's power began to wane away, not completely collapse, but it was not looking good. A famine struck and grain prices skyrocketed beyond what ordinary people could afford. Letters from governors at the time describe people eating grass or just starving. Eventually, Ur fell to invaders, the Elamites, and chronicles portray Ibisin as having lost the mandate due to inability to provide for Sumer. Now, the argument is, of course, whether the Elamite invaders would have been able to take out that city without the famine. But it certainly didn't help. In any case, it serves to show that a Sumerian king's reputation and survival depended greatly on his success as the steward of the land and the caretaker of his people's welfare. You do a bad job, you get fired. Well, while the king's peacetime roles were priestly and administrative, he also bore the title of Supreme War Leader. And in fact, many scholars believe that the office of the king, Lugal, literally meaning big man, okay then, emerged in early Sumer when leadership was needed to defend cities in war. Life as a Sumerian king, therefore, often meant a life of combat, or at least in military preparedness. The king was commander-in-chief of the army, which could consist of professional soldiers and citizen militia levied from the farming population. Sumerian armies were not large by later standards, but they were well organized. A typical city's forces included infantry with spears and copper helmets, archers and primitive chariots, more properly heavy four-wheeled chariots drawn by donkeys or onagers, that could charge the enemy and disrupt formations. Kings took pride in their martial prowess. They often styled themselves as mighty men appointed by war gods. For example, Einatum of Lagash called himself the net of Ningirsu, his war god, that ensnared the enemy. Shulgi of Ur claimed to have personally run 100 miles in a day between temples, and but also to be a formidable archer and warrior without equal. His words, right? Many royal hymns are essentially victory songs, thanking the gods for granting triumph in battle. The symbolism of the king as a provocateur is vividly shown in art like the Stele of the Vultures and the Standard of Ur. On the Standard of Ur's war panel, we see in one register the king standing among his soldiers as prisoners are presented. The lower register shows the Sumerian chariots charging at full gallop, their wheels scything down foes, and infantrymen advancing over fallen enemies. Now, this artifact encapsulates the royal ideology of war, the king as the embodiment of the city's might, leading from the front and bringing the enemy to heel. After such victories, kings would often dedicate trophies to the gods. Einatum, for example, deposited weapons from his defeated enemies in the temple of Ningirsu, and erected his stele as a monument to divine-sanctioned victory. Sumerian inscriptions frequently credit the gods with martial successes. Yet, they do not hide the king's personal glory in battle. Kings were expected not only to win wars, but also to fortify and defend their cities. The city walls of Uruk, Ur, and others were continually maintained and expanded under royal orders. Ur-Nammu's foundation figure inscription also notes that he built the city walls and the first ziggurats. These ziggurat towers could double as watchtowers. The year names of Shulgi include building a massive defensive wall across Mesopotamia's frontier. The wall against the Amorites he constructed to keep out the nomadic incursions. One letter from Shulgi's correspondence hears a report about securing fortresses on the empire's border and demands rapid completion of a certain fortress. It ends with Shulgi's command, "It is urgent," showing again how pressing the border defense was to him. Additionally, kings had to keep internal order against banditry or rebellion. Another Ur-3 letter has an official assuring the king that the bandits and brigands have been cleared from the roads, which implies the king's troops engaged in internal policing to make the travel and trade systems safe. Thus, the king's protective role was both external and internal. But military campaigns could dominate a king's yearly agenda, especially in the dry season after harvest when armies could march. A king might lead his troops to conquer a neighboring city, or to suppress a revolt in a subject town. Victory often meant not just glory, but economic gain. Tribute, slaves, resources, you'd get it all. For example, if Lagash defeated Umma, the king of Lagash might carry off herds of cattle or impose a heavy tribute of grain. Some conquered cities were forced to acknowledge the victor as suzerain, perhaps even to worship the victor's gods in addition to their own, a way to cement political subordination with religious hierarchy. Sumerian warfare could of course be quite brutal. The stele of vultures shows vultures picking at the enemy corpses, and captives being trampled. Yet kings portrayed themselves as just conquerors. One early king, Etana of Kish, is described as, quote, "the one who consolidated all the lands," implying that unifying via conquest was a noble act that brought peace. Similarly, Einatum claimed his wars ultimately enforced the god's justice in the land. His inscriptions say the conflict with Umma was over proper boundaries set by gods. And we also see instances of kings forging diplomatic ties, a carrot and a stick. Marriage alliances were one tool. A king might marry a daughter to the ruler of a neighboring city to secure peace. For instance, historical records indicate that a daughter of the king of Kish married the king of Ur as part of a treaty. Another strategy was confederation under a single strong king. You see, after generations of war, King Utu Hengal of Uruk and Ur-Nammu of Ur cooperated to expel the foreign Gutian invaders around the 2100 BCE period, and then Ur-Nammu took over as king of a reunified Sumer. This event was remembered as a restoration of order. Ur-Nammu, quote, helped wipe out the name of Gutium, who filled Sumer with wickedness. It highlights that kings also had to contend with the constant threat of invasions from outside. A Sumerian king's life was thus partly spent on guard, building coalitions of defenses against these looming dangers. And the end of Sumerian rule itself came when Ur, the last stronghold, was sacked by Elamite forces around 2004 BCE, illustrating that even vigilant kings could eventually be overwhelmed. Now, despite the grim realities, royal propaganda often cast war in almost ritual terms. The king was likened to Ninurta, the warrior god, or to a raging storm or a lion. Of course, between all the campaigns, the kings drilled their troops and kept garrisons. But there was a ceremonial aspect to the king's martial role. He participated in military parades and hunting. Hunting wild bulls or lions in peacetime was a royal sport that symbolized dominance over nature and enemies. We have an early depiction from Uruk of a king hunting lions with a bow. Later Mesopotamian kings continued this tradition famously, and these events served both as training and propaganda. It showed the king as fearless and strong. The Sumerian term for heroism was tied to kingship. You see, the word lugal itself carried connotations of strength. Some kings even took names reflecting might. One king of Uruk was named Ensha-Kushana, which may mean Lord of all power, or something like that. But what about when they're not in the temple or the battlefield? Well, when they were doing that, the Sumerian king spent much of his life within the palace, administering his court and kingdom. Archaeology has uncovered portions of palaces at sites like Kish, Mari, which is slightly later but illustrative, and the Ur-3 palace at Ur. These royal complexes were sizable with numerous rooms for official business, storage spaces, workshops, barracks, and the royal family's private quarters. The Sumerian palace was bustling with activity, a microcosm of the state. High officials, scribes, ambassadors from other cities, craftsmen, and servants constantly went in and out. The king's daily routine would involve holding audience, hearing reports from governors of outlying towns, adjudicating important disputes, and receiving envoys or messengers. For example, the tablets from the Mari archives, although Mari is not Sumer proper, its royal practices in the Old Babylonian period, likely inherited Sumerian traditions, but they show kings meeting foreign envoys with gifts and letters. In early Sumer, we have evidence that rulers exchanged gifts too. The treasure found in the royal tombs of Ur includes precious items from far lands that may have been tribute or royal gifts. The royal court included the queen or queens, princes, princesses, advisors, generals, and a host of specialized attendants. There was the cup-bearer, a high official who served drink, but also acted as a confidant. Interestingly, Sargon of Akkad, who later conquered Sumer, is said to have begun as a cupbearer to the king of Kish. There were scribes who recorded everything too. Inventory of palace storerooms, drafts of the king's letters, astrological observations, etc. The kings prized literacy and learning. One telling boast by King Shulgi is that he was not only a mighty warrior, but also skilled at reading tablets. He could even compose songs. Shulgi, in his self-praise hymns, claims he could, quote, write tablets, solve mathematical calculations, and debate with scholars. And this suggests that, at least by his era, high culture was part of royal life. The palace employed learned men. Scribal schools called edubas sometimes operated under royal patronage to train the next generation of administrators. There's even a delightful Sumerian school text where a model student is presented before King Shulgi to display his wisdom, and Shulgi rewards him, indicating the king took an active interest in education and the propagation of scribal arts, since literate bureaucracy strengthened the kingdom. Ceremonial occasions at court were frequent too. The king held banquets to celebrate religious festivals, military victories, building completions, or royal weddings. The peace panel of the Standard of Ur likely depicts such a banquet. The king sits with dignitaries, drinking from cups while a musician plays the lyre, and servants bring meat on skewers and fish on trays. In Sumerian banquets, entertainment could include music, dance, and perhaps recitations of epic tales or hymns, some of which praise the king's lineage. sure the king enjoyed hearing them quite a lot. Well, the court musicians played on harps and lyres. Indeed, several exquisitely crafted lyres were found in the royal tombs of Ur, showing that music was highly valued in royal circles. A king like Shulgi even boasts that he's a skilled musician and singer, claiming to have perfected songs for the gods. And so we might imagine Shulgi at a feast delighting in poetic verses that glorify his deeds or those of his legendary ancestors. A mix of pomp and culture made the royal court not just a center of power, but of patronage for the arts and literature. In fact, many Sumerian literary compositions, myths, epic stories, and hymns that have come down to us may have been first performed or compiled in royal courts for the king and his retinue. The royal family played important roles too. The queen, in Sumerian Munus Lugal, or the king's woman, could wield quite a bit of influence too, especially if she came from another city's royal line, cementing alliances and so on. The most famous Sumerian queen in archaeology is Queen Puabi, a name found on a cylindrical seal, buried around 2600 BCE at Ur with astonishing riches and attendance. While Puabi's status is debated, her grave goods, golden headdress, jewelry, and a golden lyre, attest to the opulence surrounding the Sumerian royalty. It also shows the practice, at least in early dynastic times, of human sacrifice in royal burials. Puabi's tomb had the remains of servants who were likely sacrificed or took their own lives to accompany their mistress into the afterlife. And this suggests that in death, the king or queen was accorded an almost divine honor, with a retinue sent to serve them beyond the grave. Later, by Ur 3 times, such extreme burial practices seem to have faded away. That being said, we've not found any, so who knows what else is out there, but Ur-Nammu and Shulgi's tombs, if identified correctly, do not have the mass sacrificial pits seen earlier. Instead, the kings of Ur were deified and given offerings as ancestor deities after their death, which might be seen as more of a humane continuation of afterlife service. Princes and princesses often had specific roles. A crown prince would typically be entrusted with military or administrative duties in preparation for kingship. For instance, Shulgi, under his father Ur-Nammu, likely governed a province or led an army to learn statecraft. Royal daughters were frequently made high priestesses of important cults, especially the moon god Nana or the sky god Anu. This had diplomatic/religious value. The most renowned example is Enheduanna, the daughter of Sargon of Akkad. Though Akkadian, she was a high priestess at Ur, and she did write hymns in Sumerian, so it's worth a mention. Her role solidified Sargon's control over Sumerian Ur, and she produced beautiful hymns to Inanna that also praise her family's rule. In the Ur 3 period, kings continued this tradition. One of Shulgi's daughters was the high priestess of the moon god at Ur, strengthening the king's link to the city's patron. Now, life in the royal palace could be quite luxurious. Kings and queens wore fine wool garments often dyed in bright colors, and an abundance of jewelry. Mesopotamian art depicts royalty with elaborate headdresses. Servants fanned them in the summer heat, perfumed oils were applied, and the best foods were on the tables. A tablet from the city of Mari lists the royal dinner provisions. Dozens of sheep, cattle, bread, beer, honey, dates, and wine were imported from the north. Sumerian kings likely enjoyed similar fare to this. There was a ceremonial regimen. The king held court from a throne on a raised dais in the palace hall, and we have found decorated thrones and reliefs showing subjects prostrating themselves before the seated king. One door plaque, as discussed in the Divine Right text, shows even a gesture of submission by an official crossing his arm over his chest in front of the queen and kings. The decor of palaces included wall murals and precious inlays. For example, fragments of mosaic inlays and shell plaques have been found that once adorned the palace walls with scenes of lion hunts or ritual processions. However, the splendor was not merely self-indulgence. It had a political purpose. Displaying wealth and generosity kept the court loyal, you see. But palace life could be dangerous as well. Intrigues and plots are known from later Mesopotamian history and are likely present in Sumer too. A usurper might be a royal family member. Indeed, towards the end of the Ur-III dynasty, a general named Ishbi-Era, initially a loyal governor under Ibbi-Sin, effectively declared independence and found its own dynasty in the city of Isin, while Ur was busy collapsing in on itself. So you can imagine the tense councils in Ibbi-Sin's palace, as reports came in of Ishbi-Era's ambitions. Earlier, towards 2300 BCE, the rival between the king of Kish and the king of Umma might have involved espionage or betrayal at court. Kings had to keep a close eye on their advisors and family, a little balance of trust and vigilance. And also it's worth noting intellectual life at court. Sumerian kings patronized literature. Many Sumerian literary compositions, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and wisdom proverbs, so on, might have been written or performed under royal aegis. And Hedwana, the royal woman we mentioned, is the first known author by name, compiling hymns. During Shulgi's reign, scribes compiled and standardized Sumerian literature, possibly as a cultural initiative of the state to celebrate Sumerian heritage. Shulgi was very conscious of legacy, you see. Well, this could be seen as the king surrounding himself with scholars, theologians, and poets, and engaging with them. In one letter, Shulgi actually invites a renowned scribe to come to Ur to debate and show his knowledge. A rare peek into an ancient intellectual court scenario. And finally, the king's life in the palace was also about judgment and mercy. In a personal sense, we hear of kings showing clemency at times. Shulgi once reportedly forgave an official who erred after making him swear renewed loyalty. And then on the other hand, the king could be harsh. Records of execution of palace conspirators or banishment of disloyal governors also existed. The throne room was the stage for both generous reward and severe punishment, all dramatized as the king enacting his own justice. It's a hard job, but there was worse jobs in those times. We all know the old story of Enkidu, that wild man who transforms into a civilized being after sharing beer and bread with a woman who came from the city. Well, if you're not familiar with it, that's the Epic of Gilgamesh. And within that story, Enkidu, who had only known the wilderness, is offered up the modern comforts of the day, bread and beer, foods of the settled people. Well, he eats it until he's full, and he drinks 7 jugs of beer. His heart grew light, his face glowed, and he became civilized. It's an old story, but it's one that we still tell to this very day. An ancient tale symbolizing a profound shift in human existence. The journey from a life in the wild to a settled community. For hundreds of thousands of years before this shift, our ancestors lived as nomadic foragers, hunting animals and gathering wild plants across a vast prehistoric landscape. They didn't build any cities, and they didn't leave behind any written records. But despite this, around 10 to 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, humans began to adopt new ways of living that set the stage for what we call civilization. But the question of when civilization actually began invites us to explore this gradual transformation from humble Neolithic villages into those bustling cities of the Bronze Age. But of course, we have to ask the question, what do we mean by civilization? Because that's a term that needs to be defined. Typically, we use the term to describe complex societies, characterized by cities, organized governance, social stratification, specialized labor, and shared systems of communication, often writing systems. A civilization emerges when agriculture produces enough surplus food to support large settlements and non-farming professions. When exactly that happened, it's something we cannot decide by written records. But we can certainly dig through the ground and find a few hints. We're always discovering new things, but we can say with our current information when civilization began roughly, as of 2025 at least. So join me and we can have a discussion about it together. First of all, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers. So lovely to have you all here with me. I'm excited for this one. It's a good question. Really getting back to the earliest of times we can trace. More of an archaeological chat than a historical one. In any case, let me first just say thank you very much to the patrons and supporters. It's the reason why this entire channel is ad-free for everyone to enjoy without interruptions. And if you're interested in joining that crew or checking out the merch store or the donation links, you'll find them in the video description and the pinned comment. Oh, and members and donations get voice replies now, so a little bit more personal. In any case, let's get on to the topic at hand. So, as we said, long before the first cities rose, which we'll talk about these first cities in a moment, humans lived in small, mobile groups. For tens of thousands of years, our ancestors survived by following game migrations and seasonal plants. During the Paleolithic era, now that is the Old Stone Age, the Neolithic being the New Stone Age, humans developed tools, created cave art, and probably, perhaps the most important, mastered fire. But they did not yet build permanent settlements. It was only after the last ice age ended, which was around 10,000 BCE, that the conditions allowed a dramatic shift. As the climate warmed and wild grains and animals became more abundant in certain regions, people began to experiment with agriculture and domesticating animals. They learned to cultivate wild wheat and barley, and to tame animals such as goats, sheep, and cattle, and that laid the foundation for more agricultural economies. Now, this transition, you might have heard of it, it's often called the Neolithic Revolution, and it marked the true first step towards civilization. By cultivating crops and herding animals, early farmers could produce food surpluses. Communities no longer needed to roam constantly in search of food. They could stay in one place, and with that, there was less danger, and they could grow their population. And so, over generations, permanent villages began to emerge in many different areas. One of the earliest known villages was Jericho. Now we say village, not city, because we're not quite there yet, and we'll define terms about that later. This was in the Jordan Valley of the Levant. Archaeological excavations at Jericho reveal a settlement dating back to around 9600 BCE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited sites in the world. But by about 6800, Jericho's inhabitants had built a massive stone wall and a circular watchtower as tall as 8 meters. That's pretty good for the time. Perhaps it was to defend against floods, or maybe even hostile groups. Of course, that's one of the other older aspects of the human condition. These fortifications are some of the earliest signs of organized communal effort in construction. And with the tools at the time, you have to admit it's pretty impressive. But far to the north, in what is now Turkey, that's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way, another remarkable site called Gobekli Tepe provides a glimpse of social complexity even before full-time settlement. Now, we recently did a video on it if you want a more detailed thing, but for now we'll just say that their groups of nomadic hunter-gatherers constructed large stone enclosures with these interesting T-shaped pillars carved with animals, likely for some form of ritual gathering. But Gobekli Tepe's monumental circle suggests that even before true cities existed, humans could mobilize labor for shared religious or social purposes. Just another hint of organizational skills that civilization would later require. Now, by around 7,000, early farming villages had spread across the Fertile Crescent and into neighboring regions. Çatalhöyük in central Anatolia, once again modern Turkey, stands out as a large Neolithic settlement and is often described as a proto-city. Not quite a city yet, but we're getting there. At its peak, around 6500, Çatalhöyük covered more than 30 acres and may have housed several thousand people living in tightly packed mud brick homes. Remarkably, the town had no streets. Its people had traversed rooftops and entered their homes from openings in the ceiling. There were no grand palaces or temples at Çatalhöyük, but archaeologists have found elaborate wall paintings, clay figurines, and domestic shrines within its houses. Residents plastered and painted their walls with vibrant patterns and hunting scenes. In many homes, the horns of wild bulls were mounted on walls as ritual objects, and people buried their dead beneath the floor platforms, sometimes adorning skulls with plaster in an early form of ancestor worship. These practices suggest a complex spiritual life, and even a strong sense of community, even of course in the absence of formal institutions or social hierarchies. So Çatalhöyük and similar early villages demonstrate that by the Neolithic era, humans were certainly learning to live in permanent communities and share labor across generations. They were not yet civilizations, at least not by the strict definition. They lacked cities in a true sense, and had no writing or centralized government, but they did form the necessary foundation upon which civilization would later build. Humanity just figuring it out as they go, one step at a time. And so, as the centuries passed, some Neolithic villages grew in size, and with that, they grew in sophistication, especially in regions with a rich farmland and reliable water supplies. Now, the Fertile Crescent, they don't call it that for no reason. It's a swath of land near the Near East, including Mesopotamia and the Levant. It was particularly suited for this development. By the 6th and 5th millennia, 5000s BCE kind of thing, early farming communities in Mesopotamia began adopting new technologies. Most importantly was irrigation canals to expand agriculture, but they also needed pottery to store surpluses, and long-distance trade to acquire stone, metals, and timber not found locally. As productivity grew, so did the population. Villages merged or expanded into towns. This gradual process has been termed the urban revolution, a concept popularized by the archaeologist Gordon Childe to describe the emergence of the first true cities. But what distinguishes a city from a village? Surely there's no specific number, but size is one factor. Cities, of course, have many more people, thousands or tens of thousands instead of hundreds. But equally important are the internal organization and diversity of roles. You see, in a city, not everyone is a farmer. There are artisans, merchants, priests, scribes, officials, and laborers, supported by the surplus food that farmers produce. Now, this specialization is facilitated by a central authority in administration, a governing system, one that organizes labor, manages resources, and sometimes maintains order. Of course, when you get a lot of human beings all cooped up together, you get problems. And yes, order needs to be maintained. But we see the archaeological signatures of these changes in the late Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods. For instance, in Mesopotamia, by the Ubaid period, that is 6500 to 3800, some villages grew larger and featured communal structures that appear to be early temples or meeting halls. Now, these suggest emerging religious and political leadership, at least at a town level. Eridu, a settlement in southern Mesopotamia, began as a small Ubaid-era village. But over time, its inhabitants built and rebuilt a large temple at the same spot many times, and each time they built it, it was larger than the last. These early temples are quite interesting. They likely served as centers for communal storage and worship, redistributing grain and goods, an initial form of economic management by a priestly class. But over time, the temple organizations grew into powerful institutions, ones that coordinated large labor projects and stored the surplus wealth of the community. In ancient Mesopotamia, organized religion and governance were thus intertwined from the very start. Now, according to the later Mesopotamian tradition, Eridu was nothing less than the first city ever founded. The Sumerian King List, an ancient manuscript compiled around 1800, begins with the declaration, quote, "After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu." In their own mythology, the Sumerians believed that divine authority established Eridu as the inaugural seat of human kingship and civilization. Archaeologically, Eridu's site, which is a modern Tel Abu Shahrain in Iraq, does show very ancient layers with temple structures dating back to the 6th millennium BCE. By 4000 BCE, though, Eridu and other southern Mesopotamian towns had grown in population and complexity. But Eridu would soon be eclipsed by a new kind of city that arose further in the north. You may have heard of it. I did a video on it a couple weeks back. This was the city of Uruk. And so we find ourselves in southern Mesopotamia around 3500. The city of Uruk emerges as a thriving urban center. Now, arguably, it is the world's first true city. At its height, in the Uruk period, from around 4000 to 3100, its population is estimated to have exceeded 30,000 people. Now, it doesn't sound like much by modern standards, but that's a remarkable concentration for the time. But imagine the sight of it. A sprawling cityscape of mud brick houses and workshops, surrounded by walls and by fields of barley and date palms, irrigated by canals from the Euphrates River. In the heart of Uruk rose great monumental structures, a large ziggurat or stepped platform crowned by a shining white temple dedicated to the sky god Anu. This was indeed a city of firsts. Uruk's craftsmen pioneered mass production, for example, making thousands of identical clay bowls, known as bevel-rimmed bowls, that were likely used to distribute rations of grain or beer to workers. An early system of standardized portions, I suppose. Its merchants traveled far afield, trading the city's woven textiles and grain for raw materials like timber, copper, gold, and lapis lazuli from distant lands. And most famously, Uruk was where writing was born. The earliest known writing system, cuneiform, began in Mesopotamia around 3300 to 3200 during Uruk's late period. But the first texts are not poetry or laws, but just simple economic records, something born out of practicality, clay tablets recording the allocation of grain, the number of livestock, transactions of goods, things like that. Scribes used a stylus, a kind of reed to cut to a triangular tip, to press wedge-shaped signs into soft clay tablets, which were then baked hard. Over time, these pictographic symbols became more abstract and standardized, evolving into a full writing system capable of expressing complex language. Now, all this opened a door to history. It allowed people to document events, to send instructions across distance, to formalize agreements, and to preserve traditions and stories for future generations. In fact, it's been said a few times, history begins at Sumer, meaning that history as a written record starts with the Sumerian civilization of Mesopotamia. Hard to argue against that. What we can say is by the early 3rd millennium, that is 3000 to 2500, Mesopotamia was a patchwork of competing city-states. You had Uruk, sure, but now you had Ur, Lagash, Umar, Kish, and Nippur. Each was like a small kingdom centered on a city and its surrounding villages and fields. These city-states were often ruled by priest kings, called Ensi, or Lugal in Sumerian, and were dedicated to patron deities. For example, Nippur was sacred to the wind god Enlil, and Uruk to the goddess Inanna. A large ziggurat and temple complex dominated each city's skyline, showing the central role of the cult and temple economy once again. And society was clearly stratified. At the top were the ruling elite families, temple priests, palace officials. A middle stratum included merchants, scribes, skilled artisans, and wealthy farmers. But the majority comprised of the base, the peasant farmers and laborers who sustained the economy, as well as the slaves, often war captives or debt slaves who labored for the elite. So with so many people living together, early cities faced new social challenges, disputes over property, theft, violence, and so they developed laws and courts to administer justice. In fact, we have evidence that formal laws were being written down by the mid-3rd millennium. A Sumerian ruler of Lagash named Uruk around 2400 issued a series of decrees to reform abuses, which some consider the earliest legal code. Centuries later, King Hammurabi of Babylon, around 1750, promulgated his famous law code, inscribed on a stone stele for all to see, declaring principles like an eye for an eye in matter of justice. You might have heard of the Code of Hammurabi. In fact, one of the earliest surviving texts from Sumer, the Instructions of Shuruppak, dating to around 2600, is a father's advice to his son, urging proper behavior in a society that is growing increasingly complex. For instance, it warns, quote, "You shall not steal anything. A thief is a lion, but after he is caught, he will be a slave." This proverb cautions that crime leads to disgrace and punishment. Maxims like that reflect the values of honesty, fairness, and self-control that people were trying to codify as they learned to live under the rule of law in large communities. The world had changed, and they needed some kind of guidelines. And of course, as we mentioned before, it wasn't always peaceful. These cities couldn't always coexist. Written history's first accounts of war come from Sumer itself. The city-states often quarreled over fertile land and canal water. For example, Lagash and Umma, neighboring cities, engaged in long-running border conflicts. By around 2450, King Einatum of Lagash led his army to victory over Umma, and they erected the Stele of the Vultures to commemorate the event. A limestone carving, and by the way the oldest known war monument, that gruesomely depicts vultures carrying off the heads of the defeated enemy. Well, we don't know if that's quite true because, yes, vultures are quite large birds, but heads are very, very heavy. A skull is, yes, if you've ever had to carry another human being, you'll know that the head is extremely heavy. A lot of stuff stored in there, so, well, depending on the person. In any case, organized large-scale warfare had entered human experience along with civilization. That was sure. Yet conflict also spurred innovation. And unfortunately, the times where we get the most innovation in human history is when there's a rush on it due to conflict. Cities built defensive walls, they forged bronze weapons, and even developed strategies that would lay the groundwork for later military traditions. But despite rivalries, we have to say that the Mesopotamian city-states also shared a kind of cultural unity. They used the same cuneiform writing, though the spoken languages might differ, Sumerian and later Akkadian, and so on. They worshipped a common pantheon of gods and goddesses, and they told many of the same stories about them. They followed similar calendar systems tied to the agricultural cycle. They engaged in trade with one another and formed treaties. In essence, they recognized each other as part of a broader Mesopotamian civilization, even as they were in competition. By around 2300, one city, Agade, or Akkad, under King Sargon the Great, managed to conquer and unite many of the Sumerian cities, creating arguably the world's first empire. Sargon's inscriptions boast that his realm stretched from the Upper Sea to the Lower Sea. What he means by that is the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. He also proudly mentions that ships from Dilmun, Magan, and Meluhha came to dock at his capital. Those were the ancient names for Bahrain, Oman, and the Indus Valley, respectively. And indeed, archaeological finds support this early globalization. We find, for example, exotic carnelian beads from the Indus Valley in Mesopotamian sites, and Mesopotamian cylinder seals in distant places. The dawn of civilization in Mesopotamia was not an isolated phenomenon. It was connected by trade networks to other emerging civilizations. And speaking of which, we'll get to the Indus Valley, but before we do, consider how far civilization had come in Mesopotamia by around 2000. A person living in the city of Ur or Babylon at the time would wake each day in a permanent house, built of mud brick. It might even be 2 stories tall, and in a neighborhood of many such houses along laid-out streets. He or she could draw water from a well, visit the marketplace to buy food or goods using silver or grain as payment, barter systems, of course, and worship at a towering temple complex that dominated the city's center. They wouldn't be allowed right up the top of it, but, well, they could certainly stand around it. Government officials kept records on clay tablets. Schools taught the cuneiform writing system to the sons and a few of the daughters of the affluent. There were scribes recording sales, wills, marriages, treaties, doctors applying early medical recipes and diagnosing illnesses. There were merchants organizing caravans of donkeys loaded with goods for trade. The basic institutions that we associate with civilization, cities with planned infrastructure, formal government, legal codes, long-distance commerce, literature and learning, organized religion, monumental art, they were all present in Mesopotamia by the early 2nd millennium BCE. Truly a civilization, And in the very place where people once scratched out a subsistence living on small villages, a complex urban civilization was now well and truly thriving. But even as cities flourished in Mesopotamia and Egypt, which we'll get to, another great center of early civilization was rising, thousands of kilometers to the east. In the plains of the Indus River and its tributaries, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, the Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, developed around the same time. It was one of the three earliest civilizations in the Old World, alongside Mesopotamia and Egypt. But the Indus civilization followed a unique path, with intriguing differences from its Western counterparts. The roots of civilization in South Asia reach back to early farming settlements, such as Meghar in Balochistan, which date to around 7,000. But by 3300, small village cultures in the greater Indus region, the early Harappan phase, were adopting agriculture and crafts and engaging in regional trade. Over the next several centuries, these settlements grew in size and organization. We see planned towns emerging with mud brick architecture, drainage systems, and workshops for craft. And then, around 2600, the early Harappan villages coalesced into a fully urban society, the mature Harappan phase, 2600 to 1900. It is in this mature phase that the Indus civilization truly shines. Dozens of cities and towns sprang up along the Indus and neighboring rivers, linked by culture and commerce. Among them, the cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, and Lothal were especially prominent. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro each covered around 2.5 square kilometers, that's about 1 square mile, and supported populations estimated of 30 to 50,000 at their peak. Now, if you remember the numbers, that's comparable in scale to their Mesopotamian counterparts. In total, archaeologists have identified over 1,000 Indus settlements of various size, and that shows a vast civilization that was the most geographically extensive of its time. But what were the Indus cities like? Mohenjo-daro, located in today's Sindh province, Pakistan, and Harappa in Punjab, Pakistan, both show evidence of meticulous city planning. Each city was laid out on a grid pattern, streets running north-south and east-west, intersecting at right angles, dividing the city into blocks. The cities were often divided into two major parts, a raised citadel mound where public buildings stood, and a larger, lower town with the dense housing. At Mohenjo-daro, the citadel mound was fortified with mud brick walls and towers, perhaps as a protection against flooding or raiders. Within the citadel at Mohenjo-daro, archaeologists found a remarkable structure called the Great Bath, a large watertight pool built of brick, with steps leading down into it, and an adjacent furnace to heat the water. It appears to have been used for ritual bathing or communal religious ceremonies, implying a concern with purity and a shared ritual life. Near the great bath were spacious halls, and what might have been granaries for storing grain, showing once again centralized storage and distribution of food. But here's a significant feature: the sophistication of the water supply and waste removal systems. That was a mosquito. I tried to get him. Don't think I got him. Sorry to interrupt you. Where was I? Anyway, in Mohenjo-daro, for example, almost every house, from modest one-room dwellings to multi-room mansions, had access to water and bathing facilities. Many houses had private wells and bathrooms with drains that carried wastewater into an extensive covered sewer system under the streets. Brick-lined drains ran along the major thoroughfares, occasionally with inspection holes or sump pits for cleaning. And get this, they even had toilets. simple pits with wooden seats or ceramic jars which were connected to sewage drains. All of this is astonishingly advanced for the 3rd millennium BCE, you have to admit. The Indus cities managed a level of urban sanitation and public health infrastructure that in some ways rivaled what would be found in European cities well into the 19th century CE. Some achievements speak to effective city governance, capable of planning and maintaining these complex systems for the common good. But another hallmark of the Indus civilization is one that you might not expect, and that's standardization. Across cities, separated by hundreds of kilometers, we find uniformity in building materials and measurement units. The bricks used in construction follow a standardized proportion, typically a ratio of 1:4, and that suggests that brick makers across the Indus region adhere to a common set of guidelines, maybe a kind of code enforced by authorities. Indus engineers were also among the first to develop a precise system of weights and measures. They produced sets of cubical stone weights in graduated sizes that show a binary and decimal calibration. For example, the weights often double in size at each step, and the smallest weight is just a few grams. An ivory scale found at Lothal, that is a port city in Gujarat, India, has tiny etched divisions about 1.7 millimeters apart, showing an extraordinary precision in length measurement for the time. This uniformity would have facilitated fair trade and taxation throughout the region, implying some form of central oversight, or at least inter-city cooperation. Pretty impressive for the time, I think. And then there's the social and political organization of the Indus civilization, which remains a bit of a mystery. There's a bit of a contrast to Mesopotamia and Egypt. You see, the Indus cities have revealed no large palaces, nor do they have elaborate temples, nor do they have obvious royal tombs. That being said, they could have just hidden them rather cleverly, but who knows? In any case, as of 2025, there was no clear archaeological evidence of kings or queens, standing armies or priestly hierarchies. This absence of obvious centralized authority has prompted a few theories. Some propose that each city might have been governed by councils or a group of merchants and elders, rather than by a single autocrat. Others suggest a more theocratic rule by priests. But if so, these priests did not build grand temples to broadcast their power. The largest structure we find, like the Great Bath or the granaries, seem more communal than royal. One famous artifact is a small stone sculpture known as the Priest King, a 17-centimeter tall Hittite bust, of a bearded man wearing a patterned cloak and headband, found in Mohenjo-daro. It's pretty nicely carved, and it's clearly an important personage. Yet we have no inscription to identify him, and we haven't found anything else quite like it. Was he a ruler, a priest, an ancestral figure? Well, theories at the moment are only in the realm of speculation. The very name, Priest King, don't take that too seriously. It's just a guess by the archaeologists who found him. The fact that this modest figurine is one of the few hints of leadership suggests that the Indus civilization did not glorify individual rulers in the same way that other civilizations did. Power may have been exercised more collectively, or remained more anonymous. But here's something interesting. The Indus civilization did have a form of writing. Thousands of small Hittite seals, pottery fragments, and other objects bear inscribed symbols known as the Indus script. These symbols include human and animal motifs, and various abstract designs. The typical seal is a square stone tablet, a few centimeters across, engraved with a short sequence of signs, usually 4 to 5 characters, and often an image of an animal like a bull or an elephant. It appears that merchants use these seals to stamp clay tags on their goods, marking ownership or contents, a kind of trademark or identification system in commerce. But the unfortunate thing is that this script remains undeciphered to this day. We do not know what language the Indus people spoke, and without a bilingual text, like, the Rosetta Stone or something, the script has resisted a confident translation. Who knows? Maybe someone's going to figure it out in the next few years. I hope so. Thus, unlike in Mesopotamia or Egypt, we cannot read the names of Indus kings, if they had any, or their laws, or their literature, which is quite a shame. How excited we all were when we figured out Egyptian hieroglyphics and Sumerian cuneiform, that old world just opening up its secrets. Oh, just imagine what we could learn if we figured out the Indus script. Well, all of our understanding of their society comes from material remains alone. Yet the very existence of writing, that shows a need for record keeping or communication. And think about this. The Indus people used writing not just on small seals, but even in public displays. At the site of Dholavira, archaeologists discovered a large wooden signboard with 10 enormous Indus characters that would have been mounted above the city's gate or citadel. This might be the world's oldest known billboard, if we're going to call it that. Perhaps it's proclaimed the name of the city or a message to visitors. We can't read the message, but the presence of the message itself tells us that Indus cities shared information in a public manner. The economy of the Indus civilization was of course based on agriculture, supplemented by trade and craftsmanship. The Indus region's farmers grew a variety of crops. Wheat and barley were the staples, just like in Mesopotamia, and there's evidence for the cultivation of rice in some areas as well. They also grew peas, legumes, sesame seeds, which provided oil, and cotton. Importantly, the Indus Valley people were among the first in the world to domesticate cotton plants and weave cotton textiles. They raised animals such as zebu cattle, with a characteristic humped back, water buffalo, goats, sheep, and maybe chickens. There is reason to think that domestication of the chicken for food occurred first in the Indus or nearby regions. Surplus grain was stored in large granaries, like those found at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, which would have been vital for feeding the urban population throughout the year. The Indus craft industries produced finely made goods. Potters made distinctive black on red painted ceramics. Bead makers carved long, elegant beads from carnelian, agate, and shell. Metallurgists fashioned tools and ornaments from copper and bronze, and even rarer metals like silver and gold in small quantities. There's evidence, too, of a high degree of skill. For instance, a bronze statuette known as the Dancing Girl, found at Mohenjo-daro, depicts a young woman in confident pose, hand on hip, wearing a stack of bangles on one arm. The figure is only 4 inches tall, but it's so exquisitely cast that it shows to a long tradition of metalworking expertise. This certainly was not the first time. Now, as for trade within the civilization and with distant regions, that was a key part of the Indus economy. Standardized weights and measures, as mentioned, facilitated fair commerce. The Indus cities were connected by rivers and land routes, and they exchanged goods like grain, cotton cloth, pottery, and jewelry with one another. But they also traded beyond their borders. Indus seals and merchandise have been found in Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf, indicating active long-distance trade by sea. The coastal Indus city of Lothal had a remarkable brick-lined basin structure, that appears to have been a dockyard, essentially a port where ships could anchor and be loaded or unloaded. If this interpretation is correct, it would be one of the world's earliest known harbors. Traders from the Indus likely sailed west to trade with Bronze Age Oman, Bahrain, and Sumer. Mesopotamian records speak of a far-off land called Meluha that supplied exotica like hardwoods, ivory, carnelian, lapis lazuli, and of course, as mentioned, we generally identify that with the Indus region. It does suggest that Harappan merchants carried out commerce on a pretty impressive scale for the time, and that the Indus cities, though politically separate from Mesopotamia, were certainly part of a wider Bronze Age economy. And so by all these measures, the Indus Valley civilization was as much of a cradle of civilization as Mesopotamia or Egypt. Its people lived in planned cities, built monumental structures, carried on fine crafts and trade, and they likely had some form of organized governments to achieve all this. Yet around 1900, this civilization began to decline. Over the next couple of centuries, the great cities were gradually abandoned. The end of the Indus civilization remains another mystery, but researchers have pieced together some probable causes. It's likely that climate change played a role. Geological and climatic evidence shows that around 2100 to 1900, the region's climate grew cooler and drier. The monsoon rains that fed the Indus and its tributaries began to weaken. In particular, a river called the Gagar Hakra, which some identified with the Sarasvati River of later Indian legend, seems to have dwindled or shifted course. In any case, without reliable water for crops, and with possibly frequent droughts, the agricultural base of the Harappan cities would have been very strained. There are signs that people started to migrate eastward toward the lusher plains of the Ganges Valley at the time, seeking better water availability and just conditions improved in general. Additionally, the break in long-distance trade, perhaps because Mesopotamia had its own turmoil around 2000, could have hurt the Harappan economy too. Unlike the abrupt fall of some later empires, the decline of the Indus cities appears to have been a slow decentralization rather than a dramatic collapse, and we find no clear evidence of invading armies or burning destruction layers in most Indus sites. Instead, it seems that urban life quietly unraveled. Population shrank, writing and craft specialization faded away, and a more rural way of life began to reassert itself. By around 1700, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were largely deserted mounds. Yet the people themselves did not vanish. They simply relocated into smaller, scattered villages. Many elements of Harappan culture continued among these post-Harappan peoples. For example, certain pottery styles, agricultural practices like cultivating rice and millet, possibly religious beliefs too. In short, the Indus civilization slowly transformed and dispersed, ceding the stage to new emerging cultures in India's northwest and the Ganges plains. But it would be over a millennium before the Indian subcontinent saw cities on the scales of Harappa once again. Of course, we'd be amiss not to talk about the other civilizations. Of course, we have to talk about Egypt. They developed a civilization at least as old as Mesopotamia. By 3100, Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the first pharaohs, and that marked the beginning of a proper dynastic Egyptian state. Egyptian hieroglyphic writing began around the same time as Sumerian cuneiform, showing that writing too was invented in more than one place. Over the next few centuries, Egyptians built cities along the Nile and massive stone monuments. The step pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara around 2650, and the Great Pyramid of Giza around 2570. They're certainly awe-inspiring examples, of what early civilization in Egypt accomplished. Unlike the city-states of Mesopotamia, Egypt became a unified territorial state nearly from the start. It was ruled by a god-king, the pharaoh, who wielded absolute power. This different political model meant that Egyptian civilization focused power in one royal court that mobilized labor from across the land to build gigantic monuments and temples. Egyptian civilization also benefited from the Nile's predictable flooding cycle, which produced abundant harvest to support its large population. By 2500, Egypt had grand cities like Memphis, and a well-organized bureaucracy to manage everything from irrigation to trade, and that firmly establishes it as one of the earliest great civilizations. No arguments there, that's for sure. And then there's China, far to the east. The seeds of civilization were taking root along the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. Early agricultural villages in China date back to well before 5000. For example, Peili Gang and the Yangshao cultures. But the first urban centers and bronze-working states emerged quite later. According to Chinese tradition, the first dynasty was the semi-legendary Xia, around 2070 to 1600 BCE, though concrete archaeological evidence is still a little bit debated, and surely will continue to be for quite some time. What we do know is that by 1600, the Shang dynasty in the Yellow River Valley had established a powerful kingdom with cities, palaces, and of course massive bronze foundries. The Shang kings built walled cities like Zhengzhou and Anyang, and performed divination on oracle bones, animal bones inscribed with early Chinese characters, which are the earliest known form of Chinese writing, by the way. I did a full video about them a little while back. So, in China, civilization, with cities, writing, and states, was in full swing by the mid-second millennium. A bit later than Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus, but clearly an independent development with its own unique features, such as the worship of ancestral spirits and a distinctive writing system. Chinese civilization would go on to have an unbroken continuity through many dynasties, making it one of the enduring civilizational lineages in history. Meanwhile, in the Americas, civilization emerged independently as well. On the north-central coast of Peru, the Caral Soup civilization, also known as the Norte Chico, built monumental platform mounds and sunken plazas as early as 2600 BCE, roughly contemporaneous with the early cities of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Archaeologists generally consider Caral Soupe to be the oldest known civilization in the Western Hemisphere. Now, the city of Caral itself, covering about 1,500 acres in the Supe Valley, features massive pyramid-like structures constructed at the same time as the pyramids. A stunning parallel development on the other side of the world, that's for sure. Notably, Caral and its sister sites seem to have flourished without a pottery tradition, and with no evidence of writing either. Their people possibly used knotted cords for record-keeping instead of a written script, which of course brings us back to our definitions. Was it a civilization? Well, I think we can give them a little bit of a break and say, arguably, yes, they were. Now let's look at, in Mesoamerica, the first complex society to reach its urban form was the Olmec by around 1200, in what is now southern Mexico. The Olmec built ceremonial centers featuring large earthen pyramids and plazas. They are famous for carving colossal stone heads. Maybe they were portraits of rulers. In any case, they attest to organized labor and artistic development. The Olmec culture likely laid the groundwork for later Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya and the Aztec. Thus, across the globe, in the Fertile Crescent, the Nile Valley, the Indus Valley, and the Yellow River Basin, even in the Andes and Mesoamerica, we see multiple beginnings of civilization, each with its own timeline and characteristics. So when exactly did civilization actually begin? Well, if we define civilization by the presence of cities, complex social hierarchies, and writing, we can give a broad answer, and that is around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, in the window of approximately 3,500 to 2,500 BCE. By about 3,200 BCE, the people of Sumer in Mesopotamia were building cities and recording words in clay. And by 3,000 to 2,600, Egyptians were raising pyramids and writing on papyrus and stone. By 2,500, the Indus Valley had fully planned cities, even if their script eludes our understanding. Each of these can claim to be an origin point of civilization. One might pinpoint southern Mesopotamia around 3,100 as the particularly salient moment. The city of Uruk and its neighbors clearly display the hallmarks of civilization by then, arguably the earliest. But even that was not an isolated spark. It was a culmination of thousands of years of prior development in many places. Civilization was not an overnight snap of the fingers, not a decision, but rather a gradual evolution. People eventually finding themselves in this situation where they're all huddled together, farming and making things and worshipping gods, doing what the king or the ruler tells them to. The whole process began when human societies reached a level of agricultural productivity and social complexity that enabled people to congregate in even larger, permanent communities. And it accelerated as those communities invented new tools of organization, from irrigation systems to writing legal codes, all to manage these new challenges of scale. A new world with new problems. It all began when our species, Homo sapiens, found ways to provide surplus food and thus settle into a place year-round. Then we learned how to build houses. The houses turned into villages. We formalized rules and leadership, and ultimately those villages grew into unique cities that fostered art, science, and social complexity. In some regions that happened by 4,000 to 3,000 BCE. In others, a little bit later. But the idea of civilization, living in a city-based society, it spread and took on a life of its own, to the point that today over half of all humans on Earth live on cities. The legacy of those first civilizations is all around us. Our laws and institutions, the technologies like writing, the wheel, and even in our own myths and stories. Understanding how it all began, it's not just an exercise in satisfying curiosity. It's more of an insight into the fundamental forces that have shaped human history. Our modern world of nations and metropolises, nothing more than a direct descendant of those first cities along the Euphrates, the Nile, the Indus, the Yellow River, and the Supe. Civilization actually began when those first brave pioneers of the Bronze Age set aside the old ways and decided to attempt a grand experiment, to live together in large numbers, to cooperate with strangers, and to build something enduring. And so in that sense, the beginning of civilization is not a single point of time, but just a turning point in the human story. A turning that happened in different places independently, but led humankind collectively into a new era. The dawn of history. And we've been building upon it ever since. When you think of Egypt, you think of pyramids, right? Well then surely when you think of Sumerians, you think of ziggurats. But you see, ziggurats were a little bit different to pyramids. A ziggurat was a temple that formed the heart of the city, and in the middle of that temple is the Sumerian priest, carrying that vessel of purified water drawn from the Euphrates. He begins his ritual ablutions, cleansing himself to prepare for the sacred duties ahead. A robed figure, just doing his daily routine. In ancient Sumer, such dawn rituals were a daily reality. You see, each city's principal temple was believed to be the earthly home of its patron deity, and the priesthood, well, they were the custodians of life, not just responsible for worship, but maintaining cosmic order, the very well-being of society. And so here we are today to talk about the daily life of the Sumerian priesthood, priests and priestesses, keeping the whole show running. Now, before we begin, just a quick welcome. Hello, everybody. Thank you for supporting the channel, keeping it ad-free. Relevant links are in the pinned comment, and if you can't afford to do that, a like, comment, and subscribe goes a very, very long way. Now, with that being said, let's get straight to it. The daily life in the Sumerian priesthood. Well, of course, we have to explain what the temple in Sumer actually was, the workplace of the priesthood. You know, it was far more than just a place of worship, rather a nexus of economy, governance, and community. Each city-state, let's just think Uruk, Ur, Nippur, of course there's plenty more, but each one of them was considered to be owned by its patron god, with the priesthood simply administering the city's resources on the behalf of the deity. By the 3rd millennium BCE, Sumerian temples had evolved somewhat. There were large complexes that dominated the city skylines, often built atop high platforms. If you were approaching a Sumerian city from the distance, you would see this big ziggurat sticking out of the middle of it. Pretty easy to spot. And of course, anywhere in the city, well, you would have some kind of view of the ziggurat. And if you were on top of the ziggurat, you'd have a view of everything. So over centuries, as temples were rebuilt on the same sacred spots, they formed layered mounds, and this is what became the ziggurat, symbolically elevating the shrine toward the heavens little by little. Within the precincts sprawled courtyards, workshops, kitchens, storerooms, even bureaucratic offices, which fortunately for us we get a lot of our clay tablet primary evidence from them. Unfortunately, not really the narrative stories of a daily life of a priest, but we certainly get a lot of receipts for things like trade and inventories, things like this. That's what we got to piece it together from. Now, our priest, in his normal capacity, after finishing his purification, might walk through a courtyard where bakers were already preparing the day's bread offerings, and where the other temple workers were busy with their tasks, whether they be gardeners, potters, or cattle tenders. In Sumer, temple staff and dependents formed a significant workforce, and the temple's grain silos and herds supplied rations to craftsmen, widows, and orphans. As a matter of fact, the temple often functioned as a vast household or estate of the god, managing land and distributing food, a model of an institutional economy that other civilizations would also adopt in time. It is quite telling to compare this scene with other ancient cultures. And, as we mentioned at the start, we do think of Egypt in terms of big monuments, but the ziggurats tend to unfairly be pushed aside. But let's understand this in contrast to the Egyptian system. In pharaonic Egypt, temples likewise owned huge tracts of land and were economic powerhouses by the new kingdom, The temple of Amun at Karnak, for instance, employed tens of thousands and amassed orchards, herds, and granaries on a massive scale. But of course, the pyramids themselves are not the temple. This is a different kind of thing. Of course, the temples would be around pyramids sometimes, but temples were more burial mounds in Egypt. Now, priests in Egypt, as in Sumer, oversaw these holdings, and temple bureaucrats kept meticulous records on paper, as their Mesopotamian counterparts did on clay tablets. Of course, the clay tablets tend to last quite a lot longer. Meanwhile, over in the Indus Valley civilization, from 2600 to 1900 BCE, the situation is a little bit more murky. The great cities of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa have yielded no clear remains of ziggurat-like temples. There are no towering shrines in the archaeological record, at least not akin to those of Sumer and Egypt. Instead, we find something else. We can find structures like the so-called Great Bath of Mohenjo-daro, suggesting that communal ritual, perhaps purification, bathing, took place. But this is without the obvious centralized temple economy that we see in Mesopotamia. This absence of monumental temples has led scholars to a few speculations, one being that Indus religious practice may have been more decentralized, possibly conducted in household shrines or open-air sanctuaries. Nevertheless, a famous steatite statuette from Mohenjo-daro, the bearded priest-king figure with a patterned robe and a headband, hints at an elite who combined ritual and secular authority. That artifact, only 6 inches tall, has become an icon of the Indus Valley civilization's spiritual life, even though we lack any written texts to explain his role, at least as of 2026. Fingers crossed we'll find something, The images of that priest-king resonate with what we know about early Sumer, where initially city rulers likely served as both the king and also the high priest, which blurs a bit of political and religious leadership. Back then there was no real separation of church and state. The church was the state, and the state was the church. So it appears that in the dawn of urban society, both in Mesopotamia and possibly in the Indus, leadership may have carried a priestly mantle, a pattern echoed later in cultures like the Maya across the ocean, and more immediately in nearby Anatolia and modern-day Iran. Within a Sumerian temple complex, daily life followed a structured rhythm, one that would be recognizable in other ancient temples. The early morning was devoted to opening the shrine, attending to the god's needs. Midday might bring administrative work, measurements of grain and recording of donations. Sometimes if there was a festival upcoming, you would do some preparation for that. And the temple would bustle with scribes and officials. By evening, additional offers and prayers closed out the day. The temple was also an educational center. Young novices and scribes in training learned their craft in part of the temple known as the Eduba, which is basically the tablet house. Just as Egyptian temples housed in their scribes in the House of Life, that is Per Ankh, where religious texts were copied and studied. Sumerian temples cultivated their own styles of learning, of course. Now in these schools, students memorized hymns and the lists of gods, practiced writing cuneiform signs on clay, and mastered mathematics for calendars and accounts. A student might start as a lowly acolyte, sweeping the floors, fetching water. But with a bit of hard work, and maybe some divine favor and talent, he could rise up to become a learned priest, adept in ritual and scholarship, both equally important. Now the fruits of such temple education are evident in the literary tablets that we have recovered from sites like Nippur. Myths, prayers, incantations, many of which were likely composed or preserved by priest scribes. Notably, the first author known by name in history, Enheduanna, was a Sumerian high priestess, daughter of Sargon of Akkad, by the way. She was the high priestess of the moon god Nana at Ur, who composed exalting temple hymns and poems in the 23rd century BCE. Her writings, which praised gods and recount her own devotional experiences, attest to the high level of literary culture nurtured within the temple walls. And so, as morning progressed, the priest would not be alone in his duties, at least not for long. The Sumerian priesthood was a specialized and stratified order. Texts and temple lists from Mesopotamia reveal a quite complex hierarchy of priests and priestesses, and each level had its own title and functions. At the pinnacle of a city's religious hierarchy stood the chief priest or priestess, called the En, a Sumerian word meaning lord or high priest. Well, intriguingly, the gender of the En often complemented the gender of the deity. For a city whose patron was a goddess, such as Inanna in Uruk, the high priest was typically male, whereas the city with a god, such as the moon god Nana in Ur, the high priestess was typically female. Now, remember that name, Enheduanna? That's got N in it. See how it all comes together? Well, in this way, En was conceived as the consort or chief servant of the deity, effectively the god's earthly spouse. These high priests and priestesses, whether male or female, underwent elaborate installation ceremonies and were held in immense prestige. They performed the most important sacrifices, led major festivals, and were believed to embody a living link to the will of the god. In later periods, kings often sought to control this sacred office. For example, the Akkadian king Sargon the Great installed his daughter Enheduanna as the high priestess of Ur around 2300 to secure his influence over Sumer. Thereafter, it became customary for Mesopotamian kings to appoint royal daughters as high priestesses in Ur, reflecting both a divine service but also a political strategy. Now, what about Enheduanna herself? Well, she provides a pretty good window into the life of a high priestess. She left behind a moving account of personal and political turmoil in her hymn, The Exaltation of Inanna. At one point, a usurper named Lugal Ane seized power in Ur and drove Enheduanna out of the temple. In her poem, the priestess describes her anguish. A quote from the poem goes like this: "He has destroyed me utterly. He stood there in triumph and drove me out of the temple. He made me fly like a swallow from the window. I have exhausted my life strength. He stripped me of my rightful crown of the En priestess." End of quote. Well, this frankly rare first-person testimony shows that even a revered priestess could be subject to political exile and danger. But it also shows how the symbols of office, the crown or the ceremonial garb of the high priestess, really had deep significance. Indeed, high priests and priestesses were distinguished by special vestments. A male En might don a robe and headdress befitting a king in ritual, while a high priestess, often titled Entu, wore a turban, or elaborate headgear and a fine white garment, as the bride of the god. These details recall how, in ancient Egypt, both male and female clergy also wore a specific uniform, white linen with leopard skin cloaks for certain high rituals, and were sometimes even depicted with divine emblems. Notably, Egypt allowed some women to serve as priestesses too, often for goddesses, the cult of Isis and all the rest, but also for male gods in some cases, and paid them equal rations as their male counterparts, more importantly, a parity that seems to have also existed in Sumer. Beneath the En priest at the top, Sumerian temples had many other ranks, The Sangha, for instance, was a high administrator priest who managed temple estates and finances. A Sangha priest needed extensive training in writing and accounting, essentially serving as the temple's chief steward or manager. Some Sumerian city rulers even took the title of Sangha of a particular god, while also being king, indicating the overlap once again of this religious and civic duty. But there were also cultic priests, who performed the daily rituals and offerings, the divine specialists who read omens, such as inspecting the livers of sacrificial sheep or interpreting unusual births. There were also incantation priests, who recited prayers and spells to ward off evil. These later incantation priests, called Ashipu in Akkadian language, also functioned as healers and exorcists, using a combination of herbal remedies and sacred words to cure illnesses believed to be caused by malevolent spirits. Now, women could serve in some of these roles too. In fact, the first two categories of priests, cultic and divinatory, in Mesopotamia included women quite often. For example, women could be prophetesses or oracles, delivering messages from the gods, or could serve as chanting priests who sung laments in the women's dialect. The Gala priests, interestingly, were often males who used the female register of Sumerian in ritual songs. Female clergy in Sumer also included the Shaitu or the Naditu, women dedicated to the temple service, who often lived in separate cloisters, especially in later Old Babylonian times. These women were not exactly nuns in a Christian sense, don't quite equate the two, but they did remain unmarried and managed their own dowries and estates, devoting themselves to the deity, a practice somewhat mirrored by the Vestal Virgins of Rome centuries later, but perhaps a story for another time. So when we cast a bit of a comparative gaze, we see similar priestly hierarchies elsewhere. Ancient Egypt had its high priest of Amun, styled the first prophet of God, at Thebes, comparable in clout to a Sumerian En. Egypt's priesthood was likewise layered. Below the high priest were grades like the Wab priests, the pure ones, who did the basic temple chores, and the lector priests, who could read sacred texts and perform recitations. There were also hour priests, i.e., astronomers. They were in Egypt and they kept the calendar and consulted star charts to time rituals properly. We find direct parallels in Mesopotamia. Sumerian priests were famed for their knowledge of the stars and celestial omens, with later Babylonian priests compiling detailed astronomical tablets to predict eclipses and planetary motions. Both civilizations thus made astronomy a priestly science, essential for calendrical regulation of festivals and agriculture. In the Hittite Empire of Anatolia, 2nd millennium BCE, the king himself was the chief priest of the realm, and Hittite texts list an array of priestly officials. You have the chief temple priests, the augurs, the singers, the diviners, and even women of the temple, possibly analogous to cultic functionaries or musicians. Hittite temple personnel were expected to maintain strict standards of purity and appearance, just as their Egyptian and Mesopotamian peers did. Surviving Hittite instructions specify, for instance, that temple staff had to keep trimmed hair and nails and wear clean garments, especially those working in the sacred kitchens that prepared divine meals. The Hittites also mandated that designated festivals and offerings be carried out at precise times, with the requisite animals and libations, a concept very much in line with the first Mesopotamian and later Israelite religious calendars. Now finally, consider the early Israelite priesthood, 1200 to 600 BCE, during the Tabernacle and First Temple periods. we again note some familiar patterns. The Israelite priests, the Kohanim, all male and drawn from a lineage of Aaron, were charged with daily sacrifices, incense burning, and the maintenance of the sanctuary. They were assisted by the Levites and organized into rotating courses. In fact, the Hebrew Bible records that priests were divided into 24 divisions called mishmarot, who served in weekly rotations. An administrative system not too unlike the monthly rotation of Egyptian priests, who served 1 month in every 4. Each morning and evening, in Jerusalem's temple, a lamb was offered as a burnt offering. The menorah lamps were trimmed and refilled, and incense was burned on the inner altar. We hear an echo of this in Mesopotamia. Though specifics differ, the concept of daily burnt offerings at sunrise and sunset to bookend the day was pretty common in the ancient Near Eastern religions. Sumerian priests, too, would offer regular sacrifices: livestock, grain, oil, beer, accompanied by hymns and prayers at appointed times. A Neo-Sumerian text from the city of Lagash, for example, describes offerings being made at morning, noon, and evening to various gods, ensuring that divine tables were never completely empty. The Israelites also shared with Mesopotamian and Hittite priests a concern for ritual purity. Israelite priests had to wash their hands and feet in a bronze basin before approaching the altar. We have this in Exodus 30:18-21. They also had to wear linen garments, abstain from alcohol on duty, and avoid contact with the dead, except for closest kin. These are reminiscent of the purity rules followed by Egyptian temple priests. Herodotus notes that the Egyptian clergy bathed in cold water multiple times a day and shaved their entire bodies to maintain this ritual cleanliness. In Mesopotamia, priests likewise had to be ritually pure, often symbolized by washing in holy water from the temple courtyard basin, the abzu as it was called, and on special sanctified clothing before entering the presence of the god. Thus across the ancient world, from Sumerian cities to Egyptian Nile temples, from Hittite Anatolia to the Israelite kingdoms, we observe a common thread of priestly offices and duties, each shaped by its own culture, but all centered on the notion of humans serving the gods through a sanctified and organized routine. So let's go back to that Sumerian temple at dawn, and we can follow the priest into the sacred inner chambers and witness the morning ritual that begins the day's service. After his personal purification, the priest would approach the doors of the cella, the inner sanctum, where the city's patron deity statue resides. Sumerian inscriptions, and later Babylonian ritual texts like the Bit Rimki, implied that priests performed a ceremony of opening the sanctuary. They would do this right at daybreak. Now this is not unlike the Egyptian ritual of drawing the bolt at dawn. And so one can imagine the priest, accompanied by his assistants, who were, of course, trying to learn from observance, murmuring a prayer as he unseals the heavy wooden door in that dim light. Inside, the holiest space, stands the cult statue, often a wooden figure gilded with gold and inlaid with lapis lazuli eyes, clad in fine garments. Now, if you don't know what lapis lazuli is, it's basically the Bronze Age luxury product. It's this bright blue stone, kind of like an ultramarine colored stone. Really pretty. Anyway, to the Sumerians, this statue was not a mere representation. You see, during the ritual, it was the god. You see, the statue itself was literally holding the spirit of the god, imbued with the divine life force through these complex consecration ceremonies. Each morning the statue had to be refreshed and fed. Mesopotamian priests would clean the deity's idol, dress it up in new clothes, and lay out fresh food and drink. Water drawn from the Euphrates or the Tigris, or perhaps a sacred well on temple grounds, was used to ritually wash the statue's face and hands, a reverent washing called ablution. The old garments, perhaps a nightcloth put on at the previous dusk, were removed, and the statue was anointed with perfumed oil. Then new clothing was draped on the god, rich linen or wool vestments, appropriate to the season or festival, often in colors symbolizing aspects of the deity. But only a select priest, maybe the high priest or a special officiant, could perform this very intimate service, as it was believed that to behold the god's unveiled form was a privilege of the purest clergy. You couldn't just rock up and start undressing the god. It's a little bit scandalous, isn't it? Well, this ceremony had a striking parallel in the Egyptian temple rituals. Every morning in Karnak or Luxor, the high priest, or sometimes the pharaoh, which is in theory the high priest of the land, would enter the innermost sanctum alone, open the shrine cabinet, behold the cult statue of Amun or another god. He would wash the statue with sacred water, feed it with incense smoke, in a metaphorical fashion, of course, and dress it in clean robes. After that they would adorn it with little bits and pieces of jewelry. Only after the god's image was cared for would lesser-ranked priests bring in trays of food. This could be bread, beer, vegetables, or cuts of meat, and they would lay them before the deity. The belief was that the god absorbed the essence of these offerings. Now a similar practice occurred in Sumer. Temple kitchens prepared elaborate meals for the gods, multiple times a day too, including bread, beer, roasted meats, fruits, and aromatic herbs. These were set out on the god's altar or a table in front of him. Well, in front of it. He, she, whatever the god goes by, whatever. Prayers and hymns accompanied the offering. The priest might recite, "O my Lord Enlil, accept this bread, may it please your heart," or something like that. They would also sing a morning hymn to Inanna as they presented the dates and butter. After a suitable interval, the untouched food would be taken away. The gods, having partaken in spirit, removed the essence, I suppose, and then it would be distributed to the temple staff and the poor. So in this way, rather conveniently, nothing went to waste. Now the practice of redistribution was not only practical, feeding the large temple community, but it also symbolized the god's blessings flowing back to the people. We can imagine our Sumerian priest stepping out of the cellar after completing the dressing and feeding of the god, perhaps carrying a lamp as he goes. Many temples had no gaps for windows, by the way. We don't use window in the glass form. We were just talking about gaps to let light in. The inner sanctuary would be lit by oil lamps, or torches even in the daytime. He would close the doors behind him, sealing the deity in comfort, until they would meet again at the next ritual. Outside, other priests would chant litanies, burn incense in the courtyard, wafting sweet cedar or myrrh smoke toward the sanctuary. In the broad courtyard of a ziggurat complex, there may have been a fire altar where a flame was kept perpetually burning, akin to the eternal flame concept found in later Zoroastrian temples, or the hearth of Vesta in Rome. Now over in Egypt, a dawn fire ritual reenacted the rebirth of the sun. Though we lack direct evidence of a formal fire lighting in Sumer, the presence of temple hearths suggests that fire was also sacred to Mesopotamian ritual, possibly representing the god Nusku, fire and light, as a witness to offerings. By mid-morning, the regular daily sacrifices would occur. The priesthood, right on schedule, conducted the first round of sacrifices, likely soon after the sun had came up. while the major public sacrifices in Mesopotamia took place on feast days, involving bulls or a large number of animals in procession. The routine daily sacrifice might involve a single lamb or goat, offered to the principal god of the city. Records from the city of Uruk, for instance, list, quote, 1 lamb in the morning, 1 lamb in the evening, as a regular offering to Inanna, much as the Hebrew Bible prescribes a tamid lamb each morning and evening for Yahweh. The procedure was solemn. A priest, sometimes titled the Shugurma in Sumerian, meaning the great butcher, would lead the animal to the altar. Prayers and songs would be recited, and with a quick, skilled motion on the animal's throat, the cut would be made. The blood would be collected in a bowl and poured out on the altar or into the ground as a libation to the gods of earth and the underworld. Portions of the meat might be burned on the altar fire, a burnt offering for the gods' pleasure in the aroma, while other portions were set aside for cooking and later consumption by priests. These acts mirrored those in the first temple of Jerusalem, where each morning a priest slaughtered a tamid lamb, splashed its blood on the altar, and burned choice pieces, with accompanying music by Levites. In the Sumerian temple, musicians would likewise be present. Temple singers and harpists played daily hymns on lyres and flutes to calm and please the deity during the offering. We know from hymn collections that certain songs were designated for morning, others for evening, indicating a kind of, liturgical schedule. And that's not unlike later monastic hours of prayer. With the morning offering completed, the temple settled into a quieter phase. The high priest might take this time to sit in the courtyard under a shaded awning to hear petitions from the populace. Common citizens were generally not allowed into the inner sanctum. The gods were served by the priests, you see, not by the congregation. However, people came to the temple gates with needs, a fisherman donating a portion of his catch in hopes of a good season, a family bringing a silver figurine as fulfillment of a vow, or maybe a desperate mother asking for the priests to pray for a sick child. Sumerian temples had gateways and public squares where such interactions would occur. Priests, or in larger temples, subordinate clergy known as journeying priests or temple administrators, would accept offerings and say blessings or perform minor rituals for these supplicants. It's noted in Mesopotamian sources that people might seek out a priest for dream interpretation, healing, or curse removal. For example, if someone had a frightening nightmare, a skilled priest in divination would be consulted to read the omen. If ill, a combination of an ashipu, remember we mentioned those as exorcist priests, and an ashu, a herbal physician, might actually work together, the former reciting incantations to cast out the demon of disease, the latter providing a medicinal potion. These services show how priests in Sumer were not secluded mystics, but they were rather embedded into the daily social fabric, counselors, doctors, and scribes for the community. It's worth noting that this role of priests in serving people's practical needs was present, though secondary to serving the gods. The priority was always spiritual matters. Now, over in Egypt, too, while the primary duty of the clergy was to care for the god, not to preach or guide lay people, temples did function as places where one could get an oracle or an healing charm, something like that. Egyptian priest-physicians, for example, used both medical and magical techniques to treat patients, and certain priests, like the Sao magicians, specialized in warding off evil spirits, much like the Mesopotamian Ashibu. The Hittites had entire tablets of rituals for removing curses or plagues, indicating their priests performed ceremonies for public welfare. Notably, when a plague struck the Hittite lands, King Mursili II called on priests to perform a suite of rituals to appease the gods. Meanwhile, among the ancient Israelites, while prophets often addressed the moral instruction of the people, the priests were involved in judicial cases, deciding purity laws, for instance, and in diagnosing diseases like leprosy as part of their temple duties. In all these cultures, the temple was both a spiritual and administrative center. It kept records, organized the calendar, and it often ran schools. But of course, we can't just go on and on about the Sumerian priesthood without highlighting the role of women in the religious sphere, because this is something quite important. We've already talked about Enheduanna, but it's a little bit deeper than that. Now, unlike some later systems that were a little bit more patriarchal, ancient Mesopotamia offered influential positions to women in all of its temples. We've already met Enheduanna, yes, the high priestess of Ur, whose writings and political importance under Sargon of Akkad show how a woman could be at the spiritual center of a major city. Well, despite that unfortunate usurpation, but, you can't win them all, can't you? In Sumer, the high priestesses, En, served not only Nana at Ur, but other gods too. For example, the temple of Enlil at Nippur also traditionally had a high priestess. In that case, uniquely, she was even allowed to marry, a departure from the general rule that En priestesses remain celibate for life. These women, often of royal blood, also wielded considerable power. They controlled substantial temple lands and workshops, managed a cadre of female and male attendants, and were the only women who regularly performed sacrifices alongside the male priests. The installation of a high priestess was a grand affair, and it likely involved a ceremony of bestowing a new ritual name and insignia. Indeed, King Nabonidus of Babylon, around the 6th century BCE, which is a bit later, but anyway, claims to list all the Entu priestesses of Ur in history, noting that most bore names honoring the sky god An or the moon god Within. Now this suggests a tradition of sacral renaming, perhaps to mark the transformation of a noble woman from a layperson into a bride of the god. But besides high priestesses, other women often served temples, in capacities often shrouded in a little bit of later misinterpretation. Classical Greek reports, like Herodotus, give us lurid accounts of so-called temple prostitution in Babylon. But modern research suggests that the reality was a little bit more nuanced than that. And plus, it's Herodotus, so you've got to kind of take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, some women in Mesopotamian temples held the title of Shamitu or Kadishtu, which older scholarship mistranslates as temple prostitute. But we now think that these women were likely cultic personnel, or just musicians, not literally sex workers. I mean, what they do in their private time is none of our business. In any case, there is evidence in certain Babylonian cities of women who lived in designated quarters and were forbidden to marry. The Naditu, but they were often wealthy vowesses who donated their dowries to the temple and then engaged in business rather than servicing male worshippers. I mean, in Sumerian times, earlier precursors of such women might have existed, like fair enough. You have the term lukur, referring to a young female clergy member dedicated to a god, possibly serving as chorus singers or participants in rituals like the sacred marriage. Now, speaking of which, the sacred marriage ritual is a famous aspect of Sumerian religion, wherein the king would symbolically marry a goddess, often represented by a high priestess of Inanna. This was done to ensure fertility and prosperity for the land. During the New Year festival in Uruk, for example, the king, as Dumuzi, the shepherd god, is said to have mated with the high priestess as Inanna, reenacting the divine union. This ritual elevated the status of the priestess, as she became an embodiment of the goddess in that moment, her body the vessel of a cosmic guarantee of agricultural fecundity. But in daily life, female temple staff in Sumer could be weavers, bakers, or songstresses attached to the temple of a goddess like Ningal or Inanna. Sumerian art sometimes depicts women playing frame drums or lyres in religious processions, implying their role in temple music. One extraordinary visual from the Akkadian period is the disc of Enheduanna, a carved alabaster disc found at Ur. It shows a woman labeled in an inscription as Enheduanna herself, wearing a long robe and performing a libation, that is, pouring a drink offering before an altar, accompanied by male attendants. This artifact provides a rare contemporaneous image of a high priestess engaged in ritual, and that shows that women could and did perform sacrifices and public ceremonies. Comparatively, ancient Egypt also had notable women in religion, high priestesses of Hathor or Nath in the Old Kingdom, the divine adoratrices of Amun in Thebes, perhaps most prominently the god's wife of Amun, who, during the first millennium BCE, effectively made royal women the spiritual and sometimes political equals of the pharaohs. In Hittite society, queens took active roles in rituals. We know Queen Pudehepa, in 13th century BCE served as a priestess of the goddess Areniti and co-issued prayers and magical rites with King Hattusili. Meanwhile, the Israelite women did not serve as priests of Yahweh. The priesthood was strictly male. But interestingly, earlier Canaanite religion had priestesses, like those of Asherah or Astarte, and even in Israelite texts, there are mentions of women like Miriam or Deborah, who had prophetic or cultic roles among the people. The absence of official female priests in the Israelite kingdoms was more than the exception in one region. Most other neighboring cultures recognized some priestly functions for women. It wasn't really a big deal to them. Sumer's inclusion of women at high levels of temple service was therefore part of a broader Near Eastern pattern, not the exception, albeit one that each culture balanced differently according to its social structure and individual theology. The life of a high priestess, such as Enheduanna, combined elements of religious devotion, administrative acumen, and even a bit of personal drama. You see, Enheduanna's writings show a deep emotional bond with the goddess Inanna, calling her the mistress of heaven, and pouring out feelings of despair and hope during her time in exile. After pleading with the gods and likely with political allies, Enheduanna was eventually restored to her position, a testament to the resilience and influence that a priestess could wield. And so one imagines a triumphant scene of her re-entering the Giparu, that is the priestess's residence within the temple compound, where her attendant priestesses, perhaps 2 or 3 high-ranking women awaited, still tending that sacred flame and weaving the garments for the goddess, task they maintained in her absence. The solidarity of these women in the service of the divine feminine must have been a powerful force in temple culture. In later epics, we hear less of Sumerian high priestesses, at least as political trends sort of changed. I mean, you had things like the Assyrian and Persian conquest altering the Mesopotamian institutions, but still, echoes of their tradition persisted, even into the Hellenistic era, a time when Babylonian temples still had high priestesses called Entu, and when royalty across the Near East, including Ptolemaic queens like Cleopatra, would adopt the mantle of divine priestesses, just to bolster their authority a little bit. So if we look at our hypothetical Sumerian temple, by midday, the daily rites had been mostly done and dusted. The morning was where the bulk of the work was done, especially around dawn. As for the afternoon, that might involve other things, teaching or scholarly tasks for some priests, while others would handle the more secular side of the temple operations. So we might find a group of priest scribes hunched over clay tablets in a side room, perhaps tallying the morning's expenditure, however so many bushels of barley for bread, however many jugs of beer brewed, or sheep delivered by a herdsman. Their records kept in cuneiform, but they were the accounting backbone of the city. And of course that's where cuneiform came from, really. It was just invented as a practical record-keeping apparatus, and later on sort of extended into more complex written language. The earlier tablets we have, the more simple they are. But still, as we said, it's better than nothing, I can tell you that much. And indeed, it was likely the demands of the temple accounting and administration that really spurred on all writing around the world, really. Egypt would probably be the same, and the Hittites and all the rest. Now, the temple's need to track offerings, inventories, and calendar events pretty much turned the priest into an archivist/bureaucrat, and this dual role gave them considerable influence in secular circles. Why? Well, mainly because a literate priest could draft contracts, read and copy royal decrees, and correspond with other temples. Many early Mesopotamian scribes whose names survive, such as the authors of wisdom texts or hymns, were probably priests or closely associated with temple schools. The afternoon could also be a time for divination and scholarship. Mesopotamian priests developed various methods to discern the god's will, forming an entire scholarly discipline. Some priests examined the livers of sacrificed sheep, a practice called extipacy, noting peculiar markings to interpret omens for the future. Others observed the patterns of smoke, the behavior of oil dropped into water, even the flights of birds. You could pretty much interpret any natural phenomenon as something spiritual. You just need a little bit of imagination, I suppose. Over centuries, they compiled their observations into massive omen compendia, like the series Enuma Anu Enlil, when the gods Anu and Enlil, that is, dealing with celestial omens. Now, our hypothetical Sumerian priest, living long before these texts were formalized in the first millennia, might still have a rudimentary list of omens. He would just have it memorized in his head, perhaps taught by an elder diviner. If a cow gives birth to twin calves, it means this. If an eclipse happens on the 15th day, it means that, and so on. By consulting these signs, priests provided guidance on whether the king should go to war, or whether a certain day was auspicious for starting a new canal. In this capacity, they served as the intellectual elite of the society. We see an analogy in Egypt's Hour priests, who did astronomical observations to produce star calendars, or in the biblical description of Israelite high priests using the mysterious Urim and Thummim, sacred lots, to seek out divine decisions. Now, both suggest a union of faith and perhaps an early science in priestly duties. Given their economic control, literacy, and the role of intermediaries of the gods, priests naturally accumulated power, and sometimes to the point of rivaling kings. In Sumer's early days, the temple was arguably the dominant institution. The latter emergence of kings, the secular Lugal, introduced a new dynamic. By the early dynastic period, that is around 2500 BCE, most cities had distinct kings. Yet even these rulers sought legitimation through the temple. Well, they took titles like Ensi, governor appointed by Enlil, or beloved of Inanna, suggesting that without priestly sanction, their rule lacked divine approval. Many Sumerian kings also became de facto priests. King Gudea of Lagash, around 2100 BCE, for example, is depicted in statues wearing the fringed robe of a priest in a prayerful pose after he rebuilt the great temple of Ningirsu. Gudea wrote that the gods spoke to him in a dream, instructing him on temple dimensions, implying that the king had a prophetic link to the divine, a claim likely coordinated with the priesthood's backing. However, the relationship was not always harmonious. Priests could form a power block of their own. You see, in Egypt we have a clear case of that. By the end of the New Kingdom, circa 1100 BCE, the priests of Amun in Thebes had amassed so much wealth and local loyalty that they essentially ruled Upper Egypt, reducing the pharaoh to a figurehead. Temples from records of Ramesses III's time show the staggering holdings of Karnak's priesthood, hundreds of thousands of livestock, vast estates, and 81,000 personnel. This precipitated a political crisis, perhaps only a revolutionary like Akhenaten could attempt to solve. Well, he's an interesting character of his own, perhaps a story for another time. Now, in Mesopotamia, a similar tension is seen, but in a different form. The Akkadian king Naram-Sin, the grandson of Sargon, famously declared himself a god, the first Mesopotamian king to do so, effectively elevating himself above the priesthood and demanding worship in his own right. This audacious move may have been response to, or a cause of, friction with the entrenched temple authorities, who traditionally mediated between people and the gods. By making himself divine, Naram-Sin tried to cut out the middleman, so to speak. It was pretty controversial, though. Later Babylonian chronicles cast Naram-Sin's self-deification as impious, blaming him for divine wrath that led to the Akkadian Empire's fall. And tellingly, after Akkad's collapse, subsequent Mesopotamian rulers were careful to style themselves as humble servants of the gods and patrons of temples, rather than gods on earth. Now, in Hittite Anatolia, the dynamic was slightly different because the king was automatically chief priest, and there wasn't a separate hereditary priestly class that could usurp power. Hittite texts, however, do seem to indicate certain families held priestly offices for generations, and that the royal family's piety or lack thereof could influence public opinion. The fall of the Hittite Empire, around the 12th century BCE, coincided with the upheavals where even the sanctity of temples were compromised by invaders and internal strife. But in general, Hittite priests did not pose a political challenge to their kings during their history. Now, returning to Sumer in its later years, the priests of course remained key players, even under foreign rulers. When the Semitic Amorites took power in Mesopotamia, the Old Babylonian period around 1800, they adopted Sumerian religious customs and language in the temples. King Hammurabi, famous for his law code, portrays himself receiving the laws from Shamash, the sun god, an image likely orchestrated with the clergy's endorsement. Now, as a matter of fact, many centuries later, when Alexander the Great arrived in Babylon, the 4th century BCE, he made a point to consult the Babylonian priests and sponsor the restoration of the great temple of Marduk, respecting their old authority. So, the daily life of a Sumerian priest cannot be separated from the broader themes of ancient religion and society. Day by day, task by task, lighting lamps, the libations, teaching students, recording accounts, the priests of Sumer kept the engine of civilization running, believing that their service sustained the gods, who in turn would sustain the world. They were astronomers and accountants, musicians and butchers, judges and scribes. They mediated between the seen and the unseen, a role both exalted and at times perilous. Their traditions did not exist in a vacuum, however. Contemporaneous civilizations and those that followed show striking convergences in how priesthoods functioned, which is why we do need to mention them. But whether it is the Sumerian En walking to a god statue at dawn, or the Egyptian high priest unlocking a sanctuary, all engaged in a sacred drama of maintaining cosmic order, the cornerstone of daily life for centuries. Well, in closing, I think we can appreciate the young acolytes rising through the ranks and the devoted priestess penning poetry to a beloved goddess. It's all pretty good. Stuff to imagine, I think. Well, through primary cuneiform sources and a few later accounts, we've reconstructed these anecdotes and routines with a little bit of leeway. In any case, it's a good bit of fun, I think. Allows us to step into the life of a Sumerian priest or priestess and witness a typical day. One that's a little bit mundane, but still quite profound. And by showing other cultures as well, I think we see that the impulse to serve the divine daily was a universal pillar of ancient civilization. Each culture gave that impulse its own flavor, but all recognized, as did the Sumerians, that the work of the priests was nothing less than the maintenance of the cosmos in a microcosm, a daily labor, all for the eternity of the gods.
O Nana, the shrine of Ur has been destroyed, and its people have been killed. These were the words carved onto a clay tablet nearly 4,000 years ago, and they lament the fall of the great Sumerian city of Ur. Horror and sorrow following one of the earliest recorded massacres in history. The Bronze Age, roughly 3000 to 1200 BCE across much of the Old World, was an era when the first cities and kingdoms rose, and with them came organized warfare on a scale never seen before. But far from a peaceful prehistoric ideal, the Bronze Age was often bathed in blood. Cities were sacked and burned, armies clashed in brutal battles, and entire populations were sometimes wiped out or enslaved. Today, archaeological excavations and ancient texts allow us to piece together the stories of some of the biggest massacres of that distant era, at a time when civilization was beginning, and all of those unpleasant aspects of humanity were beginning to rear their heads. Welcome to the channel. Well, you know what we're talking about today. Bronze Age massacres. And let me welcome you to the channel before we begin. For any newcomers, good to have you with us. And once again, a thank you to those who are supporting the channel through Patreon, YouTube, the donations every now and then, and the merch store. Certainly keeping everything ad-free across the entire breadth of the playlists. And I invite you to like and leave a comment as well for the algorithm. It really does help push the video out more, and if you want to fight the brain rot on this platform, it's good to support things that are the antithesis of the new trends. Anyway, with that being said, settle in, get relaxed, and we can begin. Go all the way back thousands and thousands of years. By the dawn of the Bronze Age, we're talking around 3000 BCE, give or take depending on where we are, human societies had developed cities, writing, and complex governments, and with these came organized violence on a completely brand new level. Now do remember that when we say cities, we're not talking about the size of places we have now, we're just talking about large concentrations of populations that are not nomadic anymore, people deciding to stay in one place and farm and domesticate animals, these kinds of things, which is, of course, new technologies, a topic of another video we'll get to eventually. Now bronze, which is an alloy of copper and tin, was the star of the show. It provided stronger weapons and armor than stone ever could, not to mention flint, which was the other gold standard materials for tool making and pretty much everything else before bronze came along. And they even had a little bit of use of flint at the same time. It just depends on where you were. Now, the kings and chieftains could equip armies with metal-tipped spears, swords, and arrows, while the invention of the wheel also led to war chariots. So for the first time, armies numbering in the thousands began to emerge, and wars were fought not just for survival, but now for conquest, plunder, and glory. The result of all this was that conflicts grew larger and deadlier than in the Neolithic age before. It wasn't the beginning of conflicts. We always had that. I'm afraid it's just one of those parts of human nature. But the difference is now that it was more organized. It was grander in scale. People were inventing new ways to smash each other's heads in. And the big difference now, it was more state-sponsored. In any case, ancient evidence suggests that Bronze Age contemporaries were well aware of the devastation that war could bring. The world's earliest known historical records often center on battles and conquests. We find boastful inscriptions of victorious kings, as well as these sorrowful laments for the destroyed cities. The Stele of the Vultures from Mesopotamia is one example of how Bronze Age people remembered their wars. This was erected around 2450 BCE, a carved stone monument celebrating a victory of the Sumerian city-state Lagash over its neighbor Umma. On it, we see a rather gruesome scene. A flock of vultures carries aloft the severed heads of the defeated, and the war god Ninkirsu holds a giant net full of enemy soldiers' bodies. The ruler of Lagash, Enatum, is shown marching at the head of his phalanx of soldiers, trampling over the corpses of his foes. Pretty raw imagery, and it makes a clear image to anyone who sees it. It's a warning, in the clearest of terms, of what's going to happen to those who dared challenge Lagash. And by the way, the Stele of the Vultures is the oldest known war memorial, and it's a pretty vivid picture that massacres were part of the early Bronze Age warfare. Well, it was in this era that war chronicles became a regular part of recorded history too. Bronze Age kings liked to boast in writing about how many enemies they killed or captured. In Egypt and Mesopotamia especially, where writing was established quite early, we have official accounts of battles that often tally the slain by the dozens, hundreds, or even tens of thousands. And of course, when we get up to those numbers, we open ourselves up to a bit of possible exaggeration, which is the trend with a lot of these documents. For instance, Egyptian pharaohs of the New Kingdom, that being between the 16th and 13th centuries BC, left temple inscriptions listing enemy casualties and piles of severed hands or heads that were taken as kind of trophies. These boastful records often blur the line between battle and outright massacre. After a decisive victory, it wasn't uncommon for the victors to slaughter prisoners or raze entire settlements as a show of force. The Bronze Age concept of war often did not spare civilians. When a city fell, its inhabitants could be massacred or sold into slavery. Not sure which one you prefer. Remember, slavery in those times, you could end up anywhere. Maybe you'd end up in a house preparing meals for some upper-class noble, or you'd end up in some mine somewhere, digging tin out of the ground. Well, some slaves get more pleasant jobs than others, but still being a slave is not good.
In any case, as we shall see, some of the largest massacres of the Bronze Age came in the form of cities being violently destroyed and their people decimated in the aftermath of battle. And so before we get into the specific events, it's important to understand that our knowledge of these massacres does come from the two main sources, which is archaeology and ancient texts. Yes, we do have a lot of ancient texts from that time, and fun fact, many of them we're still yet to translate. You've got vaults of these cuneiform texts just waiting to be translated, but a lot of them are quite monotonous. Things like records from traders and things like that. But I'm sure there's a few gems among them just ready for someone to come along and do the hard work. Thank you very much to those hard-working translators. Now, archaeology gives us more physical evidence. The charred ruins of cities, the mass graves of victims, arrowheads embedded in skeletons. While texts such as inscriptions, letters, and epic poems gives us a more human perspective, albeit they are always colored by their own biases, always for the victor's glory. But neither source on its own gives a full picture. That's why we put them together, and they allow us to kind of reconstruct these grim chapters of prehistory. And so with this context in mind, let us explore the biggest Bronze Age massacres, moving roughly chronologically and geographically to cover the breadth of the ancient world. The fertile lands of Mesopotamia, modern Iraq and Syria, saw the rise of some of the first cities and kingdoms, and accordingly, some of the first recorded wars and massacres. Now, we've already encountered the stele of the vultures commemorating a savage victory in Sumer, and for all its grimness as an archaeological artifact just off the record, it's pretty damn cool that we have things like that. But in any case, not long after this event, Mesopotamia was united, often by force, under the Akkadian Empire. Sargon of Akkad, ruling around 2330 BCE, famously conquered a vast region, forging what is often considered to be the world's first empire. While detailed accounts of Sargon's battles are pretty rare, later legends and king lists claim that he defeated 50 governors and destroyed their cities. His grandson, Naram-Sin, 2250 BCE or thereabouts, left us another iconic war monument, the victory stele of Naram-Sin, which depicts him as a godlike figure climbing a mountain strewn with bodies of his enemies. Naram-Sin's inscriptions speak of his crushing victories over the mountain tribes, such as the Lulubi people of the Zagros Mountains. Though these stelae are propagandistic, their imagery of fallen foes and triumphant kings suggests that the aftermath of such conquests often involves slaughter and subjugation on a large scale. When a proud city or tribe resisted, the consequence could be quite catastrophic. One Mesopotamian mythological text, the Curse of Agade, written after Naram-Sin's time, even accuses him of impiety and mass violence, saying his actions, for example, the alleged sack of the holy city of Nippur, brought a curse that led to his empire's collapse. Now, superstition aside, and whether or not Naram-Sin truly sacked Nippur, the story reflects the memory of those whole cities laid waste in early Mesopotamian warfare. By the 3rd millennium BCE, another dramatic event occurred in Mesopotamia, the fall of Ur. We discussed that a little bit in the introduction. A good way to set the scene, I think. Ur was the capital of the great Sumerian Empire, the 3rd dynasty, that is, that flourished under kings like Shulgi and Ibbi-Sin. Around 2004 BCE, Ur was attacked and destroyed by an alliance of Elamites and other eastern tribes. The devastation of Ur was total. the city was burned and looted, and the royal dynasty was ended. We know how traumatic this was because the Sumerians composed their heart-wrenching lament about the catastrophe, the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, that poetic dirge that we mentioned in the introduction. It goes on to say, Ur has been destroyed and its people killed. The good house, i.e. the temple, was entirely devoured by fire. The lament goes on to detail how the people of Ur were scattered or slaughtered, and how even the gods abandoned the city to its fate. But Ur was not alone. The city of Ebla, in what is now Syria, provides another example of an early Bronze Age massacre. Ebla was a powerful city-state with its own empire around 2400 to 2300. Archaeologists at Ebla have uncovered a thick destruction layer dating to about 2300 BCE, with collapsed, burned buildings and smashed royal archives, ironically preserving thousands of clay tablets by firing them in the conflagration. Lucky for us. It appears that Ebla was destroyed suddenly and violently. Later Mesopotamian tradition, and some historians, attribute this destruction to Naram-Sin of Akkad, suggesting that he was the one who attacked Ebla and left the entire place in ruin. In any case, whoever it was, Ebla's fall was catastrophic. The city never fully recovered its former power. If Naram-Sin led this campaign, it would rank as a major massacre of that era, likely involving mass slaughter and burning of one of the largest cities of its time. Even if Ebla fell to a lesser-known enemy, or perhaps an internal revolt, the evidence is clear that its end was abrupt and accompanied by widespread death. In any case, it doesn't make a difference to those with their skulls smashed in or burned to death under that destruction layer. Another significant early episode was the collapse of the Akkadian Empire itself, sometime around 2200. Amid invasions by mountain tribes known as the Gutians. Some Mesopotamian sources describe the Gutian hordes as a scourge that, quote, filled the land with corpses and spared no one. While such accounts are colored by later prejudice, which portrayed the Gutians as barbaric destroyers, there's certainly no doubt that many cities were devastated in that chaotic period. The city of Akkad, Sargon's capital, was so thoroughly destroyed that archaeologists today still debate its location. It became a ruin, remembered only in legend. Well, this too is part of the pattern. You see, in Bronze Age warfare, cities could vanish from history after a massacre. Names preserved only in lamentations and king lists. And thus we see from the very start of the Bronze Age, the lands of the Fertile Crescent saw great massacres, wars of conquest, sackings, and annihilations. These events were documented by the people who experienced them, and that gives us a somber record of human brutality. Through stelae and clay tablets, we hear of a chorus of voices, kings gloating over the vanquished, the victims mourning, the destruction of Ur commemorated in a lamentation where even the gods wail. It sets a template, one that we'll see repeated in different forms across the ancient world. And, speaking of which, we now move eastward to the Indus Valley Civilization in South Asia, circa 2600 to 1900. This civilization, contemporary with the early Bronze Age Mesopotamians and Egyptians, built grand cities such as Mohenjo-daro and Harappa in what is today Pakistan and northwest India, kind of like Punjab area. But it's all quite mysterious, because the Indus cities were abandoned by around 1900 to 1700. For a long time, scholars speculated that these cities met a violent end at the hands of invaders. In the mid-20th century, the prominent archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler proposed a dramatic scenario. Indo-European Aryan tribes sweeping in from the northwest and massacring the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro. Wheeler's team had found some scattered human skeletons in the streets and houses of Mohenjo-Daro, some lying in contorted positions, not formally buried. Wheeler famously invoked a line from a later Indian tradition, saying that Indra stands accused of the crime. Now, if you're not familiar with Indra, he's basically the Vedic storm god, and was known in ancient hymns as Purandara, the fort destroyer. The Sanskrit Rig Veda, composed after the Indus Valley civilization of course, but recalling an age of battles, praises Indra as the one who rends forts as an age consumes a garment. One verse describes how, quote, "In the kindled fire he burnt up all their weapons," suggesting a fiery destruction of enemy strongholds. Now this does seem to align eerily with the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, where Wheeler imagined the defenders falling amidst flames and carnage as invaders with superior bronze weapons and horse-drawn chariots overran the city. It's quite a gripping tale. The peaceful, urban Harappans, slaughtered by the fierce, warlike Aryans. An ancient massacre, marking the birth of a new age in India. However, as enticing as the idea was, later research has cast a bit of doubt onto it. Archaeologists re-examining Mohenjo-Daro found that the evidence of a massacre is far from clear. Only about 37 skeletons were discovered in the entire city, a city that likely had tens of thousands of inhabitants. They were found in different strata and contexts, not in one single destruction layer. And many of the skeletons might not even date to the final occupation of the city. Some could be earlier burials or later intrusive remains. Importantly, excavators did not find typical signs of an armed invasion. There were no arrowheads or weapon points embedded in bodies, no remains of burned fortifications or widespread ash, things you would expect from a sacked city. The distribution of bodies, mostly in lower town areas and not in defensive positions, led some experts like archaeologist George F. Dales to conclude that no compelling evidence of a battle or massacre exists at Mohenjo-Daro. Dales memorably titled a 1964 study The Mythical Massacre at Mohenjo-Daro, where he debunked Wheeler's interpretation. He noted that if an invader had truly slaughtered the populace, we would expect hundreds of corpses, weapons scattered about, and signs of combat, things which were just not present. But we're still left with the question, what ended Mohenjo-Daro? The truth might be a little bit more mundane. Climate change, shifting rivers, economic decline, things that caused the city to be abandoned gradually. Some of the skeletons could represent people who died of disease or other causes during the city's waning days, or victims of local skirmishes or crimes, rather than a single mass killing. One cluster of about 14 skeletons found together was initially touted as a tableau of massacre victims, but upon closer analysis, it showed they might have been placed there intentionally, perhaps a hasty burial, rather than left where they fell in battle. So in short, while it sounds tantalizing, the Aryan invasion massacre scenario is just no longer accepted by most scholars. But who knows, maybe we'll find something in the future. For now, though, it is what it is. Now that being said, South Asian tradition is not devoid of memories of ancient battles. The Rig Veda, compiled in the centuries after the Indus cities fell, does describe conflicts between the incoming Indo-Aryan tribes and the local Dasyo, or dasa, a term for adversaries, possibly reflecting to indigenous groups or rival chieftains. Indra is celebrated for destroying enemy forts, and there are references to the conquest of walled cities. These accounts are poetic and mythologized. They're not straightforward history in an academic sense, but they hint that as new peoples migrated into the subcontinent, violent clashes occurred. The famous Vedic battle is the Battle of the 10 Kings, in which a Vedic king, Sudas, supposedly defeated a coalition of 10 tribes along the Ravi River. If this event, tentatively dated around the 14th and 13th century by some, had a historical kernel, it might represent a significant conflict in the late Bronze Age Punjab, perhaps leaving many people dead. But once again, without solid archaeological evidence, we have to tread in the realm of legend. So while the Indus Valley's decline was once attributed to dramatic massacres, modern evidence doesn't really support it, whether that's being at Mohenjo-daro or Harappa. Instead, any violence that occurred in South Asia's Bronze Age was likely spread over time and in many smaller conflicts rather than a big event. The real tragedies of the Indus cities might have been slower, the collapse of urban life and the population dispersal, rather than one epic final slaughter. Still, the idea of an ancient massacre in Mohenjo-daro certainly captures the imagination. But it is a cautionary tale too. Not every abandoned ruin is the result of a mass killing, and myths of conquest must be weighed against hard data. The problem is, when you are looking for a massacre, and you find something that might point to that direction, there's a little bit of confirmation bias that comes into it. And this is what happened with the earlier theories. Perhaps there's not a devil behind every door. And as archaeologists, well, you have to take things as they come. In any case, let's move on from South Asia. Let's take a look at the Near East and North Africa. The mid-2nd millennium BC saw powerful kingdoms colliding, and their battles often resulted in heavy slaughter. Ancient Egypt, in particular, emerged as a military superpower of the late Bronze Age. The Egyptian pharaohs of the New Kingdom, dynasties 18 to 20, roughly 1550 to 1200, campaigned far and wide, into Nubia, which is modern-day Sudan, Libya, and the Levant, Canaan and Syria, leaving vivid records of their victories. Although Egyptian accounts are prone to a little bit of exaggeration, they give us insights into the Bronze Age warfare situation and its often merciless aftermath. Let's take a look at one of the earliest major battles. That is the Battle of Megiddo, circa 1457. The pharaoh, Thutmose III, faced a coalition of Canaanite city-states at the fortress of Megiddo. Thutmose's own inscriptions, carved into the temple walls at Karnak, describe how he marched his army through a narrow mountain pass to surprise the rebels. In the ensuing battle, the Egyptian army routed the Canaanite forces, who fled into the walled city of Megiddo. Thutmose then laid siege to Megiddo for several months, until they were finally starving and surrendered. The interesting thing about Megiddo is that according to the Egyptian account, Thutmose spared the lives of the defeated rulers in exchange for their submission. While the battle itself likely saw heavy casualties, the Egyptians claimed to have killed around 8,000 enemies. Might be inflated. The aftermath saw a more strategic approach. The pharaoh took hostages and treasure, but he did not exterminate the populace. Megiddo's captured soldiers and civilians were instead incorporated as slaves or vassals. This shows that not every Bronze Age victory ended in indiscriminate massacre. Often the goal was subjugation and tribute. However, mercy has its limits. Egyptian texts boast of heaps of enemy dead, and carrying off severed hands or other grisly trophies to prove the body counts. Thutmose's annals list thousands of prisoners taken from Megiddo and surrounding towns. Those who weren't killed in battle were essentially enslaved, which was a different kind of suffering inflicted on vanquished populations. A pharaoh who reveled in brutality was Amenhotep II, ruling from 1427 to 1400. That was Thutmose's son. He left an infamous account of one of his campaigns in Syria where he captured 7 princes, chiefs of a Syrian uprising. He proudly stated that he personally killed them with his mace and arrows. Afterwards, to send a message, he hung the corpses of 7 princes upside down from a prow of his royal ship and sailed back to Egypt. Upon reaching home, he displayed 6 of the bodies on the city wall of Thebes, which was Egypt's capital at the time, and the 7th he took down to Nubia in the south and hung on the wall of Napata, which was a rebellious Nubian town, a pretty gruesome warning against further revolt. Well, this was recorded on a victory stela, and it shows how pharaohs could too resort to terror tactics. It's a small-scale massacre, 7 elite captives executed without mercy, but what's important is its symbolism. Amenhotep also claimed in inscriptions that another campaign saw him slew outright thousands of enemy troops and deported tens of thousands more as captives. One record from his reign tallies 101,128 prisoners taken over a couple of campaigns. Once again, likely exaggerated, but even a fraction implies a large-scale devastation. Many of these captives were women and children, showing that entire towns were emptied. While not all were killed, the social impact was similar to a massacre. Families and societies destroyed, either by death or permanent enslavement. Now, beyond Egypt, the Near Eastern theaters of war produced their own notorious massacres. The kingdom of Babylon in Mesopotamia experienced a cataclysm around 1595, when a foreign conqueror from what is now Turkey descended upon it unexpectedly. Mursili I, the warrior king of the Hittites, led his army over 500 miles from Anatolia to the heart of the Babylonian land. Babylon at the time was the seat of a venerable dynasty, that being the dynasty of Hammurabi, ruling over a rather prosperous empire. Mursili, seeking glory and perhaps plunder, sacked the city of Babylon. According to later records, the Hittites stormed the city, looted its riches, and overthrew the last of the Babylonian line. The Hittite chronicles do not detail the bloodshed, but we can make a good guess that it was quite immense. A foreign army running rampant in the streets, temples pillaged, possibly many inhabitants put to the sword. Now, intriguingly, the Hittites did not stay to rule Babylon. Mursili grabbed what he could, and then hurried back to his own lands, where he was soon assassinated in a palace coup. In the power vacuum he left, Babylon fell into chaos, and a new group called the Kassites eventually took over. The sudden fall of Babylon in 1595 effectively ended Babylon's golden age, and it's often described as a pivotal massacre. The human toll is unquantified, but given Babylon's population and the ruthlessness of ancient sackings, we can imagine thousands dead or enslaved. One later Babylonian chronicle laconically notes how Babylon, quote, was smitten with the sword, and the reigning king met his end when the Hatti came up against the land, end quote. Babylon's people would have bitterly remembered that destruction, and indeed it took Babylon years to recover to its former glory. Similarly, around the same era, Mari, a city-state in eastern Syria, met a violent fate at the hands of Hammurabi of Babylon. the famous lawgiver before his own dynasty fell. Hammurabi had been an ally of Mari's king, Zimri Lin, but around 1761 he turned on him and seized Mari. It seems that Mari had surrendered rather than being destroyed in open battle. Yet not long after, Hammurabi ordered Mari's great palace and fortifications to be destroyed. Archaeologists excavating Mari's royal palace found that it had been intentionally burned, and it was one of the largest at the time too. Apparently it had about 260 rooms. Very big. The thick ash and charred timbers, along with collapsed brick walls, show a conflagration swept through the complex. Hammurabi's own letters refer to destroying the walls of Mari. So even without a pitched battle, the destruction of Mari seems to be quite thorough. The population likely suffered deportation or slaughter of any resisting elements. Now, in the Levant, Canaan, that is, outside powers and local wars led to repeated massacres too. The Egyptian pharaohs after Thutmose III continued to campaign there. Seti I and Ramesses II fought the Hittites and their allies in Syria, including at the famous Battle of Kadesh in 1274, which, while one of the largest chariot battles ever, ended in a stalemate and truce, rather than a one-sided victory. But in Canaan itself, Egyptian control was sometimes enforced harshly. Revolts were met with brutal retribution. One site, Deir el-Medina in Egyptian records, possibly the biblical Diahe, saw a battle where Ramesses claims to have slain thousands of locals. Pharaoh Mer-Netar, circa 1208, also left an intriguing inscription, the Mer-Netar stele, which includes the line, quote, "Israel is laid waste, its seed is no more." Now this is the earliest mention of Israel, likely referring to a people or a tribal group in Canaan rather than a country. Mer-Netar lists having defeated several communities in Canaan and says he utterly devastated them. And then there's that phrase, "its seed is no more." Well, that implies genocide, the destruction of the future of a people, leaving no offspring. Whether this was literally true or just hyperbole, it shows the mindset of the victors. They boasted of leaving nothing alive. At least some Canaanite towns, like Gezer, Yanoam, and others, are listed by Mer-Netar as wasted or captured, made as non-existent. Archaeologically, many Canaanite cities show destruction layers in the late 13th century, which could correlate with these Egyptian campaigns. While Mer-Netar probably did not wipe out the Israelites, whoever they were at that time, he clearly inflicted heavy casualties on the rebellious subjects. We must also consider the perspective of the Canaanites and later Israelites themselves. The Hebrew Bible, which was compiled much later, contains a few echoes of possible Bronze Age massacres. The book of Joshua describes Israelite conquests of Canaan. Joshua's forces are said to have besieged and destroyed cities like Jericho, Ai, and Hazor, devoting them to destruction. At Jericho, the biblical account famously says, "The wall fell down flat," and the Israelites utterly destroyed all that was in that city, both man and woman, young and old, with the edge of the sword. Similarly, the capture of Hazor is described as a total burn-down and a complete massacre of its inhabitants. But how historical are those accounts? Look at the archaeology and you might find a mixed picture. Jericho's great walls actually fell, and the city did burn. But that happened around 1550, likely due to an earthquake or an earlier Egyptian attack, not by Joshua, if he lived around 1200. By Joshua's time, Jericho was a small, unwalled village. Hazor, on the other hand, does show a massive destruction layer by fire in the 13th century. Hazor was the largest Canaanite city. Some 20,000 people lived there, and the ruins of the palace bear intense burn marks with thick destruction layer dated around 1250 to 1200. Someone annihilated Hazor, and the entire city fell into ruin at that time. The Israelites later remembered Hazor's king Jabin being defeated by Joshua. But another possibility is that Hazor was destroyed by the invading Sea peoples, or by internecine Canaanite conflict. Regardless of who the agent was, the fall of Hazor qualifies as one of the biggest localized massacres in the Bronze Age Levant. An entire urban population put to the sword or sent fleeing. The archaeological record at Hazor includes smashed statues and charred architecture, indicating deliberate destruction. In fact, it's quite chilling to stand in the remains of Hazor's throne room, knowing that its last moments involved slaughter and flames, whether by foreign invaders or rebellious captives. I suppose maybe we'll never know. Well, let's move on now to the general picture of around 1300 to 1200. And this was when things were really shaking up. The Great Collapse. Well, the Bronze Age world was interconnected by trade at this time, diplomacy, but also warfare. Empires like Egypt, the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, and the Mycenaean Greek kingdoms dominated their regions. Yet in the span of a few decades, around 1200 to 1150, this international system dramatically fell apart. This period, often called the Late Bronze Age Collapse, was marked by the destruction of countless cities and disappearances of entire civilizations. A period rife with massacres. So many historians sometimes refer to it as a systematic collapse rather than an isolated event. While multiple factors, climate change, economic troubles, earthquakes, contributed, waves of violent incursions played their role. We hear whispers of mysterious marauders called the Sea Peoples, and we see archaeological evidence of cities burned layer after layer. In essence, the end of the Bronze Age came with sword and flame. Well, let's start with the Trojan War. It's perhaps one of the most famous conflicts of antiquity, and once again it sits in a blurry line between myth and history. According to the later Greek legend immortalized in Homer's Iliad, a coalition of Greek or Achaean kings laid siege to the city of Troy in the northwest Anatolia for 10 years, finally capturing and destroying it. The cause? The Trojan prince Paris had abducted Helen, the wife of a great king. Of course, if you ask him, she went willingly, but depends who's telling the story. The result was one of the greatest massacres in legend. The story goes when Troy fell, the victorious Greeks put the city to the sword. The Iliad itself ends before Troy's fall, focusing on the rage of Achilles. But other ancient sources, and later parts of the epic cycle, describe the sack. King Priam of Troy was slaughtered at the altar of Zeus in his palace. Priam's grandson, Astyanax, was thrown from the walls. Trojan men were killed en masse, and the women and children were slaves. The burning of Troy was seared into Greek cultural memory as the epitome of a city's destruction. Even the gods were said to have been horrified. But the question is, did it even happen? That's where we look at the archaeology. There's a few clues. The mound of Hisarlik in Turkey is the site of ancient Troy. Excavations have revealed multiple layers of settlement. One layer, Troy 7A, which is how they organized them, dates to around 1200, and it shows clear evidence of violent destruction. The walls of Troy 7A bear marks of fire. Within the ruins, archaeologist Carl Blegen in the 30s found skeletons of people who died during the city's collapse. Unburied bodies lying in debris. And one of them apparently was gripping a child, possibly trying to shield them. He also found bronze arrowheads of a foreign style scattered in the rubble, and sling stones stockpiled on the towers, as if desperate defenders had prepared for a siege. Large storage jars, sunk into the floors, hinted that the inhabitants had been stockpiling provisions within a blockade. All this suggests that Troy was indeed besieged, and that it did fall in war. Whether the attackers were Mycenaean Greeks, as the legends say, or the other enemies, we cannot be certain. But many scholars think that the Homeric tale has a kernel of truth. Basically, there was a war at Troy at the end of the Bronze Age, and the city was indeed sacked. If so, the massacre at Troy would have been one of the biggest in the Aegean world. You see, Troy was a wealthy city controlling trade through the Dardanelles. Its population in the lower town might have been up to 5,000 to 10,000 people. A Hittite text from around 1280 mentions a city called Wilusa, likely Ilion or Troy, and its king Alexandru, possibly the Paris/Alexander of legend, in a treaty with the Hittites showing Troy was a significant player. The destruction of Troy 7a meant that those thousands were killed or displaced. The very dramatic legend of the Trojan horse, a trick by which the Greeks infiltrated the city, ends with a night of horror as sleeping Trojans are murdered in their beds. While the wooden horse itself is probably a fiction, it symbolizes the sudden breach and ensuing slaughter. For the Bronze Age listener of such tales, Troy's fate was a grim warning. No city, however strong, was safe from annihilation. But at the same approximate time, across the sea in the Greek mainland, the Mycenaean palatial centers, the heartland of those Achaean Greeks, were themselves having a bit of a rough time. The fortified palaces of Pylos, Tiryns, Thebes, and Mycenae, and others were burned and abandoned in the decades of 1200. In some cases, we have signs of struggle. At Pylos, in southwestern Greece, clay tablets written in Linear B, the Mycenaean script, were found in the final destruction layer. One tablet rather ominously records the dispatch of watchers to the coastal headlands, apparently to keep an eye out for approaching enemy ships. It seems that Pylos's last days involved frantic preparations for an attack from the sea. But despite this, Pylos was overwhelmed. Its palace was consumed by fire around 1180. But we do not have skeletal remains here, likely because the survivors may have fled, or the attackers might have cleared the bodies. But the sudden collapse of these palaces still implies large-scale violence. The very network that possibly sent Greeks to Troy may have come undone by new invasions or civil strife. Some theories suggest civil war or uprisings could have brought down the Mycenaean elites, hence burning their own palaces. But others point to outside raiders, perhaps the Bronze Age boogeyman, the sea peoples, who were ravaging the east. Either way, the Greek world around 1200 saw multiple cities and palaces destroyed within a short span, which would have entailed the massacre of many inhabitants and the collapse of social order. Greece entered a dark age after these events, implying population loss and migration, typical outcomes of widespread massacres and upheavals. Now, speaking of the sea peoples, these enigmatic groups are recorded in Egyptian inscriptions as swarms of invaders coming from the Isles, or the northern Mediterranean. Around 1207, Pharaoh Mernetar fought an invasion of Libyans who were accompanied by names that appear to be sea people tribes, like the Ekwesh, Shekelesh, possibly Achaeans and Sicilians. But the big clash came in the reign of Ramesses III, around 1177. Egyptian records describe a confederation of foreign peoples, including names read as Peliset, which is one of the first mentions of the ancient rendering of Palestine, Sherden, Denyen, Jeker, and others, all moving en masse, destroying everything in their path. Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu is covered in dramatic reliefs of the battles he fought. One scene shows the Egyptian navy defeating the Sea People's ships in the Nile Delta, with enemy bodies floating in the water. Another depicts the land battle, Egyptian archers raining arrows on the advancing invaders, and piles of slain enemies heaped before the pharaoh. The inscriptions boast that the Sea Peoples had already laid waste to the great powers of the eastern Mediterranean. Quote, "No land could stand before their arms. Hatti, Kode, Karkemish, Arzawa, Alishia were all cut off." Now, this does suggest that the Hittite Empire, i.e. Hatti, coastal Anatolia, Arzawa, northern Syrian states like Karkemish, and even Cyprus, Alashia, were ravaged by these invaders. And indeed, archaeologically, we do see destruction. For example, the Hittite capital Hattusa was violently destroyed around 1200 and abandoned. The once mighty Hittite empire was now fragmented. The city of Ugarit, a wealthy port in Syria, was burned to the ground and never reoccupied. At Ugarit's dig site, excavators found the letter from its last king, Amurapi, that was never sent. He writes in a panic to the king of Cyprus, saying, quote, "The enemy's ships came here, my cities are burned, and they did evil things in my country. The 7 ships of the enemy that came here inflicted much damage." You can feel the desperation. In any case, shortly after that, Ugarit was no more. The pattern repeated across the Levant. Cities such as Ashkelon, Lachish, Hazor, and others show destruction levels around 1200 to 1150. Some sites have arrowheads, collapsed walls, and unburied bodies, pointing to a violent conquest. Now, Megiddo, which Thutmose III had spared centuries earlier, was destroyed in this wave too around 1150. Ekron and Ashdod were also destroyed or abandoned. Many of these places would later be reoccupied by new populations. For instance, the Philistines, who may have been one of the groups of the Sea Peoples settled in coastal towns. But the transition was anything but peaceful. It was conquest and displacement. Even Egypt, which survived the onslaught of the Sea Peoples, did not come out completely unscathed. Ramesses claimed a great victory in 1175, saying he killed hundreds and captured many Sea Peoples. He had scenes carved of piles of enemy corpses and bound prisoners. However, Egypt's power waned after this, and one might note that Ramesses III's reign itself ended rather tumultuously, with an internal palace conspiracy and likely an assassination. The fact that Egypt had to fight invasions on multiple fronts suggests that around 1200 mass movements of peoples were occurring, often generating violence on a tremendous scale, as it usually does. Some of these sea peoples may have been fleeing famine or disaster in their homelands, but as they migrated, they clashed with the societies in their path. The result was chaos and carnage. Let's put it into perspective. In a few decades, almost every major city from Greece to Canaan was destroyed. The map was dotted with these destructions, all the cities burning roughly within the same human lifespan. Each of those burnings entails a massacre. Populations killed, temples looted, palaces destroyed. Some sites like Enkomi on Cyprus show evidence of violent destruction and signs of a desperate last-minute fortification, implying the people saw trouble coming. and they tried to stop it but couldn't. The toll in human life is impossible to quantify, but it was enough to cause population decline and migrations. Refugees from fallen cities likely became part of new ethnic groups. By around 1100, the politics of the Near East was entirely altered. Larger empires were gone. Smaller successor states were emerging. The Bronze Age did not end peacefully. It ended in fire and sword, and in one of history's greatest waves of collective violence. Well, thus far we have focused on the Near East and Mediterranean. But what about Bronze Age Europe? Well, for a long time, scholars assumed that Bronze Age societies north of the Alps were relatively small-scale and peaceful compared to the great kingdoms of Egypt or Mycenae. But that is a view that has changed quite radically in recent years. In fact, there's been a discovery in northern Europe that reveals a Bronze Age battle of unprecedented scale. This is the site of the Tollens Valley in present-day Germany, dated to around 1250 to 1200, roughly the same time as the Trojan War and upheavals in the south. What archaeologists found in the Tollens River Valley stunned them: the remains of what may be Europe's oldest known large battle. It all began in 1996, when an amateur archaeologist found a human arm bone sticking out of a riverbank, a flint arrowhead still lodged within it. Pretty lucky, isn't it? To find it, not for the guy with the arrowhead stuck in his arm. Well, systematic excavations followed. Over the past 2 decades, researchers have recovered more than 12,000 human bone fragments, belonging to at least 140 individuals and still counting, strewn along a 3-kilometer stretch of the Tollens River. And these were healthy young adults for the most part, overwhelmingly male, the demographic profile of warriors. Many showed signs of traumatic injuries, crushed skulls, parry fractures, arrow and spear wounds. Weapons have been found too, over 50 bronze arrowheads, numerous wooden clubs and spears, even bits of leather, wood, and bronze from shields. The evidence indicates a fierce confrontation took place on the river's edge, based on distributions and density. Archaeologists estimate that around 4,000 warriors may have fought at Tollens, and if so, roughly 20 to 25% were killed. The death toll could have been around 800 to 1,000. Now that's a big deal for Bronze Age Europe. But what makes Tollens really remarkable is that it was completely unexpected. We are in the Nordic Bronze Age culture here, an area with no written records, yet clearly large organized forces were engaging in combat. The battlefield seems to have been a river crossing. Perhaps a wooden causeway existed where 2 groups met, possibly one trying to defend local territory and another moving through, maybe a raiding or migrating band from a different place. The discovery of artifacts like a belt box and dress pins from southern Central Europe among the warriors suggests that some of them did come from far away, hundreds of kilometers to the south. Chemical isotope analysis of teeth confirmed that some fighters grew up outside northern Germany. In essence, Tollens might have been a meeting of different cultures in war. One hypothesis is that a convoy of people carrying valuable goods, maybe amber, bronze, or tin, was moving north or east, and locals attempted to stop and plunder it, or perhaps vice versa. Whatever the cause, the result was an all-out battle. In fact, Tollens might be the largest prehistoric battle known in the world up to that time, aside from the battles of the Near Eastern Empire. If 4,000 combatants fought, well, that implies warrior classes and social organization capable of mustering and leading them. The battle was significant enough that it left a demographic dent in the male population of that area. The losers may have been completely wiped out, an entire community of young men perishing together. It's not hard to label that a massacre, especially if one side routed and slaughtered the other as they attempted to flee across the river. Some researchers even wonder if it was less a formal battle and more of an ambush or a massacre of a marching group at the crossing. Now, Tolentz is just one site, but it forces us to reconsider the prevalence of war in Bronze Age Europe. There are other hints: mass graves in Germany, Denmark from later periods, fortifications around settlements, etc., which imply that violence was never really far. For example, an earlier site at Hornoster in Sweden revealed a number of men's skeletons and lethal wounds, possibly another battle or raid. And a bit later, in the Iron Age, we have numerous finds of war victims cast into bogs in northern Europe. Tolentz kind of bridges the gap, telling us that large-scale killing did occur in Europe's Bronze Age, even if the names and causes are lost to time. Now, before we go, let's just talk about China for a little bit. We can talk about the Shang and early Zhou dynasties. While China's Bronze Age developed somewhat later, the Shang dynasty traditionally dated 1600 to 1046, followed by Zhou. It too saw the rise of cities, states, and warfare. Early Chinese historical texts and archaeology together reveal at least one major battle that can be considered a pivotal massacre: the Battle of Muye, around 1046, which, of course, led to the fall of the Shang dynasty. The Shang kings ruled in the Yellow River Valley, and were known for their bronze weapons, chariots, and practices of human sacrifice, often of unlucky war captives. They built walled cities and frequently waged war on neighboring tribes and states. But the Shang met their bloody end at Muye. According to later traditional accounts, recorded in texts like the Book of Documents and later by the historian Sima Qian, the last Shang king, Zhou, also confusingly called King Di Xin, had become a tyrant, and the neighboring state of Zhou, led by King Wu of Zhou, mobilized an alliance to overthrow him. The figures given by later sources are quite astonishing. If exaggerated, they say that the Shang king arrayed 170,000 soldiers, while King Wu led an army of about 50,000 disciplined warriors. The two forces clashed at Muye near the Shang capital, in what became the decisive battle. The legend goes that many of the Shang's troops, being oppressed slaves, defected or fled as the battle started, leaving the core loyalist army vastly outnumbered. Even so, ancient poems describe the fighting as bitter and a very bloody battle. The Shi Jing, classic of poetry, describes an ode believed to refer to Muye, depicting how the Zhou forces charged and smote the great Shang. An oft-cited phrase claims, quote, "The blood flowed so deep it could float a log." Whether literally true or not, this conveys the idea of a massacre on the battlefield, and indeed King Wu's forces prevailed, and then showed little mercy. The Shang ranks were slaughtered. In the aftermath, the defeated Shang king Zhou retreated to his palace, and facing capture, decided to, light himself on fire amid his treasures. King Wu of Zhou entered the capital and put many of the remaining Shang royal family to the sword. Some members were spared, though, or married into the Zhou nobility. In any case, the Battle of Muye thus marks the end of the Shang dynasty and the beginning of the Zhou. While numbers like hundreds of thousands of troops are probably not really realistic, it was clearly a very large engagement, possibly tens of thousands. The fall of the Shang capital would have involved widespread killing and looting. Some archaeological evidence from Anyang, which was the last Shang capital, suggests burning and destruction around that transition, though interpretations do vary. If we read between the lines of the text, King Wu's own speech after victory, as recorded in the Book of Documents, admonishes his troops not to slaughter civilians unnecessarily, implying that such slaughter was a real possibility when a city was taken. It's likely many who remained loyal to Shang were just executed. The Shang populace that survived was largely incorporated into the new Zhou polity, but under very harsh terms. One account says that the Zhou conquerors executed a swath of Shang nobility and warriors, but spared and re-educated the others to serve the new order. Interestingly, even after the war there was a gruesome coda. The Shang king's beloved consort, historically called Daji, was killed by the Zhou. Some sources say she was executed as a witch or a malevolent influence. Additionally, a few years later, there was a rebellion by Shang loyalists, which was put down by King Wu's brother, and that likely led to another massacre of remaining resistance. The Zhou victory still metaphorically mention that the Shang remnants were swept away. Chinese archaeology of the late Shang also gives a window into the atrocities of that time from the Shang side. For example, at the site of Shimao, in today's Shanxi province, dating to around 2000 to 1800 BCE, slightly before the Shang proper, but well within the Bronze Age, there is evidence of captured enemies being massacred. Hundreds of skulls from decapitated victims were found buried in pits near the city walls. They might have been sacrificed after a victory in war, which in effect is a mass execution of war captives. This practice likely continued into Shang times. Anyang's sacrificial pits with war prisoners a testament. So Bronze Age China certainly had its share of mass killings, whether in the heat of battle or the aftermath. In any case, the fall of the Shang at Muye is perhaps standing as the largest single clash in East Asia's Bronze Age. It had far-reaching consequences too. A new dynasty, a new political order. But it was ushered through in bloodshed. The traditional narrative celebrates it as ending a cruel regime, but, well, you can't overlook the tens of thousands that died for that cause. The event is sometimes compared to the fall of Troy, or the collapse of other Bronze Age kingdoms, and intriguingly it occurs around the same time, within a century or so, of the late Bronze Age collapse in the West. While likely unrelated directly, it does show that the turn of the first millennium BCE was certainly a turbulent time across the globe. It was on a dig in 2013 where archaeologists exploring a cave at the Red Sea harbor of Wadi al-Yaf uncovered a bundle of ancient papyrus fragments. It was the logbook of an Egyptian official named Merer. These fragile 4,500-year-old pages turned out to be an extraordinary first-hand account from the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, describing in matter-of-fact detail how crews ferried limestone blocks down the Nile to Giza for the building of those great monuments. Talk about a remarkable discovery, offering a rare glimpse into the lives of these pyramid builders. And for centuries, the questions of who built Egypt's colossal pyramids has certainly been clouded by myth and conjecture. Did slaves toil under the lash to raise these monuments, as Hollywood once imagined? No. Could it have been advanced lost civilizations, as some other theories suggest? Also no. Well, we have archaeological science and ancient texts to thank for having a clearer picture of who built the pyramids. And it wasn't aliens nor slaves, but something more fascinating. The ordinary Egyptian worker. Those were the people who built the pyramids of the Old Kingdom. And today, we're going to talk all about them. So welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you. And for those coming back, good to see you again. And off we go on another Ancient Egypt video. But don't worry, you won't get interrupted. Whether you want to close your eyes and doze off or busy yourself doing other projects, you don't have to worry about ads on this entire channel, because we're funded by our patrons, our YouTube members, donations, and those who check out the merch store. That's how we keep everything interruption-free, as it should be. But if you want to support in another way, you're already doing it, because just by watching the content, that's enough for us. And if you want to go a little further, give us a like, subscribe, leave your thoughts down below, and hit the hype button, and perhaps tell a few of your friends. Always helps. But for now, let's get nice and comfortable, and we can talk about those pyramid builders. Well, let's start by saying that pyramid construction in ancient Egypt was overseen by a hierarchy. It functioned much like a well-disciplined army of laborers. At the very top were the high-ranking officials, and they were appointed by the pharaoh to direct royal building projects. The top job, no pressure. These were often elite individuals, highly educated members of the royal family, or at least close to it. They were entrusted with planning and engineering the monument. For example, during the building of Khufu's Great Pyramid in the 4th dynasty, Khufu's half-brother Ankaf served as vizier and held the title head of all the king's works, effectively managing the entire construction on the pharaoh's behalf. Similarly, Khufu's royal prince and vizier Hemiunu, or Hemiwinu, is believed to have been the chief architect of the Great Pyramid. Now, as vizier, he was second only to the king, and oversaw all royal works by the pharaoh's decree. We see a tradition of such master builders even in earlier eras. The famous polymath Imhotep of the 3rd dynasty, for instance, is thought to be the architect of King Joseph's step pyramid at Saqqara, history's first large stone pyramid. These high officials can rightly be called pyramid builders too. Though they didn't hold the stones themselves, they directed the grand design, secured resources, and coordinated the massive workforce needed to realize the pharaoh's vision. And that's, while not as much as a back-breaking job, probably quite a mind-racking one. There's different kinds of work, you know. So, give them some credit too. In their capacity at the top of the hierarchy, those overseers planned the project and marshaled Egypt's resources to make it possible. They coordinated the quarrying and transport of materials, the pyramid's architectural design, and the scheduling of labor across seasons. Their involvement is recorded both in texts and in the prestige of their burials. Ankaf, for example, was honored with one of the largest mastaba tombs at Giza, and a famous bust of him was found there too, attesting to his importance. Now, just quickly, the mastaba tombs, they're not quite like pyramids. They're rather, maybe they're like the height of a one-story structure, perhaps, but they're quite rectangular and flat on top. Think of them kind of like a big shoebox, almost. There's a few of them around. Hemiunu's titles in his tomb inscriptions include vizier and director of royal works, reinforcing that he was the de facto project manager for Khufu. These men were the generals of the pyramid workforce. They issued orders, devised construction techniques, and solved engineering challenges. Because of their high rank, they had direct access to the pharaoh and could mobilize provincial governors and treasuries to support the building effort. It was under their supervision that the pyramid sites became beehives of activity. with thousands of workers and specialists all performing their roles in this coordinated manner. Beneath the top officials was a cadre of middle-ranking supervisors and skilled administrators, essentially the site managers, engineers, and foremen of the project. Ancient inscriptions from the Giza pyramid cemeteries reveal a rich variety of job titles for these people, indicating a highly organized division of labor. In the tombs of those who worked on the pyramids, we can find titles such as Director of the Draftsmen, Overseer of the Masonry, Director of Workers, Inspector of the Craftsmen, and even Overseer of the Side of the Pyramid. And of course, that's just to name a few. There's plenty more middle management roles. Each of these officials had a specific area of responsibility. For instance, an overseer of stonemasons would supervise the crews carving blocks at the quarry and finishing them, while a chief of the quarry would manage operations at the quarry site itself. An overseer of the side of the pyramid likely oversaw construction on one face of the pyramid, essentially acting as a sectional supervisor to ensure that the side rose according to plan. Such titles show an almost industrial level of specialization. And then there were the scribes. They were crucial too in this middle tier. Their job was to keep records of workforce attendance, distribution of rations, and progress reports for each team. These middle managers formed the backbone of the project's command structure. They relayed the high architect's instructions to the workers on the ground and reported on output or problems. For example, if the master builder decided to adjust the pyramid's design or needed more stone from a certain quarry, it was the scribes and overseers who would implement those changes by directing the appropriate crews. Their presence is so prominent that the upper portion of the Giza workers' cemetery, closest to the pyramids that is, was reserved for people of the highest status, carrying such supervisory titles. This arrangement suggests a chain of command, not unlike a military organization, where high officers delegate to captains and lieutenants, respectively the viziers and architects to the scribes and overseers, who in turn manage the rank-and-file laborers. And by having distinct departments, masonry, transportation, surveying, etc., the Egyptians ensured that each aspect of pyramid building was overseen by an experienced personnel, allowing for efficiency and quality control across this huge state project. Well, then there's the ordinary laborers, the builders, the haulers, the artisans, who physically cut, moved, and set the stone. They were organized into units known as philes. Of course, that's the Greek term for tribes or groups later noted by classical writers, and we're going to use it. So a phyle in the context of pyramid building was essentially a team or gang of workers that typically numbered on the order of a few dozen men. Several philes together comprised a larger formation, often referred to as a crew. This fractal organization, small teams within bigger ones, allowed thousands of workers to be managed in an orderly way. Both inscriptions on the pyramids themselves and recently discovered papyri provide insights on how these crews were structured and operated. Notably, the papyrus logbooks of an official named Merer, who we mentioned in the introduction, found at the Red Sea port of Wadi al-Jarf, and dating to Khufu's reign, describe the activities of one such work crew in detail. Merer's diary shows that his crew, called the escort team of Khufu, no, not that kind of escort, was about 200 men strong, and was subdivided into smaller philes of roughly 40 men. In the text, Merer himself is titled as an inspector, which implies that he led one of these 40-man philes, and he mentions that at least 4 subgroups were under his supervision. Above the philae inspectors was likely a superintendent or scribe coordinating the entire 200-man team. This mirrors the pattern suggested by archaeology at Giza. Long barracks in the workers' village seem to have housed units of about 40 men, each unit with its own supervisors and amenities. In the case of Merer, a scribe or officer would compile the reports from each inspector, and then they would just communicate that up the chain. But what is interesting is that crews could be organized by trade or function. Merer's team was composed of boatmen, essentially a specialized transport unit tasked with ferrying stone. His diary records how his escort team spent part of their year sailing to the Nile to transport Tura limestone blocks, the fine casing stones for the Great Pyramid, that is. They did this from the Tura quarries to the Giza construction site. This river journey from quarry to pyramid took about 2 to 3 days each way, according to Merer's log, and involved navigating through canals to a harbor near the pyramid site. When not hauling stone for Khufu's pyramid casing, the same crew was reassigned to other state projects. Merer notes that in the off-season his men helped build a harbor on the Mediterranean coast, and even undertook expeditions across the Red Sea. In fact, the Wadi al-Yarf papyri show Merer's team transporting food and copper via the Red Sea, likely supporting mining expeditions in the Sinai Peninsula. This tells us that the philae and crew system was quite flexible. Crews could be redeployed as needed, and their skills, whether sailing, quarrying, or construction, were utilized on multiple infrastructure projects for the Crown. Within each philae, there may have been further subdivisions, squads perhaps of 10 to 20 men who carried out specific tasks. For example, one squad digging limestone blocks out of the quarry face, and another squad hauling those blocks on the sledges, another mixing mortar, etc. Evidence does suggest that these subgroups sometimes had identifying names or were labeled by hieroglyphic symbols, denoting qualities like endurance or strength, effectively functioning like platoons within a company. Overall, a large pyramid project would involve several crews of a few thousand workers each crew split into philaes, and those split into squads. By assigning entire teams to particular functions, quarrying, transporting, building, and rotating their assignments periodically, the pyramid project managers could keep the workflow continuous and avoid any bottlenecks. For example, while one crew was busy extracting stone in the quarries, another crew could be simultaneously hauling previously quarried stones to the site, and another setting them in place on the pyramid. The philae system thus provided a modular workforce that administrators could plug into different jobs as needed, much as an army deploys companies and battalions. This enabled the Egyptians to mobilize labor on an unprecedented scale. Ancient records and modern estimates put the peak for the Great Pyramid workforce on the order of 20 to 25,000 workers at a time, not the 100,000 claimed by Herodotus, which is now thought to be either an exaggeration or a misinterpretation. And yet, they would maintain tight control over who's doing what on any given day, down to the very man. But here's something real fascinating for you. The workers themselves did not labor as anonymous cogs in that giant machine. They had distinct identities and even a sense of pride and humor about their work. And we know this because many of the pyramid stones and hidden chambers carry graffiti left behind by the work gangs, daubed in red ochre paint, usually in places that would be concealed once construction was finished. For example, on the backsides of the blocks or high in relief chambers where only builders would see them. These informal inscriptions often include the pharaoh's name alongside a nickname for the crew, suggesting the teams named themselves in honor of the project, or to boast of their camaraderie. For example, inside Khufu's Great Pyramid, above the king's burial chamber, 19th century explorers discovered markings referring to a gang called the Friends of Khufu. At King Menkaure's pyramid, the third pyramid at Giza, rival crews left their marks as, quote, the Friends of Menkaure, and the slightly more cheeky Drunkards of Menkaure. Far from being derogatory, the moniker Drunkards of Menkaure may have been chosen with a bit of bravado or jest. Maybe the crew earned a reputation for drinking their beer rations a little bit too quickly, and they immortalized it as a kind of badge of honor. Graffiti of this kind has been found in and around several pyramid sites. A list compiled by Egyptologists includes names like the Vigorous Gang, the Enduring Gang, the Sound Gang, the Boat Crew, and the Craftsman Gang, alongside with those explicitly referencing the kings, the pure ones of Khufu, those who know Unas, the kings of Unas of the 5th dynasty. Often these names were paired with an epithet of the pharaoh or a symbol. For example, one of Khufu's crews was called the Followers of the White Crown of Khnum Khufu, combining a royal honorific with the notion of allegiance. The presence of 2 or more different gang names on the same monument, say one inscribed on blocks on the north side and a different one on the south side, suggests a friendly competition among the crews. Archaeologist Mark Lehner notes that in some pyramid temples and subsidiary structures, one gang's name is found on one side while another gang's is found on the opposite, indicating they may have raced to finish their section first or took pride in outperforming the others. A spirit reminiscent of military units or sport teams, perhaps, where each group tries to excel and takes on a unique identity. But it's the tone of the graffiti, invoking friendship, vigor, or even jovial drunkenness, that paints this human image of the workers. It strongly contradicts the old notion that the pyramids were built by miserable slaves driven by whips. And as Lehner actually said, none of this sounds like slavery, does it? Yeah, good point. And indeed, coerced slaves would not likely band together and proudly call themselves friends of the king, or even take the time to record witty nicknames inside the very tomb they built. Instead, what these markings show is that the laborers had morale, solidarity, even a touch of humor in undertaking this enormous task. They saw themselves as contributors to a grand national project. They built it for king and country, and they found camaraderie in that shared purpose. This camaraderie may have been bolstered by the fact that many workers were recruited in crews from the same village or region, meaning they labored alongside neighbors and kin, which, well, that certainly makes things easier. In essence, the pyramid crews functioned much like companies in an army, each with its own banner or nickname, motivated not just by duty, but by pride in their work and team. But managing the logistics of pyramid construction was just as monumental as building the pyramid itself. The centralized state under the pharaoh took great care to provision and reward the workforce, which further supports the idea that these laborers were valued workers rather than expendable slaves. The scale of organization is evidenced by administrative records, like those found in Wadi al-Yaf papyri, which include what are essentially accounting ledgers for the pyramid project. One fragmentary ledger from Khufu's reign was kept in 2 colors of ink: red ink to record incoming resources, revenues or supplies contributed by various provinces, that is, and black ink to record outgoings, such as rations paid out to the workers. In other words, the project had a bookkeeping system not unlike a modern balance sheet, tracking the flow of food, materials, and manpower. An official report from Egypt's Antiquities Ministry describes these papyrus documents as evidence of a highly efficient administrative system in Khufu's time. One papyrus document even lists in clear hieroglyphs the number of sheep delivered for the workforce, along with other foodstuffs. Such records tally with archaeological finds at the workers' camp. For example, animal bones in huge quantities have been excavated, and a recently discovered papyrus explicitly noted a shipment of livestock on the order of hundreds of sheep and goats, all going to feed the pyramid builders. So to appreciate the enormity of the provisioning, consider estimates from archaeologists. A workforce on the order of 10,000 would of course consume vast quantities of food and drink each day. Zahi Hawass, who used to be the top dog for Egyptian antiquities, I think he's retired now. He's still on Facebook though, you should follow him. Well, Zahi Hawass, who excavated workers' tombs at Giza, cites evidence that roughly 21 cattle and 23 sheep were slaughtered every day to feed the laborers building the Giza pyramids. And on top of that, grain had to be milled into flour for bread, and barley fermented into beer, in truly industrial quantities. Excavations at the Giza workers' village, often called the lost cities of the pyramid builders, have uncovered large bakery installations with rows of oven pits and bread molds, capable of baking thousands of loaves, and breweries that produced a thick, nourishing beer. Ration lists indicate that the basic daily payment for a laborer was given in bread and beer, staples of the Egyptian diet. In Merer's diary, for example, the crew's provisions included white bread, coarse bread, named hej and pesen respectively, beer, and periodically meat and vegetables. One tomb inscription from the Giza necropolis, belonging to a noble who oversaw workers, has him proclaim, quote, "I paid them in beer and bread, and I made them take an oath that they were satisfied." Well, that's a remarkable statement that suggests an almost contractual relationship. The workers were compensated with rations in a manner that had to be deemed acceptable, implying pride in a fair administration. It also highlights that beer and bread were not humble fare but the standard recompense for labor, essentially the currency of wages in an absence of coinage. Ensuring adequate nutrition and supplies for the crews was critical for maintaining a motivated workforce and steady progress. The state mobilized resources from all over Egypt, grain from the Nile Valley, livestock from delta estates or pastoral regions, fish from the Nile, and copper tools forged from copper imported from the Sinai. The pyramid work, of course, was seasonal to an extent. Many laborers were farmers drafted during the Nile flooding when fields were underwater. But there also existed a permanent cadre of skilled workers who lived at the site year-round. For the temporary worker, the 3 or 4 month stint on the royal project was required not only with rations, but also with high-quality food. Evidence shows the workers had access to meat regularly, a sign of relative luxury for commoners. Animal bones found in the Giza settlement indicate beef and goat were common in the diet, and even evidence of cured fish and pulse crops has been found, suggesting a varied diet too. Logistics also included housing, the workers' barracks, water supply, and tool supply. The papyri include inventories of tools, and perhaps even note when crews moved on from one task to another. One document from Wadi al-Jarf, for example, records deliveries of hundreds of sacks of grain and dozens of jars of beer to the workforce, as well as accounting for shipments of limestone and copper. The centralized government planning behind this is unmistakable. Only a strong bureaucratic system could collect resources from across Egypt and redistribute them daily to thousands of workers. while also tracking progress on the build. This centralization was one of the reasons that the pyramids could be built at all. The project effectively nationalized a portion of the economy for decades, channeling the country's wealth into a single massive endeavor, but in return forging a more unified state. As one scholar put it, I'm less interested in how the Egyptians built the pyramids than in how the pyramids built Egypt. Very cool. Well, he basically means the process of organizing and feeding the pyramid workforce was itself a nation-building exercise. I suppose you can't argue with that. So all this evidence, and it is evidence, it coalesces into a clear picture. The pyramids were not built by slaves suffering under the lash, but by a mobilized workforce of Egyptian citizens working under a system of conscription or national service. Archaeological finds in the workers' cemetery at Giza strongly support this view. In the early 1990s, and again in 2010, tombs of the pyramid builders were discovered near the pyramids. These were modest shaft graves, containing the skeletons of laborers, buried with jars of beer and bread for the afterlife. The fact that these workers were given the dignity of a proper burial so close to the sacred pyramid of their king, a privilege that cost ordinary Egyptians great sums if purchased, is quite telling. The skeletal remains reveal that while the work was tough, many skeletons showed signs of arthritis, spinal stress, and healed fractures from heavy labor. The workers did have medical care. Some even had healed injuries and a few successful amputations, and a diet that was better than the typical peasants, i.e., they eat meat regularly. The workers' cemetery inscriptions even directly identify some occupants as servants of the Great Pyramid, and one epitaph of an overseer explicitly says he oversaw tomb builders and provides the quote about paying them in bread and beer. Such pride and care would have been unthinkable if the labor force were enslaved foreigners or a downtrodden upper class. Instead, it appears that the pyramid builders were a mix of skilled artisans, full-time laborers, and seasonal workers, who were all under the command of the pharaoh's officials. And this system does have parallels to a national service or corvée labor tax, where each household might send a worker for a few months. But those workers were compensated and respected for their contribution. They were organized, housed, fed, and even given time for beer breaks, hardly the treatment that slaves would receive. The friendly gang graffiti, the recorded competition and camaraderie, and the veneration of the workers in death all speak to a labor force that took ownership and pride in their work. And as Zahi Hawass put it, building the royal tomb was seen as a national project, one that likely instilled participants with a sense of identity and unity. Quote, "They were not just building the tomb of a king, they were building Egypt." Well, let's move on from that. Building a pyramid required vast ranges of crafts and skills, and while we often picture lines of laborers hauling the stone blocks, the reality is that a whole mini-society of specialists was there to support and execute the effort. So let's consider some of the trades involved. The core of any pyramid project was the army of quarrymen and stonemasons who extracted stone and shaped it. So let's talk about the quarriers and masons now. At Giza, the bulk of the pyramid blocks were limestone, quarried right next to the pyramid plateau. Teams of quarriers used copper chisels, pickaxes, and wooden wedges to cut the bedrock into manageable blocks. This was laborious work. Experimental archaeology has shown that a dozen men using hand tools can quarry a mid-sized block in perhaps a few days. The ancient Egyptians augmented their tools with clever techniques. For instance, hammering dry wooden wedges into cracks and then wetting them, so the expanding wood would help pry blocks loose. The rough limestone blocks were then dragged on sledges to the construction site, where skilled masons refined their shape, particularly for the outer casing stones, which had to fit together with knife-edge precision. Expert stonemasons dressed the limestones to a fine finish using stone hammers, grinding sands, and copper chisels that of course needed constant resharpening. For certain pyramids, granite and basalt were also used, for lining chambers or for pavements. These hard stones came from quarries at Aswan, the granite, or in the eastern desert, requiring separate quarry expeditions and specialist teams who knew how to split granite using pounding balls of dolerite rock. We know from inscriptions that the Egyptians organized such expeditions. An Old World official named Weni recorded that he was sent to the quarries of the Elephantine and Hatnub regions to obtain huge granite and alabaster pieces for King Merenre's pyramid, even digging canals and building boats to ship those blocks downriver. Weni's account highlights the lengths to which the pyramid builders went to procure quality materials from afar, as well as the engineering ingenuity like canal construction employed to move these materials. Next, we have the architects and surveyors. Long before the first block was laid, surveyors and architects had to plan the pyramid's design with remarkable accuracy. The Old Kingdom builders were adept in geometry and astronomy, aligning the pyramid sides almost perfectly to the cardinal directions. They likely used sighting instruments and circumpolar stars, or solar shadows to find true north. Leveling the base may have been accomplished with a grid of water-filled trenches as a giant level. These tasks fell to specialists, which we might call engineer architects, often high-status individuals at court. Imhotep, the earliest known architect, was later deified for his design of Djoser's Step Pyramid. And little fact about Djoser's Step Pyramid, he never met his real pyramid, but it was good he had a pyramid figure in his life. Well, anyway, these architects, excuse me for that, that's a good joke, I like that. Well, these architects not only conceived the form and dimensions of the pyramid and its internal chambers, but also devised the construction methods. For example, the layout of ramps or the use of levers needed to realize the vision. They worked closely with the master craftsmen and foremen to translate the blueprints into action. Probably attached to the architect's staff were teams of draftsmen and surveyors who physically marked out the pyramid's footprint on the bedrock and continually checked that each level remained true and square. Artistic depictions from later periods of the stretching of the cord ceremony, to align foundations that is, have their roots in Old Kingdom practices. It was likely a dramatic ritual that commenced the pyramid building, with the architect and priest stretching a measuring cord in the presence of the king to sanctify the ground and ensure this cosmic precision. Next to the haulers and builders, the largest segment of the workforce, manual laborers, thousands of men who hauled blocks, mixed mortars, built ramps, and set stones in place. These were often the rotating workers drafted from the provinces. They needed not only brute strength, but also coordination. Moving a multi-ton block was typically done by placing it on a wooden sledge, and then dragging the sledge along a prepared causeway or ramp. Egyptian reliefs from later periods show that as many as 20 or more men might pull an object on a sledge using ropes, while another person likely poured water on the ground ahead to reduce friction. Clever trick, confirmed by modern experiments. You can try it yourself at home, actually. The Giza builders almost certainly employed long ramps to drag stones up the rising structure, possibly a straight ramp from one side, or a system of ramps that wrapped around as the pyramid grew higher. Constructing and constantly reshaping these massive mud brick or rubble ramps was itself a job for many laborers. We might picture crews of workers stomping in clay to form bricks, porters carrying baskets of earth, and bricklayers extending the ramp as the pyramid gained height. Meanwhile, other teams were raising blocks into the final position. They could lever them up tiers or used inclined planes. Either way, coordination and physical effort were paramount. Foremen likely chanted instructions or rhythmic calls to synchronize the hauling. The workers used simple but effective devices, for example, wooden levers, rollers under sledges, and perhaps ropes and pulleys, all managed by experience and teamwork. One striking aspect of the pyramid construction was the movement of materials. The builders took full advantage of Egypt's Nile River and canal systems to transport heavy loads. Quarry stones, especially in the fine limestone casing blocks from Tura and granite from Aswan, were shipped by boat to the building site, sparing much overland hauling. Merer's diary, for instance, describes his crew sailing limestone blocks downriver to Giza in just a few days via the Nile, and a man-made harbor or canal that led straight to the plateau. Archaeologists have indeed found evidence of a port at Giza's edge, an inland basin where boats could dock near the pyramids, confirming that shipments of stone and supplies arrived almost at the construction doorstep. Pretty convenient. You don't even get that from the modern Amazon delivery drivers, don't you? They knock once and then run away. King Sneferu and King Khufu also established remote infrastructure for resources. They developed ports like Wadi al-Yarf on the Red Sea to launch expeditions to the Sinai, obtaining the rich copper needed for tools and bringing back other exotic materials. This integration of riverine and maritime transport with the on-site labor was a logistical triumph, with ships and barges carrying tons of stone and provisions on each voyage, and canals dug to navigable points, as an official like Weni boasts of cutting channels through the first cataract to float granite blocks. The Egyptians created a supply line that kept the pyramid works fed and equipped. The efficiency of this transport network was such that even enormous obelisks and temple columns could be moved hundreds of kilometers by water, a feat that astonished later classical observers. By marrying waterways, roadways, and human muscle, the pyramid builders mastered logistics on a scale unprecedented in the ancient world. Next, we have behind the scenes. Carpenters and tool makers kept the machinery of construction going. Carpenters built the wooden sledges that carried stone blocks, as well as the large wooden rollers, levers, and scaffolding used on the site. They also fashioned boats and barges for river transport. Indeed, some of the very cedar ships that transported granite blocks away from Aswan may have later been dismantled and buried around the pyramids. Toolmakers and smiths, on the other hand, provided and maintained the copper implements essential for working stone. Copper was relatively soft and would blunt quickly, so smiths at the pyramid site were constantly resharpening and reforging chisels and drill bits. Archaeologists excavating the workers' town have found remains of copper slag and crucibles, indicating that metalworking was done on site to recycle broken tools. Additionally, flint knappers made flint chisels and blades for finer work, and rope makers twisted the miles of rope needed for hauling and lifting. The procurement of raw materials for tools was a vast enterprise in itself. For example, the state organized mining expeditions to Sinai's copper and turquoise mines to ensure a steady supply of metal. The toolmakers thus stood at the nexus between mining, transportation, and the day-to-day work on the pyramid, ensuring that the laborers never lacked the tools needed to keep progress on schedule. But just as critical were the scribes and bureaucrats who managed the whole operation. The Merer papyri illustrates the role of scribes in charge of record-keeping, noting how many blocks were delivered, and how many men were present, and what supplies were dispensed. Large construction projects had entire accounting departments, well, so to speak. Scribes would record deliveries of stone from various quarries, log the disbursement of grain and beer to the workforce, and tally the days worked by each gang. Some of the Wadi al-Jarf papyri are indeed such accounting records, registering tools and provisions. One fragmentary document mentions days off and rotations of crews, implying that management tracked labor schedules closely. Bakery and granary accounts would be kept to measure how much bread and beer was consumed, and when to requisition more from state reserves. These records not only kept the project running smoothly, but have also allowed modern historians to appreciate the complexity of pyramid administration. Every aspect, from the number of fish delivered for dinner, to tally the fresh recruits arriving from certain villages, would be noted on papyrus or wooden boards by diligent scribes. Without this literate, numerate class of administrators, the pyramid projects could easily have descended into complete chaos. But instead, what we see is astonishing order. Even wage payments in rations were centrally tracked. A sense of pride likely infused the scribal class as well. They were key facilitators of the pharaoh's grand design. Many of them went on to have their own modest tombs with titles like Scribe of the Royal Project inscribed forever, indicating that serving in the pyramid works was a respected and career-defining role. Next we have the support workers. A pyramid worksite was like a bustling town, and required all services of a town of thousands would need. Excavations around Giza's pyramids have unearthed the living quarters and facilities for the builders, sometimes called the Lost City of the Pyramid Builders. Here were not only sleeping barracks and houses, but also bakeries, breweries, kitchens, granaries, and even the cemeteries for the workers. The diet of the pyramid builders was pretty good by ancient standards, likely to keep morale and strength high. Huge bakeries with rows of clay ovens produced tens of thousands of loaves of bread, and large vats brewed a thick, nutritious beer from barley and emmer wheat. Archaeologists examining animal bones found in the workers' trash heaps were astonished at the amount of meat on the menu: cattle, sheep, and goats. Pretty good variety. And based on bone counts, well, it's estimated that the workers at Giza were consuming cattle at the rate of perhaps 20 to 30 per week, providing beef for protein, along with the already aforementioned numbers for sheep and goats. But of course, a cow is much larger than a sheep or a goat. In any case, it's a diet far better than that of a typical peasant. I'll tell you a little story. One time I bought half a cow meat for my family, and I was kind of shocked to see how much I got. We'd bought a goat before and had that butchered, and we ate that for about 2 months. So I thought, we'll get beef this time, and oh dear. Talk about biting off more you can chew. We had to go to our friend's house and put half of it in their refrigerator, well, their freezer. Yes, it took about half a year to get through that. Still plenty of meat for everyone. In any case, moving on. Well, fish from the Nile and Delta marshes also supplemented the meat, and garlic and onions, the very foods that Herodotus mentioned, were used to flavor the meals and provide a few more nutritious benefits. To supply the city of workers, the state mobilized deliveries from all over Egypt. Herds of livestock were sent to Giza, and vast quantities of grain were shipped and stored in enormous silos. Indeed, The infrastructure at the site included silo complexes capable of storing grain for months, ensuring that bread and beer could be continually produced. Support personnel like butchers, cooks, and water carriers were on hand as well, and washers to launder the garments, cobblers to repair sandals worn out by heavy labor. Pretty much everything you could need. And then medicine. That was another critical support service. Injuries were pretty common when you were dealing with multi-ton stones and heavy tools, and the remains of workers tell a story of hardships met with care. In the cemetery of the workers, located to the south of the Great Pyramid, many skeletons showed signs of healed trauma. We've already mentioned the broken bones that were set and healed straight, the amputations where patients survived for years after losing a limb. But there was even evidence of trephination, a surgical intervention opening the skull, with survival, believe it or not. One skeleton belonged to a man whose leg had been crushed by a heavy object, possibly a stone, and it was amputated. He lived for perhaps 2 more years, indicating he was cared for and fed during his injury. Another has traces of a healed skull operation. This implies that physicians or trained healers were stationed at the pyramid site, ready to perform emergency treatment, and they likely used herbal remedies, splints made of wood and linen and basic surgical procedures to treat the wounds. The overall health of the workers gleaned from their bones suggests that they were generally well nourished. A few showed signs of severe malnutrition, but suffered from arthritis and joint stress due to constant strenuous activity. The presence of female skeletons in the workers' cemetery, some possibly nurses or wives of workers, hints that a community of caretakers was part of the support network. And finally, there were the families and communities of the workers. While many of the laborers were young men drafted for a season, excavations show that workers' villages included not just barracks but also more permanent houses where overseers and perhaps year-round skilled workers lived, possibly with their families. Accommodations in the pyramid town reflected status. Ordinary laborers slept in austere galleries, long barracks where dozens of men shared space on a raised mud brick platform, whereas officials and master craftsmen had separate mud brick houses with courtyards, kitchens, and private rooms. Archaeologists, for example, have uncovered remains of an overseer's residence complete with a reception hall and sleeping quarters, indicating that even on the work site, those of higher rank lived more comfortably than the rank and file. Some women are attested in the settlement, likely serving as bread makers, textile workers, and perhaps caregivers. The cemetery of the pyramid builders contains not only men but women and children, implying that a whole community lived around the site. But it is certainly difficult to get an inside sense of what life was like during the Pyramid Age, but archaeology certainly provides us with a few glimpses. So just imagine dawn at Giza. The light spreads over the desert and illuminates the half-finished pyramid, and those tents clustered nearby. A horn sounds, or overseers go around rousing the sleeping laborers. Soon, thousands of them are up and about, some lining up at communal hearths to receive their morning ration of bread and beer, others gathering tools and assembling at their assigned work zones. Throughout the morning, the plateau is alive with the sounds of construction. Teams of men chant in unison as they haul sledges loaded with stone, their voices helping to keep the pullers in rhythm. Whenever a sledge reaches the foot of the pyramid, there's a flurry of coordination. Levers are wedged under the block, and with concerted heaves the stone is pried onto the first tier of the rising structure. On the pyramid itself, skilled masons and setters await each block. They apply plaster or mortar as needed, and slide the block into its precisely measured spot. A cheer might go up when a particularly heavy block, say one of the granite monoliths for the king's chamber, finally thuds into place after hours of effort. Over by the workshops, the clink of chisels and mallets ring out as artisans smooth the casing stones to a gleaming finish. Carpenters repair a broken sledge, or construct a new sled for an especially large stone. The smell of baking bread wafts from the bakery precinct, where workers assigned to kitchen duty are busily feeding the ovens with fuel and sliding doughy loaves in to bake. By midday, the sun's hot and high, and a break is called. The labor gangs retreat to whatever shade they can find, the side of a ramp or the shelter of a barracks roof, and they eat their lunch of bread, onions, maybe dried fish or dates, washed down with hearty beer. A few jokes are exchanged, and a little rest helps sore muscles recover strength. After the rest is done, the work resumes, though perhaps at a slower pace in the early afternoon heat. Still, the project has to stay on schedule, and no one's allowed to slack off. A pharaoh's pyramid should be finished before his life ends, so the overseers drive the teams to keep up the pace. Some crews might rotate tasks to avoid exhaustion. A man who spent the morning dragging stones might spend the afternoon fetching water or mixing gypsum plaster, while another takes his place on the ropes. In some instances, if the pyramid construction is in a particularly intense phase, like setting the capstone, work could continue nearly round the clock, with torches and firelight guiding night shifts. However, for ordinary days the sun sinks toward the western horizon and things begin to wind down. Tools are gathered up and stored. The ramps and quarries fall silent. The workers trudge back to the camp, sweat-stained, dust-covered. Evenings in the workers' village are lightly held moments of camaraderie and relief. Many would wash off the dust in the waters of a nearby basin or canal. Communal meals were probably taken, large pots of stew or bread porridge shared around the fire. Some workers might seek entertainment. Archaeological finds of game pieces suggest they played board games, either senet or mehen, or they gambled with throw sticks and knuckle bones. Storytellers could regale the camp with tales of the gods and legendary heroes, or perhaps exaggerated boasts about their own feats. In quieter corners, scribes might be compiling the day's records by lamplight, and foremen could be planning tomorrow's assignments. There may also have been moments of devotion, a small shrine in camp, where workers offered prayers to Bes or Taweret, or even to the deified King Djoser or Imhotep for good fortune. Evidence of such spiritual life is pretty sparse, but given Egyptian piety, it's likely that even laborers found ways to honor the divine amid their work. Periodically, the monotony of building was broken by grand events. When a pyramid's construction reached completion, the king himself might appear for the dedication of the capstone. We have hints from later inscriptions that, at least in one case, the king and his workmen together pulled the pyramidion, up, that is the capstone by the way, up a ramp to crown the pyramid's peak, followed by celebrations. And you can certainly imagine the celebration at the end of years of toil, when Khufu's great pyramid was finally finished. Possibly a grand feast was held for the workers, complete with extra rations of meat and beer, music and dancing under the stars next to the monument they had built. In such moments, the pyramid builders could see tangibly what their labor had achieved, transforming the skyline with a mountain of stone that would house the king's spirit for eternity. That knowledge, and the honor they earned, perhaps made all the aching backs and calloused hands feel worthwhile in the end. The great city of Uruk, formidable mud brick walls, and temple towers that dominate the skyline. It is the early Bronze Age, around the 3rd millennium, and Uruk is at the height of its glory. This Sumerian metropolis, often hailed as the world's first true city, bustles to life at dawn. In its golden age, Uruk may have been home to some 50,000 inhabitants, a population unheard of in its day. And you can almost hear the city waking. Close your eyes and imagine those roosters crowing, livestock stirring in their pens. But our video is about those people beginning their daily routines. What was it like for the ordinary person of Uruk in this era? We'll talk about the typical day of Uruk at its zenith. Of course, we're going to use a bit of imaginative license to tell a bit of a story on this one, but it's all based on archaeology and historical record. Of course, we don't have the stories of individuals, but what we do have is a pretty good picture of what the average person would have been doing from day to day, and that's how we're going to approach a video like this. It's history at the very grassroots levels. It's not about big battles. It's not about kings or soldiers, queens. It's just about farmers, laborers, and everyone in between. People just like you and me, albeit 5,000 years in the past. So, let's spend the next hour together, and we can learn about life in Bronze Age Uruk. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you. For those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you will have no ads in this video or any other videos on this channel, an immense point of personal pride in our ad-infected modern culture. Perhaps this is a nice little escape for you. In any case, we can do this because we are funded by the crowd on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also the merch store. But what really helps us out is that little kick up in the algorithm. A comment, a like, subscribe, hitting the hype button, and just telling your friends about the channel. So if you enjoy the channel and want other people to enjoy it, well, spread the word. Thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, I won't ask you again. We can begin our video. Let's go back to the Bronze Age, to Uruk. Uruk, just like anywhere else, begins its day at the first light of dawn. In this thriving Sumerian cities, families stir awake as the sky over the Euphrates River turns from an indigo to a pale blue. Early mornings are cool and precious, especially in the hotter seasons, so if you want to get work done before the heat really set in, you better get up as early as you can. Household members rise from their simple beds, perhaps a wooden frame if the family's well off, but more commonly you would have reed mats or stuffed mattresses laid upon the packed earth floor. A little bit more on the general housing condition later. In any case, before the heat sets in, chores would commence. As for the women, they would grind barley into flour using stone cairns, preparing dough for the day's bread. That's the majority of your calories. While others fetch water from the nearby canal, or if they had one, a communal well. Water drawn from the canal system is used to wash faces and hands and to mix with barley for baking and brewing. A small hearth in the courtyard, or a clay oven, is stoked with kindling to bake flat loaves for breakfast. A pretty common staple all over Mesopotamia and Egypt. A typical morning meal is pretty modest, but hearty by the standard of the day, especially when you don't have much to compare it with. You could expect bread, made fresh, of course, from barley or emmer wheat, perhaps accompanied by onions or milk curds, washed down with a sip of barley beer, and, well, if you had it, cool water, but generally people would drink more alcohol because the water was, well, not always the cleanest. In many homes, however, The first tasks of the day include tending to domestic animals. If a family keeps a goat, or perhaps a few sheep, the animals are let out of their pens, often just a corner of the courtyard, and they would graze at the edge of the city or along irrigation canals. Now, chickens are not yet known in Mesopotamia, but families might keep ducks or pigeons. Of course, ducks lay eggs, so there's that as well. I don't know if you ever had a duck egg. They're not bad, actually. In any case, certainly dogs would roam about as both pets and guards. Practical purposes, of course. Now, after feeding any livestock, the family pauses for a brief devotional act. It's common for households to maintain a small shrine or a sacred niche within the house. An alcove or tiny room is set aside as a sanctuary for the household's protective deity, or for the city's patron goddess. At dawn, a quick prayer or libation at this household altar is offered to seek the god's favor for the coming day. A father or mother might pour out a small drink offering or burn a bit of incense, while the children would watch on respectfully. They'd learn how to do it when they get a little bit older. Now, this simple ritual shows how religion is interwoven with daily routine from the very start of the day, very important to the Sumerians and Mesopotamians as a whole. We've done a few videos about religion in that area. If you are interested, you can find them in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, as sunlight begins to flood the city, everything comes alive. Uruk's residents step outside their mud brick homes and greet neighbors and kin. The typical house is built of sun-dried mud bricks and coated in a clay plaster. From the street, a house presents a plain facade with perhaps a single wooden door. Many homes share walls with their neighbors in long rows along winding lanes. Each dwelling centers on an open-air courtyard where much of the household activity takes place. Cooking, grinding grain, weaving and socializing, they all occur in this central space under the morning sky. Around the courtyard, several small rooms branch off. Storage rooms for jars of grain, tools, sleeping chambers, and workrooms. Hallways are absent. One room simply opens into the next. Many houses have an upper story or at least a flat roof, which family members often use for sleeping outdoors on hot nights. In the cool pre-dawn hours, some family members have indeed been sleeping on the rooftop under the stars to escape the indoor heat. A little trick. It doesn't sound too bad, actually. In any case, as the city awakens, you can hear the bleating of the goats, the clatter of pottery, voices calling out the morning greetings. Sure, it's 5,000 years ago, but people still had neighbors, people still had friends, workmates, all the rest. People are social. That, as something has never changed. Well, people stay in the house a little bit more often these days, but perhaps not by their own choice. Artisans and laborers hurry off to their workplaces, and the children who are not yet working tag along to fetch water, or perhaps help mum knead dough. The air carries a smell of baking bread and the smoke of hearth fires. It's a pre-industrial world. Sunrise is a call to action, for every able member of the household has their duties at daybreak. They might have to draw water, they might have to prepare food, or perhaps get an early start on craft work. But one rule was universal. Everyone had to do something. No slacking. And so by the time that the sun is fully over the horizon, the people of Uruk have already been busy for hours. They lay the foundation of the day's labor, and that is what we turn to next. So once these morning rituals and meals were all done, the men and women of Uruk turned to their labors. Work in this city is as varied as the society itself. Uruk's population is stratified and specialized, a hallmark of urban life. Many residents are farmers by background, Yet they live inside the city walls and walk out to the surrounding fields each day. You certainly sleep a little better when you've got those walls surrounding you. Just after the dawn, groups of farm laborers pass through the city gate and into the broad belt of irrigated fields that encircle Uruk. These fields, fed by canals from the Euphrates, are lush with rows of barley and groves of date palms. Farmers use ox-drawn wooden plows called an ard to break the soil, and simple flint-bladed sickles to harvest grain when the season arrives. By 2900, the ard has made tilling more efficient than hand-digging. Teams of yoked oxen, guided by farmers, draw these plows through the rich earth, while other workers follow to drop in seeds. During the growing season, farmers spend their days weeding and channeling water into irrigation ditches. The labor is heavy, and it gets hot early, so these workers value the cool morning hours. It's much like how in the summer times, at least in Australia, you'll be tradesmen getting up long before the dawn, getting on site pretty much right when the dawn hits, and then finishing work around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. At least if they don't have to do overtime. In any case, thank you to all of those who labor in those professions, building the country quite literally. Well, as for the Sumerians, don't take breaks in whatever shade they can find. Perhaps under a palm or the shadow of a city wall, sipping from water jars, or enjoying a bit of bread. In fact, their rations are often provided as part of the work. Archaeological records from Uruk show that workers were compensated with allotments of barley, bread, and beer. A 5,000-year-old clay tablet from Uruk records the distribution of beer rations to laborers. The best evidence you can get the temple or city administration paid its workers in the staple drink of Mesopotamia. But don't get me too wrong, when we say beer, it wasn't the normal 4 to 5% alcohol content that we have in our modern day. It was much weaker, but certainly enough to kill any germs and bacteria lingering in the water. They didn't really understand it that way back then, but, well, they figured it out. All roads lead to Rome anyway. But within the city, there's other inhabitants, and they engage in crafts and trades. Uruk in this period is one of the most advanced craft production centers in the world. Potters turn clay on slow wheels to shape bowls and storage jars, and every household needs some of them. In the potter's quarter, kilns are fired each day, producing everything from coarse cooking pots to large clay vats. In another area, metal workers stoke their furnaces. The Bronze Age is just dawning at this time. Copper is the metal of choice, cast into axe heads, chisels, and sickles. A few smiths experiment with alloying tin with copper to create harder bronze. But tin is rare, and you've got to import that. Alongside the smiths, stone cutters chisel away at imported hard stones to make tools and sculptures. Carpenters, working with the limited wood available, craft doors, plows, and furniture. Many of these artisans work as part of institutional workshops. Textual and archaeological evidence suggests that Uruk's temples and government employ specialized workers to turn out goods for the city and for trade. And yes, trade was a thing. Certainly overland at this time, but still a thing, that's for sure. Now, weavers, for example, often women attached to the temple, spend their days spinning wool and weaving fine textiles in shaded courtyards. Uruk's textile production is quite considerable. The city's storerooms are filled with stacks of woolen garments and bolts of cloth that serve both as offerings but also valuable trade goods. A significant segment of the workforce is under the direct control of this temple economy. The great temples of Uruk, especially the Eanna complex of Inanna, own vast tracts of land, and with it vast herds of livestock. They function as economic hubs too. Dozens of laborers work on temple estates, plowing temple fields, tending temple herds, milling grain, brewing beer, baking bread for temple offerings or for redistribution. Administrative clay tablets from Uruk, by the way, some of the earliest written records, reveal a complex rationing and payroll system. Scribes in the temple carefully record the grain harvests, the flocks, and the allotments of food to each worker. Through these meticulous records, we as modern historians have gained a pretty detailed glimpse of Uruk's economy and workforce, which of course makes videos like this possible without going too much into the territory of making things up. A little bit of creative license just within the historical sphere. I hope you don't mind too much. We do know, for instance, that carpenters, boat builders, leather workers, and other specialists were on the temple payroll, each receiving standard rations of barley or beer for their service. And literacy, that's a limited thing. I mean, writing was pretty new. So these scribes, among the few who could read and write, hold important positions managing the city's labor and resources. A reader of one such tablet from Uruk might see entries accounting for a team of canal dredgers, or noting the assignment of 10 men to repair a temple wall, each worker receiving a daily quota of grain and beer for their work. But not all of this work is directed by large institutions. Many commoners are engaged in small-scale enterprise. For a potter, they might operate a family workshop. A brewer, too, often women, by the way, since brewing is a traditional female craft, might produce beer at home to sell in the neighborhood. Farmers' wives take garden vegetables or freshly churned butter to the market to trade for fish or pottery. And even the children contribute. A teenage boy might herd the family's goats outside the city, or help his father with carpentry, learning the trade, while a girl might assist her mother in weaving or go with her to the marketplace to sell cloth. And speaking of workers, there are those workers who do so not by their own choice. Slavery exists in Uruk, though it's not extremely widespread at this time. A wealthy household or temple might own a few slaves, typically prisoners of war or people sold for debt. They perform the heaviest menial tasks. These enslaved individuals are property, but Mesopotamian law affords them a few rights. For example, they can conduct limited business, and even in some cases save up money to buy their freedom, which I assume was a priority. The presence of slaves doing drudgery like grinding grain or hauling water allows free citizens to pursue skilled crafts or farming. But the vast majority of Uruk's labor force consists of those free people working their familiar lands or practicing their inherited trades. By late morning, the city hums with industry. The rhythmic tapping of a coppersmith's hammer echoes from one lane, while the smell of clay pots baking wafts from another. Workers often go to labor in groups, whether on a canal maintenance crew or in a pottery workshop. You can imagine a camaraderie in the toil. In any case, as the sun climbs high, many workers pause by midday, seeking rest and refreshment, especially in the warmer months. And there's no strict hourly schedule either. Work follows the sun and the seasons. Around noon, crews take shelter in whatever shade they find, eat a simple midday meal of barley bread with onions or dried fish, and take long draughts of beer from ceramic jars. In these break times, you might hear a farmer humming a hymn to Ninurta, the god of farming. Or perhaps inside the walls you'd hear a craftsman regaling his apprentice with a light-hearted fable to pass the time, hopefully treating him kindly. Small moments of respite, sustaining the workers, until the worst heat abates, and the day's second shift of labor can finally continue. But this great prosperity of Uruk was not just based on craftsmanship and agriculture. They were also a center of trade and exchange. By the early Bronze Age, Uruk had become a bustling marketplace, drawing goods and traders from near and far. The city's location on the Euphrates River and its extensive canal network made it a natural hub for commerce. In fact, Uruk's trade connections extend far beyond its walls. Artifacts originating from Uruk have been found in regions as distant as Anatolia and Iran, indicating the wide scope of its commercial reach. In turn, merchants bring valuable resources from those far lands into the city. For example, cedar wood and hard diorite stone from distant mountains make their way into Uruk, along with other precious materials that Mesopotamian plains lack. These coveted imports, exotic woods, metals like copper, tin, stones, and semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, just the quintessential Bronze Age collector's item, attest to an extensive long-distance trade network, enriching the city's economy. The heart of local trade is the marketplace. Each morning, as we saw, villagers and farmers stream in through Uruk's gates with goods to sell, and by mid-morning, open market squares near the city gates or temple precincts are well and truly alive with activity. Traders spread out their wares on reed mats. The aromas of fresh vegetables, baked bread, and livestock mingle in the warm air. Here, a fishing family from a riverside hamlet displays baskets of glistening fish on a bed of wet reeds, calling out their prices. There, an orchard keeper from a nearby village sells baskets of dates and figs harvested from his date palms. You can also find butchers offering cuts of goat or lamb, potters selling stacks of new bowls, and women hawking freshly brewed beer by the jug, if they had surplus of it. As in any vibrant marketplace, haggling is loud and constant. Buyers inspect goods carefully. A customer bites a silver ring to test its quality, or squeezes a melon to judge its ripeness, and then engage in bargaining banter with the seller until the price is agreed, often with a jest or curse thrown in for good measure. Now, long-distance merchants also operate in Uruk, dealing in high-value goods. Some are foreigners from distant lands, others are local entrepreneurs who have ventured abroad and returned with exotic cargo. These traders might organize donkey caravans to bring in raw materials from hundreds of miles away. A caravan from the northwest, for example, might arrive bearing timber logs and bags of rich red soil containing copper ores from the Taurus or Zagros mountains. Another group of merchant poles down river on a boat loaded with rare stones and metals acquired from the Far East. Well, they exchange these for Uruk's own exports. And excuse me, I'll just correct myself, from far to the east, not the Far East. That's going a little bit too much of a distance, I'm afraid. In any case, I continue. They exchange these for Uruk's own exports. Surplus grain, woodland textiles, simple jewelry, things like that, maybe even manufactured items like metal tools or ceramic vessels. Through barter, or sometimes weighted silver, these exchanges link Uruk into a wider world of commerce. And indeed, among the goods in Uruk's markets, one might see blue lapis lazuli stones, originating from Far Eastern mines, or chunks of raw copper from Oman, or even small quantities of tin from an unknown source, all critical materials that Sumer does not naturally possess. Most day-to-day trade in Uruk is conducted through barter, since coined money does not yet exist. That would come a little later. So barley grain serves as a standard measure of value, and transactions are often reckoned in gur or sila, ancient volume units of grain. For larger deals, traders use silver by weight. Merchants carry small weighted pieces of silver, rings or perhaps ingots, and a balance scale to measure out equivalent value. A typical exchange might see a farmer trade a sack of barley for a new copper axe head forged by a smith, or a boatman barter a load of fish for a set of clay storage jars from a potter. Written contracts are rare for everyday trade, since few people can write. They would learn little by little after a while, and the literacy rate would continue, especially among the trading class. But important deals at this time may be overseen by a temple scribe, or sealed with personal cylinder seals on a clay token to record the agreement. Honesty is reinforced by religion and reputation. Traders invoke the gods as witnesses to their bargains, and know that cheating would bring shame and divine disfavor. So you better be good, don't rip anyone off. In any case, by midday the market would reach its peak, and slow down under that noon sun. Many vendors would close up shop for a time to have their midday meal or short rest. But still, commerce never truly stops in Uruk. Even during the hottest part of the afternoon, a late-arriving boat from downriver might be unloading fresh fish that must be sold immediately before they spoil. Or a dusty caravan from the west might clatter into the gate with donkeys laden with new goods. The merchants of Uruk are quick to gather, even in the heat if a rare commodity is to be had. In this way, trade in Uruk is a continuous thread. It's woven through daily life. It connects the city's inhabitants not only with each other, but with people and places far beyond the horizon. Of course, you can't have a Bronze Age life without religion. It permeates every aspect in Uruk, from the household's dawn devotions to the grand ceremonies at the temples. The city is famous for its devotion to the goddess Inanna, the patron deity of Uruk, as well as a host of other Sumerian gods. In the center of Uruk stand two great temple complexes. One is the Eanna district, dedicated to Inanna, a walled sanctuary containing multiple temples, shrines, and courtyards, all devoted to the great goddess. Not far from that, on a high terrace, towers the Anu district, with a white-walled temple atop a ziggurat mound that is dedicated to the sky god Anu. These sacred precincts dominate Uruk's skyline and are the focal points of its spiritual life. By 2900, the White Temple of Anu, which was built centuries earlier, still looms over the city, and the Eanna complex bustles daily with offerings and rituals for Inanna, the Queen of Heaven. Throughout the day, a multitude of priests, priestesses, and temple staff carry out rituals to honor the gods. At dawn, as we saw, households offer small prayers at home. But simultaneously in the great courtyard of Eanna, the high priestess or high priest of Inanna leads a more elaborate morning offering. And I certainly hope you don't hear that dog barking in the background. Sorry, but going off script, the next-door neighbor's dogs are, let's just say they're quite vocal. Not angry, I'm just frustrated. Anyway, we'll keep going. In the dim light of sunrise, temple clergy enter the sanctuary and awaken the goddess's cult statue with hymns and burning incense. They dress the wooden statue, which is gilded and bejeweled, and lay out a meal before it. Fresh bread, dates, beer, and fruit are all placed on the altar as nourishment for Inanna. While the deity partakes only spiritually, the food itself will later be shared among the temple personnel. This practice of feeding the god reflects the belief that the city's prosperity depends on keeping its patron deities well provided for and content. Only if the gods are satisfied with their meals and offerings will they bless Uruk with bountiful crops, safety, and success. But religious observance is not confined to grand temple rituals. It's in small everyday moments, too. As the day goes on, individuals continually seek divine favor in the little ways. A farmer heading out to the fields might pause at the city gate to murmur a prayer to Utu, the sun god, for a good day's work, and perhaps a little bit of cloud cover. A fisherman casting his net in a canal utters a quick appeal to Enki for a plentiful catch. Merchants, before opening business, may stop by a tiny roadside shrine to burn a pinch of incense to Ningishzida. Hang on a second. Ningishzida. Excuse me for my ancient Sumerian pronunciation. Another protective deity. This is Ningishzida. Well, all over Uruk, there are minor shrines at street corners, and by gates where travellers and traders can offer a brief prayer for safe journeys or good fortune. In homes, too, family members say short blessings over meals or when undertaking important tasks like starting the weaving of a new cloth or laying the foundation of a house to invite divine favour. These humble devotions show how inseparable religion is from daily activities. To the people of Uruk, the unseen world of gods and spirits are ever present, and nearly every action can be sanctified by calling on a deity. Of course, the most visible aspects of religious life are the major ceremonies and festivals that take place at the temples. We do not know the exact festival calendar, at least not in 2900, or around then. Detailed liturgical texts come from later periods, but certainly Uruk holds seasonal celebrations where the whole community participates. For example, at the New Year, which would be the spring festival for them, the city likely honors Inanna's marriage to the god of vegetation, Dumudzu, to ensure fertility for the coming year. Such an event might involve a ritual procession carrying the goddess statue of Inanna, accompanied by musicians and chanters, to meet Dumudzu's representation, perhaps enacted by the king or a priest, a kind of ceremonial marriage rite. The famous Warka verse from Uruk, carved around 3000 BC, illustrates the kind of offerings and reverences given to Inanna. The bas relief bands show a line of nude men carrying baskets filled with grain, fruit, jars of drink, and leading sheep and goats, all bringing the bounty of the land to present to the goddess. In the top register, the goddess Inanna herself, or perhaps the high priestess, is depicted receiving these gifts, with symbols of her temple around her. This artifact provides a near-primary snapshot of Uruk's religious life, a ceremonial procession likely tied to a festival where the community offers up the first fruits of field and flock to a patron deity. Each day the temple follows a cycle of worship. After the morning services, there are midday and evening offerings. Lesser priests and priestesses perform the routine duties, burning incense at altars, leading smaller prayers, and ensuring the temple fires and lamps remain lit. The high priest or priestess oversees the important rituals and oracular questions. Worshippers come and go from the temple. Throughout the day, a lot of people leave, a lot of people show up, do the rites, and make do with whatever they need for the day. A mother might bring a small loaf of bread as an offering after a child recovers from an illness, or a fisherman might dedicate a clay fish figurine to Enki in thanks for a good catch. The temple accepts the private offerings and often displays votive objects, small statuettes of worshippers carved in stone that people have donated as perpetual prayers on their behalf. It is common sight to see rows of such carved figurines with hands clasped, standing in the temple court, representing those who left them. Uruk's priesthood wields great influence. In his era, the city's secular ruler, the Ensi, or governor, often also serves a priestly role, or is closely tied to the temple. The major decisions, whether to embark on a canal project or how to respond to a poor harvest, are always made in consultation with the gods. Priests interpret divine will through omens, examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep, observing unusual births, or interpreting dreams. Literacy and scholarship reside largely within the clergy class. They maintain libraries of clay tablets on which hymns, prayers, and even simple medical recipes are recorded. The Eanna temple complex likely includes tablet rooms and schools where young novices, mostly sons of the elite, learn the arts of writing and ritual. The average citizen of Uruk, while illiterate, is deeply versed in the oral traditions of Sumerian religion. In the evenings at home, elders tell children stories of the gods and heroes, how Inanna tricked Enki to bring the sacred arts to Uruk, while the legendary king Gilgamesh built the city's mighty walls with divine aid, he himself reputed to be 2/3 divine. These tales used to reinforce the values and beliefs that the formal religion taught, that humans are co-workers with the gods, that kingship is divinely ordained, and that the city of Uruk itself is under the special protection of those in the sky. But despite Uruk's impressive public life, the busy marketplaces, the temples, the great walls, the foundation of a society is always the family. In this era, the basic unit of society is the extended family household. Multiple generations often lived under one roof, or at least within the same family compound. A typical family might include the father as the head of the household, his wife who manages many domestic affairs, their children, and possibly some aging grandparents. Other relatives can be part of the household too, an unmarried aunt perhaps, a widowed uncle, or a married son with his wife and a new baby might all live together in the family home. Now, houses of the more prosperous sort might have had many rooms, 8 or more, to accommodate such large families, while poorer families had to make do in 2 or 3 rooms, or share courtyard space with relatives next door. Family in Uruk meant a close-knit cluster of kin who lived and worked together every day. The society of Uruk is patriarchal in structure, but is not without rights and roles for women. The father, or at least the eldest able male of the family, holds legal authority. He represents the household in the assembly of citizens, if such meets, and is responsible for the family's land, business dealings, and religious duties. However, women in Sumer enjoy relatively high status, at least for the ancient world. They can own property, they can run businesses, they can even serve as legal witnesses in contracts. Within the home, the wife or the mother has considerable authority as the manager of daily life, allocating tasks to children and servants, overseeing food stores and finances, and acting as the family's physician and educator in many cases. But still, the society is overwhelmingly patrilineal, and husbands and fathers have formal power. Marriages are typically arranged by the parents. A marriage is formalized by a written contract or at least an agreement sealed in front of witnesses, and it becomes official once the groom presents a bridal gift to the bride's father. Wives do not usually choose their husbands freely, but strong love and partnership can grow within the arranged union over time. It just depends who you end up with, I suppose. A husband can also divorce his wife on relatively slight grounds, such as failure to bear children or chronic quarrels. And if the first wife is barren, he is permitted to take a second to ensure an heir. Children are under absolute authority of their parents, and can even be disinherited, or, believe it or not, sold into slavery in extreme circumstances of debt. Though such cases are rare, and seen as a family tragedy, of course. Would be selling your own children off to be slaves in some flint pit. My goodness. Well, in any case, life within the household is a constant collaboration. Men and women have different typical roles, but both are vital to the family's survival. You see, the men often handle the heavy agricultural work, manage dealings in the city assembly, and represent the family to outsiders. And the women, they run the home. They grind the grain, they bake the bread, they brew the beer, they spin the wool, they make the clothes, all essential daily labors. But they also raise the young children. The mothers teach daughters the skills they will need as future wives: cooking, weaving, fetching water, managing a pantry. And fathers teach sons how to farm or practice whatever craft is the family trade. Many a craftsman's workshop in Uruk is a familial enterprise, with father and sons working side by side. And so from a young age, the children shadow their parents in daily tasks. A boy of 5 might trot along after his father to the field, learning to tie the ox's yoke or clear irrigation canals. A girl of a similar age is already helping her mother grind flour or tending younger siblings. There is warmth and affection in these relationships. Parents cherish their offspring, and children, in turn, are taught to honor and obey their parents above all. As for disobedience, that is believed to invite not only parental wrath, but also the disapproval of the gods, for honoring one's father and mother is a sacred duty. Formal education in the sense of a school is rare. A few boys from affluent or scribal families might be sent to an eduba, that is a tablet house, to train as scribes under a learned master, but that is an exception. Most children just learn by apprenticeship within the family. And yes, there is also play of some sort. Excavations have uncovered toys like spinning tops and small figurines that could have been children's dolls. Siblings play games of catch or make toy chariots from little clay wheels and sticks. However, given the demands of life, childhood is pretty brief. By the time a girl reaches her early teens, she might already be married. And by the time the boy is a teenager, he's likely already doing a nearly full day in the fields or the workshop. Adolescents in Uruk undergo rites of passage, largely through their first work responsibilities, and for girls, of course, through marriage and motherhood. But then there is the extended family. They offer social safety and support. Family members pool labor and resources. An uncle might help plow his nephew's plot, or a grandmother watch the toddlers, while everyone else works. In a world without formal banks or state welfare, one's kin are the source of help in hard times. If a family member falls ill, relatives nurse them with home remedies. If a man dies, leaving a young widow, his brothers or parents absorb her and the children into their household. Family solidarity is the only way you survive. Feuds and splits within a family are a source of great sorrow, and of course, social stigma. But within the privacy of the home, family life has its moments of joy and leisure. In the evenings, after the day's work, families gather in their courtyard to share the evening meal and recount the day's events. Children sit around, listen to their parents' conversation, and interjecting with some youthful observations, no doubt. Storytelling is a key form of entertainment, and also moral education. A grandfather might tell the children fables about clever foxes and foolish lions, each with a lesson embedded. A mother might sing a lullaby or recite a gentle prayer to Ningal as she rocks a baby to sleep. Though such stories and daily conversations are not recorded, we can certainly imagine that parents would impart the values of hard work, piety, and loyalty to kin. The home is truly the primary source of identity for Uruk's people. No matter what turmoil goes on in the streets or fields, within the brick walls of one's own house and the embrace of one's family, there's a sense of order and refuge. It is the familial haven that sustains individuals through life's challenges, after all. Well, Uruk's landscape was certainly a blend of deliberate planning, but also organic growth. The major civic elements, the towering walls, the temple districts, principal canals, the thoroughfares, were laid out in a planned way, while the residential and commercial areas grew out irregularly around over the centuries. The results of this can be seen in Uruk's physical form by 2900. The city is encircled by a massive defensive wall of mud brick that, according to archaeological finds, ran about 9 kilometers in circumference and may have stood 12 to 15 meters high. Later legend attributes the building of Uruk's monumental wall to King Gilgamesh. And indeed, this fortification was likely constructed a few generations before his time during the early dynastic I period. Several gates pierce the wall, each serving as an entry point from a different road or direction. Through these gates flow the daily comings and goings of merchants, farmers, and travelers, all under the watch of guards and gatekeepers. But inside the walls, Uruk is divided into distinct districts. At the core of the city lie the high temple precincts of Eanna and Anu, and as noted, the Eanna district, also called the House of Heaven, is a walled sanctuary dedicated to Inanna. It contains multiple buildings and courtyards for workshops, storage, and ritual, all clustered around the main ziggurat and temple. The ziggurat, by the way, is a kind of tiered pyramid. I've made a full video on them. I think I've released it before this one. I should have. If not, you'll probably find it in the Bronze Age playlist. You should do. Well across the city, the Anu district sits on an elevated terrace, with the White Temple at its summit. These temple districts are set slightly apart from the residential neighborhoods. Eanna is even partially walled off, like a city within the city itself. Around them spreads the rest of Uruk, a patchwork of residential quarters, bazaars, and craft production areas. Without a modern grid, the layout of these areas appears maze-like. Houses cluster along unplanned lanes, and neighborhoods often take on the character of the dominant trade or craft practiced there. For example, 1/4 of Uruk may be known for its potters, whose workshops and kilns occupy several adjacent courtyards, while another area might be for the metal workers, having the lingering scent of smelting fires in the air at all times. This informal grouping by profession means that as one walks through Uruk, the sights and sounds can change abruptly from one street to the next. Clay dust and pottery shards underfoot in one alley, the ringing of hammers on bronze in the next. The city's street networks range from broad avenues to warrens of tiny winding alleys. A couple of main processional roads traverse Uruk. One likely leads from a principal gate straight to the Eanna temple, serving as the route for religious processions and official traffic. These main streets are wide enough for carts or armies, and are kept relatively clear. But in contrast, most of the city is crisscrossed by narrow, twisting lanes and dead-end alleyways. Many of these are unplanned footpaths that simply evolved over generations as houses were built and rebuilt. There is a clear hierarchy, though, of thoroughfares. The wide public boulevards, Sumerians even had a term for these, by the way, it's suku, and the smaller cross streets called muhusu, and then the private cul-de-sacs within residential blocks. About 10% of the city's area is taken up by streets and alleys, the rest being solidly packed with buildings. None of the streets are paved. They're simply compacted earth, dusty in the dry season and muddy after the rare rains. Drains are primitive. Some major streets might have a shallow ditch or channel to carry away storm water, but in the heavy rain the lanes turn into rivulets until the water seeps into the soil. While the roads on land are important, Uruk's lifelines are its waterways. A network of canals flow into and throughout the city, making Uruk something of a Venice in the desert, as later scholars have quipped. These man-made canals connect Uruk directly to the Euphrates and to the surrounding agricultural hinterland. They function like liquid highways, allowing boats and barges to carry heavy loads of grain, clay, timber, and other bulk goods right into the city. Archaeologists have described Uruk's canal system as extensive and deeply integrated into the urban plan. One could in fact travel by boat to many points in Uruk more easily than by cart, a significant advantage in an era when wheeled vehicles are still rudimentary and pack animals can only carry so much. The canals also helped irrigate orchards and gardens within or at the edge of the city, ensuring even inner districts had access to water. But maintaining these waterways was an ongoing communal task. You had to dredge the silt, you had to repair the embankments, and it was often organized by the temple or city officials, employing many workers, especially at the start of irrigation season. Uruk's urban form also reflects its social and political structure. The city's very layout proclaims the priorities of its people. The prominent placement of temple districts, slightly off the geometric center, but effectively at the heart of activity. It shows that the religious institutions stand at the very core of civic life. The immense city wall speaks to collective organization and communal pride in protecting the city's inhabitants. Within the walls, near the gates, are often special marketplaces or cult sites, suggesting that certain industries or gods were associated with those entry points. Meanwhile, residential areas fill in the spaces in between, divided by clan or occupation, or simply just by happenstance. But like all Mesopotamian cities, Uruk has been built and rebuilt many times on the same spot. When a building collapses or burns, as mud brick structures do every few decades, new walls are erected up upon the old foundation. Over centuries, this continuous rebuilding gradually raises the ground level, creating a human-made mound composed of layers of earlier settlement. Kind of like the rings on a tree, I suppose. Well, by 2900, parts of Uruk are already sitting on substantial mounds of debris from the Uruk period centuries earlier. Construction of new houses on uneven remains means the final layout of lanes can shift slightly over time. An alley might become a covered passage if someone extends a wall, or a once straight street might acquire a jog where new houses encroach. This gives the residential quarters an irregular, almost organic design, though the overall structure of the city remains constant. Despite the seemingly chaos of the narrow, winding neighborhoods, there is evidence of planning, in the key facilities at least. There are public wells and cisterns at intervals for water. Open squares or courtyards function as community gathering spots or markets for the neighborhood. The city also includes broad areas of cultivated land just outside the walls, fields and date palm groves that belong to the city's farmers and temples. A network of roads and canals links Uruk to these lands, ensuring the daily flow of food into the city. And indeed, one might see herds of goats or sheep driven straight through the city gates each morning or evening, bleating and kicking up dust as they are brought between the grazing fields and urban pens. While in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the narrator praises Uruk by urging the reader to climb its wall and walk on its rampart, or to inspect the fine brickwork, examine its foundation terrace, boasting that the 7 sages themselves laid its foundations. It's a pretty prideful description, but it shows those few key elements: the strength of the foundations, the quality of construction, and the wisdom underlying the design. And indeed, Uruk became a template for urban culture in Mesopotamia, a mix of planned and organic features, spreading to other cities through influence and example. And so as the sun sets, the intense activity of the day gradually winds down. The city was full of clamour in the midday, but it now takes on a more gentler and leisurely pace. Families prepare for the evening meal, the main meal of the day, and communal life resumes within the household courtyards. By dusk, the household hearth is busy again. In a typical home, the mother, with help from daughters or daughters-in-law, cooks a substantial supper in a clay pot over the fire. A common evening dish is a hearty stew of lentils or beans, richly seasoned with garlic and leeks, maybe thickened with crushed barley. If the family is a bit better off or it's a special occasion, the stew might include pieces of mutton, goat, or fowl. Flat barley bread, baked earlier, serves as both a utensil and a side dish. Family members use pieces of bread to scoop up the stew from a shared bowl. There might also be a handful of wild greens or a skewer of roasted fish to accompany the porridge-like stew. But everyone sits together during the meal, often on reed mats or low stools, arranged in a circle in the courtyard. Children jostle for their favorite spots, and grandparents lean against the courtyard wall if they need some support. In the warmer months, the family prefers to eat outdoors under the open sky where a cooling breeze may stir. In the chillier weather, they might retreat to an outdoor room with a small clay brazier for warmth while eating. Well, as darkness falls, the clay lamps are lit. Now, these lamps, simple shallow bowls filled with a sesame or linseed oil with a linen wick. The family, gathered and fed, spends the early part of the evening in relaxation and companionship. It's a treasured time after a long day of labor. Some residents even stop by a tavern to drink beer and relax with friends at a day's end. The alehouses are simple affairs, perhaps an open courtyard or back room where a woman brewer sells her latest batch from clay jars. Men sit around and gossip about the day, sip the thick, porridge-like beer through a communal vessel. The atmosphere is lively. Jokes and local gossip flow freely once work is done. And by the light of a couple of lamps, a group of friends might linger until the stars are bright, debating which farm had the best yield, or laughing over a well-worn humorous tale. Not everyone goes out, though, of course. Much of Uruk's populace spends their evening at home. As the air cools after sunset, some people just sit with neighbors and chat. In any case, nighttime in Uruk brings a relative peace. Families tidy up their living spaces. Mothers might pre-soak grains for tomorrow's brewing, or finish a bit of weaving by lamplight. Fathers make a last round checking that the goat pen is secured and the door is barred for the night. In the height of summer, many families even sleep on their flat rooftops to catch the night breeze. Neighbors sometimes murmur across the darkness, sharing a few last words under the canopy of brilliant stars and a rising moon. Before sleep, devout individuals might say a final prayer. A father might quietly invoke his personal protective deity, and if any family member is ill, this would be the time for incantations. A mother would recite a soft chant to Gula, the goddess of healing, of her ailing child, hoping to ward off evil spirits before the darkness fully falls. Nighttime is also associated with unseen dangers, roaming ghosts of the unburied, of mysterious Lilu demons that might slip through an open window. To defend against that, they hang protective amulets on the door, perhaps a tiny clay plaque depicting Pazuzu, a friendly demon who chases away the worst of the demons, or sprinkle a bit of salt at the threshold. Finally, one by one, the oil lamps go out, and that loud and busy city grows quiet. Only the distant howling of a dog, not the one at my neighbor's house, or the faint strains of a lullaby from a neighbor's roof break the silence. Inside their homes, people lie down to sleep on mats. Privacy is scarce, Many family members often share a single room, but the closeness is its own comfort. They curl up under woven wool blankets or linen sheets, and overhead, the night sky carries that moon. The Sumerians call it Nana, and it's a comfort to them as well, gleaming on top of that white temple in the distance. The guards, of course, stay at their posts on the city wall, spears in hand, keeping an ear open for any disturbance just in case. And within the protective circuit of Uruk's walls, thousands of citizens sleep in peace, trusting that their patron gods and goddesses will watch over them until the new dawn. And tomorrow, when it comes, they'll do it all again. Life in Uruk will begin anew, but carry on as it always does. A timeless cycle of a very monotonous and normal day. Over 11,000 years ago, long before cities, long before writing, or even agriculture as we know it, a group of prehistoric people gathers on a hilltop in what is now southern Turkey. With only stone tools at their disposal, they carve and erect towering stone pillars in carefully arranged circles. These people are nomadic hunter-gatherers, yet here they are, constructing a massive, monumental complex. This is Gobekli Tepe, often hailed as the world's oldest known temple site, dating back to the very dawn of the Neolithic era. Its discovery in the 1990s stunned archaeologists and historians and overturned long-held assumptions about the origins of civilization. But how and why would societies with no farms or cities build such a place out of nowhere? Good question. That's what we're here to talk about. Gobekli Tepe. It's a fascinating glimpse into humanity's earliest experiments with monumental architecture and the ritual of community. So we'll do our best to shed some light on what Gobekli Tepe actually is. Of course, we're relying on the newest research we have as of 2025. Hopefully nothing changes too much between now and then, but who knows what we're going to pull out of the ground. In any case, allow me to welcome you to the video first. If you are here for the first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, then you know what I'm about to say. And that is that this video is completely devoid of mid-roll ads, because we hate ads, just like you. So relatable. So we prefer to be funded by the Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on PayPal, and YouTube Super Thanks. And we've also got a merch store. You can find all those links in the pinned comment, the video and channel description. But really the best thing you can do for us is give a like, subscribe, share the video around, and just tell your friends. And a little comment below always helps with the algorithm. You know what it's like. In any case, welcomes and introductions out of the way. Let's go back in time to Gobekli Tepe. Gobekli Tepe was hidden for thousands of years beneath a mound on a ridge overlooking the Haran Plain in southeastern Turkey. That's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way. Now, what about the name Gobekli Tepe? Well, in Turkish it means pot-belly hill. It's a reference to its rounded silhouette. Locally, the hilltop hosted only a lone mulberry tree, a wishing tree adorned with cloth ribbons by villagers, perhaps hinting at the lingering aura of sanctity. And the modern world took very little notice of this hill. That was until the late 20th century. In 1963, a joint University of Chicago and Istanbul University survey briefly noted the site. Surveyors observed flint flakes and some limestone slabs on the surface, and they assumed that they were the remnants of some forgotten medieval cemetery. With that mistaken identification, further investigation was shelved. The true significance of the flints and stone fragments lay unrealized. The truth was buried. But that was until 1994, when Gobekli Tepe's importance was finally recognized, almost by pure luck. We meet the main character now, Klaus Schmidt, a German archaeologist who had worked on Neolithic sites in the region. He came across the old survey mention of stone slabs at Gobekli Tepe, and this was quite curious. He visited the site himself in person. Now, at first glance, the hilltop seemed pretty unremarkable. Patches of reddish soil, piles of field stones cleared by local farmers, no visible architecture at all. But Schmidt was an archaeologist, and as he walked around the mound, he noticed the ground glittering with an unusual abundance of flint chips. It was as if the entire hill was covered in stone tools. Now, this was a telltale sign of Stone Age activity. Among the rubble, he spotted something even more astonishing. A large T-shaped block of limestone peeking out of a clearing pile, and it was remarkably similar to the pillars he had seen at other Neolithic sites, such as Navali Kori, that contained T-shaped pillars. So it was in that moment that Schmidt realized this hill concealed something quite extraordinary. He later recalled, only man could have created something like this, as he immediately recognized the fragments and prehistoric sculptures rather than tombstones. And just like that, Gobekli Tepe had been rediscovered. Excavations began in 1995 under the direction of Schmidt himself, in collaboration with the local museum. What they found would revolutionize our understanding of prehistory, for just beneath the surface, they uncovered the tops of massive stone pillars arranged in circles. As digging continued, it became clear that this was no cemetery, nor was it a simple village, nor was it medieval. There were no traces of houses, no hearths, or even everyday domestic life. Instead, the team exposed finely crafted megaliths, some up to 5 meters tall, many adorned with mysterious relief carvings of animals and abstract symbols. And so, layer by layer, ring after ring, these pillars emerged. Archaeologists had stumbled upon a Neolithic monumental sanctuary of immense scale, built over 11,000 years ago. Of course, news like that spreads quickly, and Gobekli Tepe was soon hailed as one of the most important archaeological finds of modern times. It pushed back the timeline of large-scale human architecture by thousands of years, to a period when our ancestors were thought to be just simple nomads. The significance of Gobekli Tepe cannot be overstated. Here we had the site, dating to roughly 9600 BCE, several millennia before Stonehenge or the Egyptian pyramids. Well, where presumably primitive hunter-gatherers had mobilized later to erect great stone monuments. It was, in Schmidt's words, a cathedral on a hill, built by people who had not yet developed agriculture or even pottery. Certainly the cart before the horse, but they hadn't even developed the cart yet. Well, its existence challenged the conventional narrative that civilization, that is settled villages, agriculture, complex society, had to come first before humans could afford the luxury of constructing temples or monuments. Gobekli Tepe suggested the opposite. That communal ideology and ritual gatherings may have been a driving force that led humans toward civilization. Little wonder that archaeologists and historians suddenly looked at this region, the upper Mesopotamian foothills, with fresh eyes, and asked the question, could it be that the road to civilization began with spiritual and social unity rather than economic necessity? Gobekli Tepe placed us at the threshold of that pivotal transition in our history, and that's what makes it so uniquely precious, a window into the human past. Of course, the human past, one thing to talk about that when we think about things like the Bronze Age, but with Gobekli Tepe, here we are, around the end of the last Ice Age, around 10,000 BCE, that is the late Epi-Paleolithic to the pre-Pottery Neolithic period. Global climates were warming and stabilizing after a millennia of glaciation. In the Fertile Crescent, the broad region curving from Anatolia through Levant, wild plant and animal life was abundant. Gobekli Tepe sits at the northern edge of this fertile crescent, on a limestone plateau some 15 kilometers from the present city of Sanliurfa, or in ancient words, Urfa. Well, today the area is semi-arid, largely treeless, but 11,000 years ago it was quite a bit more inviting. So we should imagine, with the eyes of our ancestors, a landscape of patchy woodlands, open steppes, with herds and gazelles roaming, wild cattle called aurochs, and wild boar in the brush, flocks of wild sheep and goats on the hill slopes, and wetlands along seasonal streams attracting migratory birds, sands of wild cereals, einkorn and emmer wheat, barley too. They grew on the hillsides alongside stands of wild pistachio and almond trees. Klaus Schmidt described the environs of the prehistoric Gobekli Tepe as a paradise for hunter-gatherers, a land of plenty where groups could gather and feast upon wild game, grains, and fruits. This period in time marks the threshold between a purely foraging way of life and the beginnings of farming. Scholars call it the pre-pottery Neolithic, or PPN, because people had begun building permanent structures and experimenting with cultivation, yet pottery technology had not quite yet been invented. Gobekli Tepe dates mainly to the PPN-A and PPN-B periods, so we're talking 9600 to 8000 BCE. This was an age of great change. Sedentary village life was just taking root in some areas, and the domestication of the first crops and livestock would follow within a few centuries. But crucially, at the time Gobekli Tepe's earliest monuments were built, its builders were still hunter-gatherers. They had no metal tools, relying on flint and obsidian blades and bone implements, and they had no draft animals, no wheeled transport. Whatever they built or carried was accomplished with human ingenuity, and no doubt quite a bit of muscle. Their communities were likely small, mobile bands, periodically coming together for joint efforts or ceremonies. And so in this context, building anything massive or permanent was a bold departure from the norm. Typically, foragers led relatively mobile lives, and their structures, huts or temporary camps, were modest. Yet, at Gobekli Tepe, these people undertook a true project of monumental scale. The site's placement is also intriguing. You see, it lies on the highest point of a mountain ridge, visible for many kilometers around. The choice of a conspicuous hilltop suggests a deliberate concern with visibility, perhaps even a spiritual geography. High places are often associated with ritual significance, and indeed Gobekli Tepe's skyline's position would have been making it a natural beacon for groups converging from different areas. But we should also note that Gobekli Tepe did not exist in isolation. The Neolithic communities of Upper Mesopotamia were interconnected. Just 20 miles away, for example, archaeologists later found early evidence of cultivated wheat at a site called Karaka Dag, in the Karaka Dag foothills, rather. They've been identified with a locus of einkorn wheat domestication around 8500 BCE. Now, south of Gobekli Tepe, in what is now Syria, sites from the same era, such as Jerf El Amar and Tel Gobekli's contemporaries, show communal buildings and symbolic art as well. In the upper Euphrates and Tigris regions, a cultural horizon was emerging, in which people experimented with architecture and symbolism, even before full farming economies. Gobekli Tepe was perhaps the most flamboyant expression of this horizon, a regional gathering place for peoples of the northern Fertile Crescent, set just as they stood on the brink of agricultural revolution. So let's talk a bit more about the site and its architecture in general. The site today appears as an artificial mound about 15 meters high, 300 meters in diameter, capping the limestone plateau. The mound is entirely the product of human activity. Layer upon layer of constructions and debris accumulated over many centuries of use. Excavations have revealed that the site has a stratified sequence of building faces, conventionally divided into at least 2 main levels. Archaeologists refer to these as Layer 3, the oldest, Layer 2, slightly later, with a thin Layer 1 representing the topsoil and rubble that had buried the site until its modern discovery. So let's start with Layer 3, and this is circa 9600 to 8800. It's the earliest and, frankly, most impressive phase. It features the famous circular or oval enclosures with the massive T-shaped stone pillars. So far, several of these monumental enclosures have been excavated, labeled enclosures A, B, C, and D, etc. Creative. And radar surveys indicate there are many more still underground. Each enclosure is roughly 10 to 30 meters across. The largest uncovered is about 20 meters in diameter and built of stone. This design is broadly consistent, a ring of T-shaped monolithic pillars set vertically around the perimeter, often connected by low stone walls, and 2 larger freestanding T-pillars erected in the center of the space. And the pillars are huge, some standing 5 to 5.5 meters tall, and that's about 16 to 18 feet, and weighing on the order of 7 to 10 tons or more. They were carved from local limestone bedrock, and then transported a short distance and erected in prepared sockets on the floor. The enclosures had stone bench-like structures along their inner walls, perhaps to accommodate participants in some kind of religious rites. The floors of these structures were made of hard-packed lime terrazzo or bedrock, sometimes burnished. Notably, no doorway entrances have been found for these round buildings. Possibly they were entered from above via ladder or a narrow opening, or perhaps they were only used in an open roof context. Now, Layer 2 is around 8800 to 8000. In a later period after the heyday of the big circles, people continued to use Gobekli Tepe, but in a different way. Layer 2 features smaller buildings, some of which are rectangular or semi-rectangular in plan, much like smaller T-shaped pillars, often under 2 meters high, embedded in their walls. These resemble the structures found in early Neolithic village sites of the region. It seems that as time went on, the grand circles were backfilled and abandoned, and new buildings, perhaps more modest sanctuaries or even habitations, were erected adjacent or above them. The Layer 2 pillars are usually undecorated or only minimally carved, suggesting a shift in artistic style or function. This phase coincides with the pre-pottery Neolithic B, when farming and herding were gradually taking hold in the region. Thus it represents a transitional stage where the formerly nomadic groups might be settling down and their ritual practices were becoming more localized or integrated into everyday life. One of the most curious aspects of Gobekli Tepe is that these structures were intentionally buried by people who built and used them. Excavators found that the great circular enclosures of Layer 3 had been rapidly backfilled with a mixture of loose rocks, soil, flint tools, and animal bones. Sometime around 8000 BCE, the site's last users carefully filled in the remaining enclosures, effectively preserving them for 1,000 years, or even more, 10,000. Anyway, well, we do not know fully why. It could have been a ritual closing at the site, maybe. Perhaps a necessity if the place was no longer in use, and they wanted to seal it. But thanks to this Stone Age act of preservation, the megaliths and their carvings remained largely intact, sealed beneath the hill until our time, where we can rip them out of the ground. Well, to date, archaeologists have uncovered 4 large enclosures in the main excavation era, and partially exposed a few more. Geophysical surveys suggest that at least 16 to 20 enclosures lie buried across the mound's 9-hectare area. In other words, what we see now, as breathtaking as it is, likely represents only a small fraction, perhaps 5 to 10% of the total complex. Some have imagined a skyline of many stone circles crowning the hill in its prime. The sheer number of pillars identified, dozens have been excavated, hundreds more identified by scans, speaks of the scale of the undertaking that Gobekli Tepe really was. It wasn't just some random structure, but a whole aggregation of very specialized buildings, repeatedly built and rebuilt over many years. The site's plan was not an orderly grid, but rather seemingly organic clusters of circular rooms, a bit like a village of shrines, each perhaps with its own significance. And walking among the ruins today, under protective shelters that now cover them, one can gaze at the towering T-shaped pillars, some still standing upright in their original positions. They have a ghostly presence, as if stone beings are frozen in a kind of muted congregation of sorts. And indeed, the anthropomorphic quality of the T-pillars is one of Gobekli Tepe's most striking features. So let's turn to those pillars and the art carved upon them. We can get a few clues into the minds of the site's builders. So the T-shaped monoliths of Gobekli Tepe are more than just structural supports. They are sculptures, and it's very clear that they had symbolic meaning. Now, the T shape is thought to be an abstract depiction of the human form. The pillar's upright shaft can be seen as a body, and the top crossbar resembles a broad, perhaps shouldered head. His interpretation is strongly supported by the fact that on some of the largest pillars, you can actually see carved arms, hands, and even belts with loincloths on the lower parts of the shafts. Well, for example, the 2 central pillars of enclosure D each have thin arms carved in low relief along their sides, hands meeting in front as if clasping the abdomen, and each pillar wears a belt and a loincloth depicted by relief carvings. Clearly, these great stones were meant to represent stylized humanoid figures, possibly ancestors, maybe gods, maybe mythic beings revered by the builders. It's hard to narrow it down, but certainly humanoid. They stand tall and impassive, facing one another in the center of each ring, like participants or officiants in some kind of eternal ritual. But beyond the humanoid pillar statues, Gobekli Tepe is famous for the rich iconography carved on the pillars' broad faces. Using flint chisels, Neolithic artists engraved an astonishing bestiary of the animal world they knew. In various enclosures, one finds images of wild creatures. Lions or other big cats, leaping or snarling, foxes with their bushy tails, wild boars, aurochs and, that is, wild cattle, with imposing horns, gazelles and wild donkeys, and a variety of small insects and reptiles, snakes, scorpions, spiders and insects, things like that. Birds are also prominent too, especially vultures, but also other birds like cranes, ducks or geese. One pillar shows that what appears to be a flock of long-necked birds, possibly cranes, in a row. On another pillar, a majestic vulture spreads its wings. These carvings are not random, though. Many are executed in high relief, standing out from the stone surface, an impressive feat of artistry for the Stone Age people. Pillar 27 in enclosure C, for instance, features a large predator, possibly a lion or a leopard carved in high relief, prowling down the side of the pillar. Pillar 18 in enclosure D carries a relief of a tall, slender fox, among other symbols. And even the socket stone at its base is decorated with a ring of carved ducks. The craftsmanship is skilled and standardized enough that one can sense an established artistic tradition at work. So who knows how long they'd been doing it. In any case, the symbolism of these creatures has been a matter of debate. Notably, many of the depicted animals are dangerous or wild animals, not the sort that one might primarily hunt for food. Well, we should be fair, gazelles and boar were hunted, but animals like lions, snakes, and scorpions evoke fear or reverence more than, getting something for dinner. And this has led some researchers to observe that the carvings evoke a scary and frightening world of beasts. Maybe they symbolize spiritual concepts, protective totems, clan symbols, even mythological figures. For example, in later Neolithic sites, we know vultures were associated with death rituals. Some early cultures practiced excarnation, that is, exposing bodies for vultures to consume as a way to liberate the soul. Gobekli Tepe's vulture imagery hints that similar practices or beliefs could have been present. A possible cult of the dead, where birds of prey have a role ferrying the deceased to the sky. Interestingly, art at Gobekli Tepe also includes representations of the human form in other ways. There are a few limestone sculptures found at the site. A particularly striking find is a life-sized human statue fragment, a head and a torso, discovered during the excavations, possibly representing a humanoid figure that might have been freestanding. Additionally, one relief on a pillar appears to show a depiction of a headless human with an erect phallus, being approached by a vulture and other creatures. Now, the scene suggests a narrative, quite possibly linked to death or ritual decapitation. Indeed, the theme of human heads, detached or trophy heads, that is, recurs quite a lot. Another pillar fragment carved in low relief shows a small human figure holding up what looks like a human head as if in offering. It's an eerie motive, sure, but it ties with the evidence that human skulls and death had special ritual treatment at the site. More on that shortly. The variety of symbols is not limited to animals and humans. Abstract symbols often appear. There are instances of the so-called H symbol, because it looks like a H. Yes. And there's other geometric signs on pillars too. On the benches and floors, archaeologists found odd limestone objects as well. For example, finely polished stone bowls, platters, and even a curious sculpted pole-like object nicknamed the totem pole, with stacked figures that might represent humans or animals merging into one another. A remarkable recent discovery in 2023 was a painted statue of a wild boar found at Gobekli Tepe. This limestone boar statue, about half a meter long, was found on a stone bench and still bore traces of red, black, and white pigment, making it one of the oldest known painted statues. It was accompanied by carvings of symbols like the H symbol, crescents, snakes, and human faces on the bench. The use of color in this sculpture reminds us that the people of Gobekli Tepe likely painted their carvings and pillars as well. The grey, beige stones we see today could have once been lively with reds, ochres, and whites, bringing out details in low light of dawn or dusk ceremonies. But what was the day-to-day life like at Gobekli Tepe? Well, intriguingly, all evidence suggests that people didn't permanently live on the site, so that makes it a bit difficult to tell. Archaeologists found an absence of domestic debris, no remains of houses or huts, no domestic hearths or ovens, no garbage middens or prolonged habitation, and no burials of ordinary folk, as often found in early villages. Instead, Gobekli Tepe seems to have been a regional gathering place, a sanctuary where people came temporarily, presumably for ritual activities, ceremonies, and communal feasts, and then they just dispersed back to their home settlements or camps. The evidence for feasting is especially overwhelming, scattered through the sediments that were used to backfill the enclosures. Researchers have recovered hundreds of thousands of animal bone fragments. They analyzed over 100,000 pieces, and the zoo archaeologist Joris Peters found that over 60% of them were gazelle bones, with a substantial portion of wild boar, and the rest including wild sheep, red deer, and other game. Now these were all wild species, and that shows that Gobekli Tepe's attendees were hunters bringing in their kills. The bones often show cut marks from butchery and have been broken open, likely to extract marrow and then burned, indicating cooking or roasting. Such an abundance of bones, far exceeding what small transient groups would consume, implies large-scale feasting events. It appears that when people gathered at Gobekli Tepe, they slaughtered dozens, if not hundreds, of animals to feed the crowd. Perhaps that was the ritual celebration. But alongside meat, plant foods were on the menu. Though charred plant remains are scarce, perhaps due to poor preservation, the tools speak volumes. Archaeologists have unearthed an extraordinary number of grinding stones, mortars, and pestles at Gobekli Tepe. More than 7,000 grinding tool fragments were catalogued. These are the implements to process grain and other plant foods. Use wear analysis and microscopic residues on these tools confirm that cereals were heavily processed at the site, likely to make flour for bread or porridge, or to brew beverages. In fact, one compelling theory is that Gobekli Tepe's workers and pilgrims were fueled by some of the earliest beer brewed by humankind. Large carved stone basins or troughs found there, some capable of holding up to 150 liters, could have been used to mix and ferment grain mash. Chemical analysis have detected traces of oxalate, a byproduct of brewing in such vessels, supporting the idea that a kind of primitive beer made from wild cereals was produced. And one can envision a scene after long hours of quarrying stone or performing rituals, the participants finally sharing a decent meal of roasted gazelle and a bit of crude beer or gruel, dancing and celebrating their communal achievements. But the feasting was likely more than just indulgence. It was a social clue, a reward system. Anthropologists propose that competitive fasting in early societies served to mobilize labor and foster alliances. To undertake the heavy work of carving and erecting pillars, someone had to organize a workforce and motivate them. Throwing grand feasts is one way to attract people from far and wide to contribute labor, and to cement social bonds among the disparate groups. At Gobekli Tepe, the feasts may have coincided with seasonal gatherings, perhaps at particular times of the year, when certain game was plentiful, or when harvests of wild grain could be collected. And indeed, analysis of wild gazelle bones suggests that many were hunted in late summer and autumn, possibly when gazelle herds were migratory or most abundant. So you might speculate that annual festivals took place in the post-harvest season, bringing communities together to worship anew before the winter, a kind of Neolithic Thanksgiving. But what about the rituals themselves? While we lack written records of their beliefs, obviously, the archaeology hints at a few possible ceremonial practices. First of all, the emphasis on human-like pillars and the evidence of special treatment of human crania indicate that people of Gobekli Tepe venerated human remains in some way. Over 700 fragments of human bone have been recovered, and among these, scientists have identified portions of 3 human skulls that had been deliberately modified. These skull fragments bear deep linear carvings incised on the surfaces, and one has a small drilled hole. Analysis showed the cuts were made with flint tools after the individuals had died and their flesh was removed. There are cut marks from the de-fleshing as well. That's a hell of a word, isn't it? De-fleshing. Haven't heard that one before. Anyway, the modifications do appear to have been intended to prepare the skulls for display. Grooves could allow a cord to anchor around the skull, and the drilled hole, placed so the skull would hang upright, suggests they were suspended, possibly from the very T-pillars or rafters. This is a unique variant of a skull cult, a tradition found in some other Neolithic cultures where ancestors' skulls were kept and honored, or enemy skulls were displayed. At Gobekli Tepe, it seems that the crania were not plastered or decorated as seen elsewhere, but rather literally hung up, perhaps as sacred relics or trophies. One can imagine ancestral skulls watching over ceremonies, or skulls of revered shamans kept as sources of power. The art supports this too. A carving on a pillar depicts a human figure holding a severed head, and some of the small figurines show headless bodies too. The theme of decapitation and curation of heads was clearly part of the symbolic language at play. Next, we have a few words to say about offerings and sacrifice. The sheer amount of animal remains and the positioning of some special deposits hint that offerings were made. Certain animal sculptures, like the carved boar statue which was recently found, might represent totemic animals or sacrificial spirits. Possibly animals were ritually slaughtered as offerings to whatever deities or forces the pillars represented. The fact that wild rather than domestic animals were used could tie into a cosmological worldview, where wild beasts had a kind of spiritual potency to them. Next was the communal dance or processions. The open layout of the enclosures with benches around suggests that the participants may have gathered around the central pillars, possibly sitting or kneeling, while rituals enacted in the center. The presence of stone drums, a few percussion instruments have been hypothesized from objects, and the imagery of animals dancing or moving might indicate music and dance were part of the festivities. It's easy to picture people circling within those stone rings in ceremonial dances, perhaps wearing costumes or animal masks, maybe. Though that's speculation. It would align with many ethnographic parallels in later ritual traditions, though, I would say that. Some researchers have wondered if the pillars or certain carvings align with astronomical events, such as star-rise positions or solstices. There is as yet no consensus or any specific alignment at Gobekli Tepe, but given the skyward location and later importance of celestial cycles to agrarian societies, it is possible that gatherings also had a calendar or cosmological significance. However, this remains unproven, and we have to approach it with caution. We can't project later practices onto those early people. Right, so the construction of Gobekli Tepe's monumental structures required quite a bit of ingenuity and collective effort. And you got to remember that the builders had no metal tools, no wheels, no beasts of burden. So then we're left with the question: how did they manage to quarry, shape, and transport and erect stones weighing up to 20 tons? Well, first, the limestone bedrock at the site is relatively soft, at least by stone standards, and occurs in layered formations, which is an advantage for extraction. Archaeologists have located several stone quarry areas around the hill where pillars were cut from the outcrops. In fact, one quarry still holds an abandoned pillar blank, partially detached from the bedrock, measuring about 7 meters long. Seems the project was never completed, a frozen glimpse of a work in progress. The people likely used hard hammer stones, that is, blocks of harder rock like dolerite, which had been found on the site, to punch out trenches around a desired pillar shape, gradually freeing the monolith from the bedrock. Flint chisels and points were employed for finer carving and detailing the reliefs. The surfaces of finished pillars show the scrape and peck marks of these tools. Once a pillar was carved free, it had to be moved. Even if only a few hundred meters from quarry to enclosure, sliding a multi-ton stone was challenging. The builders likely leveraged simple machines, rolling out the stones on logs or dragging them on sledges over wet clay or vegetation to reduce friction. Teams of dozens of people with ropes could have hauled the pillars, and we can surmise that prior to major construction, the organizers would call in able-bodied folks from surrounding areas, a communal work party that might coincide with ritual obligations or feasting rewards for participation. Experiments have shown that with enough manpower and basic physics, surprisingly large stones can be moved in prehistoric contexts. Raising the pillars into an upright position was perhaps the trickiest task. In later megalithic sites, builders often dug a hole with a sloping ramp, dragged one end of the pillar in, and then levered it upright and packed the base. At Gobekli Tepe, each pillar stands in a slot or hole cut into the bedrock floor, suggesting a similar approach. The pit holds a pillar base while refilled debris secures it. Wooden scaffolding might have been used to help tilt and guide the stones upright. The community's effort in accomplishing this must have been enormous and probably ceremonial charged. And you can imagine, certainly, that erecting each pillar itself was a ritual act, perhaps accompanied by chants or celebrations when the stone finally stood firm, transforming into that towering humanoid presence. The successful building of Gobekli Tepe implies some sort of social organization. Whether there were dedicated architects or spiritual leaders who directed the works, this we cannot know for sure. It is plausible that a class of ritual specialists, proto-priests or shamans coordinated the design and rituals, while clan leaders mobilized their people for labor. What is striking is that this could be achieved in a non-state, non-agricultural society, and it suggests that shared belief and social networks were strong enough to get cooperative projects done without centralized government or economic hierarchy, though some level of hierarchy or leadership may have existed, if only temporarily, during these projects. But an intriguing aspect is the continuity and longevity of building at Gobekli Tepe. The site was not just built in one go. It rather evolved over centuries. The earliest circles might have been relatively smaller or simpler, and over generations the constructions grew more elaborate. Each new generation literally built on the old, burying earlier structures and constructing new ones, perhaps larger or in different arrangement, and this indicates that the site's importance was sustained for many human lifespans, implying that knowledge, how to carve pillars, how to conduct ceremonies, was transmitted over time. But it also suggests that the site may have served as a stable meeting ground that helped bind disparate groups into a broader cultural community with a shared tradition. The backfilling of enclosures, that also required coordination. Tons of material had to be gathered and poured in. Interestingly, the fill is full of artifacts, tools, debris, refuge from the feasts. It's almost as if, when closing a temple, they ritually entombed the last usage items in it, kind of like a time capsule for us. Well, this might have been a conscious act to decommission the sanctuaries, perhaps when they found that they fell out of use, or when a decision was made to consolidate a ritual in a new form, such as more localized shrines once villagers took over. And it's tempting to think that as farming and permanent villages emerged nearby, the hunter-gatherer pilgrimage center lost its role, and thus the people buried it respectfully and just moved on with their lives. Now, one of the most profound implications of Gobekli Tepe is how it's forced scholars to reconsider the sequence of events in the rise of civilization. Previously, the textbook's explanation for the Neolithic Revolution, the transition from agriculture and settled life from the hunter-gatherer society, was that first came farming, which produced food surplus, which then allowed humans to support large communities, specialized labor, leaders, and eventually religious elite and monuments. It was first villages, then temples, in short. And Gobekli Tepe's timeline just flips the script. Here we have monumental construction and presumably complex ritual organization before evidence of farming and permanent villages in the region. The archaeological record around Gobekli Tepe shows that within a few hundred years after the site's main phase, the first signs of domesticated livestock and crops appear in the surrounding area. For example, by about 8500 to 8000 BCE, nearby communities had begun domesticating local wild sheep, pigs, cattle, and were cultivating einkorn wheat. Genetic studies trace one of the earliest domesticated wheat strains to just 20 miles from Gobekli Tepe. Now that's a coincidence, isn't it? Well, this tight chronology has led archaeologists like Schmidt to propose a radical theory. And it goes like this. Perhaps it was the effort of creating sites like Gobekli Tepe that spurred the need for agriculture in first place, rather than agriculture enabling people to create a site like Gobekli Tepe. Well, the logic is as follows. To build and maintain Gobekli Tepe's monuments, large groups of people had to gather and work together. These workers and pilgrims needed ample food, reliably, and maybe in quantities beyond what simple foraging could provide on short notice. The planning of regular, large feasts could have created an impetus to begin cultivating grain, to have enough for bread or beer, and managing herds of game, eventually domestication to ensure a steady supply of meat. So in essence, the social and spiritual needs might have driven economic innovation. The people had motive to start planting seeds of wild cereals in convenient plots, or penning captured wild sheep, gradually leading to domestication to support their ritual life. This theory finds some support in the evidence of extensive cereal processing on the site. Clearly, plant food was central at Gobekli Tepe. Perhaps beer or bread was needed in ritual amounts that wild gathering alone could not guarantee each season, nudging people toward proto-farming behaviors. Now, while this temple first, farming second hypothesis is still debated, it certainly gained credibility, and shows that ideology and social structures can be catalysts for technological change. Human groups might have come together for sacred purposes, and in doing so discovered new ways of living together, eventually becoming permanent settlers. But it is important to note that Gobekli Tepe was part of a larger cultural development, often termed the Neolithic transformation in the Near East. Multiple sites in southeastern Turkey and northern Syria from this era show precocious features: communal structures, artistic expression, intensive gathering of wild grains, etc. For instance, a site called Neva Kori, which we mentioned, now submerged by a dam, excavated in the 1980s, had a Neolithic village with a special building containing smaller T-shaped pillars, almost like a mini Gobekli Tepe within a village. Now this suggests that the concept of T-pillars, and perhaps what they stood for, was actually widespread among early Neolithic communities of the region. Gobekli Tepe, however, was not a village. It stands out as a central sanctuary, perhaps serving multiple bands or communities who shared a faith or at least a tradition of meeting to worship and feast. So in a way, Gobekli Tepe might represent the communal cooperation that prefigured civilization. By coming together in ritual projects, these groups may have forged broader cultural identities that eventually made larger social units, villages, towns, eventually cities, and so on, viable. The cooperation needed to raise a monolith parallels the cooperation needed to, irrigate a field or build a well, something like that. Thus, we see at Gobekli Tepe the early forms of organized labor, planning and social hierarchy all coming together that later settlements would exhibit in full. But it's important to note that not all archaeologists interpret the site in the exact same way. It's very rare you'll get a complete agreement on this. A few have suggested alternative views. For example, could Gobekli Tepe have been a settlement after all, but with houses that doubled as sanctuaries? One scholar argued that perhaps those temples were actually large communal houses adorned with symbolic art, meaning ritual and daily life were intertwined rather than separate. But I don't believe it, because the lack of domestic evidence makes that very unlikely. How could they live in a house and not have any hearths? How could they not have any grinding stones? It's just, I don't think so. I mean, that's my opinion. Maybe you have your own opinion, I'm not sure. In any case, it makes it less likely. Though it might apply to smaller contemporary sites, but maybe not Gobekli Tepe. The consensus in general leans strongly to Gobekli Tepe being a primary ritual center. But don't write all the theories off. You see, maybe there's a lot more left to discover. In any case, for the general public, Gobekli Tepe has been a source of fascination, and I think it'll be one of speculation for quite a long time. It's got nicknames like the world's first temple, even linked to fanciful stories like the Garden of Eden in some popular media. But such things are not really taken seriously by scholars. In 2018, it was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its outstanding universal value to human history, and tourism to the site continues to grow. They got a walkway, protective roofing too, to allow visitors to peer into enclosures A, B, C, and D, without worrying about damaging them. As for the T-pillars, they've almost become an icon of Turkey's prehistoric heritage, just as much as Stonehenge is for Britain, the pyramids are for Egypt, the ziggurat is for in Iraq. Perhaps not prehistoric, but they certainly go back quite a while. I think Turkey at the moment is taking the crown for the oldest monuments. And the local communities too, they've embraced the site's fame. Even local imagery and souvenirs celebrate the carved animals and pillars. So one could say that after 10,000 years, Gobekli Tepe is once again a gathering point. But this time it's not just for people walking from their little hunter-gatherer camps and all the rest. It's for people all over the world. And this time, we have tourists, scientists, archaeologists, news crews, a little bit of everything and everyone, all drawn back to this very ancient temple. And of course, if you've been to Gobekli Tepe, you have to tell us in the comments, don't you? You won't get away with it. You have to tell us all your story. Tell us what you saw. Tell us what you know. I don't want to be too aggressive. What I will do, though, is thank the patrons and supporters. Didn't get any ads, didn't you? That's pretty good. Well, it's all because of these fine people here on the top tier. I could read the lower tier ones, but we'd be here all day. They have my thanks as well. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfadnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stephen, Kevin, HMS HH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftus, Alexander, Gokan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, Katie, P, Poma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Tivolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Wolfsbane, Dude, Prinny, Aiden, Fabian, or is it Fabian? Maybe Fabian, I don't know. Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, and Indian Trail. All right, well, that's all the top tier patrons. And that is us done for tonight. And yeah, I think it's time for a bit of a rest, I think. I am done for the evening, and I hope that your evening is winding down as well. Or perhaps you're listening in the morning, though I assume this is an evening activity for most of you. Well. All right, that's enough. I'll stop rambling. Good night. Lots of love to you all, and I will see you in the next video. Farewell for now.